All right, folks, if everybody would please take their seats. The July 1st, 2009 meeting of the City Council is called to order. This meeting has been properly noticed and posted in compliance with the open meeting law. These proceedings are being presented live on KCLV Cable Channel 2 and are closed captioned for our hearing impaired viewers. The council meeting, as well as all other KCLV programming, can be viewed on the city's website at www.kclv.tv. The proceedings will be rebroadcast on KCLV Channel 2 and the web the Wednesday of the meeting at 8 p.m. and also on Friday at 4 a.m., Saturday at 7 p.m., Sunday at 7 a.m., and the following Monday at 1 p.m. This building is protected by a state-of-the-art fire detection and suppression sprinkler system, so should alarms activate, please leave through the exits, and then our marshals will tell you when it's safe to re-enter the building. This is a precautionary instruction. We give it at every time we get together in this council chambers. There's no reason to think that they will activate, but that's the procedure that would be followed if, in fact, that took place. Before we proceed with the agenda, would everyone please rise for the invocation given this morning by Pastor Benny of Victory Outreach, Las Vegas, and please remain standing for the pledge. Pastor?
Can I have everybody please bow their heads, please? Heavenly Father, we come before you this beautiful morning, God, and Father, we ask your blessings upon this meeting, Lord. I pray, God, that you would give wisdom, God, to the council, Lord. I pray that you give them illumination, enlightenment, revelation, understanding, and everything, God, that they need, Father, in order to be able to do, God, their job, Lord. And we thank you, God. I thank you personally, God, for these servants, God, that you have raised up, Lord. Bless them, my God, that there will be no confusion today, God, but that everything will just go and run according to plan, Lord. And we thank you, God, once again, in Jesus' name, amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Good morning once again, ladies and gentlemen. This is the ceremonial portion of our agenda, and today I'm very proud to have a very special community member joining us to accept this honor, and I'd like to invite our July Citizen of the Month, George Maloof, to join us up here. George has been an outstanding member of the community dating back to his days at UNLV in the late 1980s, and he's been one of the most generous philanthropists in the community for years, although you don't really hear about that because of him. It's not about taking credit, it's just about going out with beautiful women. Oh, that's not in the script. We all know his great business sense and his beautiful property, the Palms, and I think a lot of his success comes from his belief in a sense of community and in the people of Las Vegas. We could have honored George for a multitude of reasons, but today, we wanted to thank him for his work in bringing the National Hockey League Awards to Las Vegas. This was a great event at the Palms and was another giant step toward the ultimate goal of bringing a major league sports franchise to Las Vegas. And I really believe it's only a matter of time before a major league team calls Las Vegas home, and bringing high-profile events like the NHL Awards to the city continues to push us forward. I'm sure the players, owners, and the NHL commissioners are salivating at the thought of having a franchise in Las Vegas after experiencing Georgia's hospitality and all the world-class amenities that the city has to offer. As an aside, Commissioner Bettman did write me a note. I got it yesterday, and he was just delighted with what took place here in Las Vegas, and thanks to the community for that. So, more importantly, George shares our optimism that Las Vegas and the need to keep moving forward in these tough economic times. Bringing this event to Las Vegas resulted in players, fans, and media from all over the world coming to Las Vegas to have a good time, and that helps us in turning around our economy. So, George, I really want to thank you for bringing the NHL Awards to Las Vegas, and for all you do for the community. And we recognize you as our July Citizen of the Month.
Thank you, Mayor.
And this is a nice plaque for you. And in addition to the plaque, you'll also have a street sign named after you. And that will be right at the entry to City Hall. It's pretty cool. Right, and you spelled your name right, which is good. And George's a good guy. He's got a good sense of humor, and he's a great community partner. And with that, I'd like to turn the mic over to you.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. This is a very special recognition, something that I'll always cherish for a long time. And who knows, someday maybe we'll get an NBA or NHL team here in Las Vegas. We definitely deserve one. Just want to remind all the leaders and everybody in the community that we need to keep staying positive about Las Vegas and keep reminding people what a great city we have. Sometimes we forget about that, especially in these times, but we have to remind people that we are the greatest city in the world. It's very important. But thank you very much.
Thank you. Great work. Thank you. Thank you. Good luck. Thank you very much. For our next item, we're going to have a presentation of a piece of art to the City of Las Vegas by Southwest Gas. I'd like to invite Creighton Jones, Director of Service Planning for the Southern Nevada Division of Southwest Gas, Maura Parrott of the Las Vegas Arts Commission, and Walter File, who's the artist, to please join us up here. Folks, please come up. Here we go. Hi, how are you? Good seeing you. How you doing? Nice seeing you. Okay. Now, the piece of art that the city is receiving today is an oil on canvas, and the donation was facilitated by the Las Vegas Arts Commission. So I'd like to turn it over to Mr. Jones to make the presentation. Mr. Jones.
Thank you, Mayor.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Mayor Goodman and members of the City Council for the opportunity to be here today on behalf of Southwest Gas Corporation. As you've heard, my name is Creighton Jones, and I'm the Director of Service Planning for the company. It's my great honor to briefly share with you the tradition that Southwest Gas began in 1976. In recognition of our nation's bicentennial celebration, our company first commissioned the portraits of our nation's president. In 1989, Southwest Gas donated this collection of portraits to the city of Las Vegas because we believe that future generations of Nevadans should have the opportunity to reflect on the leaders who made our nation great, and thus embrace the great legacy of freedom, faith, and fortitude that our country so proudly represents. Today, we are pleased to present the city the portrait of our 44th President of the United States, Barack Obama.
Thank you very much. Oh, that's great. And the artist is with us, correct? How about saying a few words as to what inspired you?
Actually, I came to this wonderful valley 38 years ago. I was a trumpet player with the Harry James Band working at the old Desert Inn and Frontier Hotel. And back then, the Las Vegas Art Museum was located in Lorenzi Park. I got really artistically inspired here. There were a lot of fantastic artists that were living here, and I had the opportunity to study with Keith Ward and Ray Fulmer, some wonderful, talented teachers. At this time, when I started this portrait for Southwest Gas, I actually started one portrait and it wasn't quite coming out the way I wanted, so I started a second one. And I'm a photographer for Clear Channel, which gave me the opportunity to take a photograph of it and take it to work and have many of my coworkers, whose opinions I respect, critique it for me, just to help pull out a likeness and save time. So I really want to thank Southwest Gas for this commission and the fact that they used a local artist. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you. Thank you very much. That's great. Would you like to say anything? Please.
As a member of the Public Art Advisory Committee, which is an arm of the Las Vegas Arts Commission, and we were formed in accordance with the our artwork donation policy to the city. it was my pleasure to get to view the portrait sort of fresh off the easel, as it were, and it was an easy and pleasant task for our committee to approve, recommending its acceptance through the Arts Commission. And so on behalf of the Commission, I too want to thank, well, first of all, the city staff who sought all the details, coordinating with Southwest Gas, and for this dedication today, Lisa Stamanis and Mike Ogilvie at the Office of Cultural Affairs, and Jace Radke, who helped unveil, and Marshall Hutchinson, who will be helping and install the painting on the wall, as well as everyone behind the scenes for the city. They really keep busy. We want to thank Southwest Gas for once again offering this gift to the city, and for all the portraits before it that they have so generously donated. There's a whole wall of them back there. And last but not least, we express our gratitude to the artist, Walter Feil. Where did he go? There he is. For his exceptional work executing this portrait with such painstaking care.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thanks, Southwest. Thank you very much. It's great not only for us in the council to be able to enjoy these, but we have a lot of youngsters who come down from the various elementary schools and take a look at the presidents. I don't think there's another collection like this in the entire valley, so it's very important that we keep it up to date, and that's a great portrait of the president. Okay, for our next items, Councilman Steve Ross will recognize the accomplishments of the city in providing parks and recreation to our citizens, and will also remind us about the dangers of flash floods. Councilman.
Thank you, Your Honor. Are we going to see your picture on that back wall anytime soon, Mayor?
Well, I don't know. It's either that or a post office.
I think we've got that picture. No. Well, thank you, Your Honor. July is Parks and Recreation Month, and I know that means a lot to a lot of us because we enjoy the parks as much as we do. Since 1985, the National Recreation and Park Association has designated the month of July as Recreation Month. Recreation facilities and parks across the country annually use July to celebrate the kickoff of summer programming, as well as recognize the efforts that make Las Vegas's parks and recreation stand out from the rest. And those of you that use our parks know how wonderful our parks are here in the city of Las Vegas. A little history lesson. In 1949, the Department of Parks was formed, which became the foundation for our present parks and recreation system in the city of Las Vegas. The department facilities were quite meek at the time and only consisted of Woodlawn Cemetery, municipal golf course, and the municipal swimming pool. Then in 1950, the Department of Recreation was created, and the first recreation center, the Wildcat Lair, was opened. The Wildcat Lair was originally a USO club for young airmen stationed at Nellis Air Force Base and was located on the northeast corner of 4th and Stewart on the current site of the Downtown Transportation Center. Over the past 60 years, the Department of Parks and the Department of Recreation, now Leisure Services, and Field Operations have brought memories, experiences, and enjoyment to the lives of our residents, and they continue to do so today. At this time, I would like to ask Billy Bastian, Director of Leisure Services, and Larry Hogness, Director of Field Operations, and Malcolm White, the Las Vegas Parks and Recreation Advisory Commission Chairman, to come up to the podium. Thanks for coming up here, you guys. Now, as we observe Recreation and Parks Month, we need to recognize the vital contributions of employees and volunteers throughout the city of Las Vegas and beyond who assist public parks and recreation facilities. In an effort to promote healthy lifestyles, these dedicated supporters keep public parks clean and safe for our visitors. They organize youth and adult sports teams. They provide educational programming on health, nutrition, first aid, and gardening. They advocate for more open space and better trails. They work with the local and national artists and performers to bring our citizens a little bit of culture. They keep our aging population young and fit with many activities specifically designed for our senior citizens. They provide a vast array of programs for our developmental and physically disabled population, and they do so much more than that. Remember, spending a day at the park is not only great for your wallet, it's great for your health. So get outside, pack a picnic, play on the playground, compete in a sport you enjoy, and love the sunshine that we have here in the city of Las Vegas. I would like to thank Billy Bastian, Larry Hogsness, and their staff for their continued work and dedication to the parks in the city of Las Vegas. Thank you both so very much. And now, Malcolm, I'd like you to share a few words with us, if you would.
Thank you. First of all, I want to thank the Department of Leisure Services and Las Vegas for all of their efforts. It's truly a pleasure working with all of the staff at the Las Vegas Leisure Services, and they do a phenomenal job working with us, the public, working with us, the volunteers. I also want to thank the leadership of Las Vegas for providing an opportunity for volunteers like myself to work with them in helping to refine and actually improve the services offered by our fine city, because we are the best city in the world. And I also want to thank Commissioner Steve Wolfson, and whom I represent, because when we look at recreation, we look at the Latin root of it, it's recreation. And right now, during these hard economic times, what better efforts can we, or what better resources can we give to help people recreate themselves, but an opportunity to enjoy their own health. And without health and the improvement of health, there is really no wealth. So recreation is important, leisure is important, especially during these hard economic times. And I want to say thank you very much, and I appreciate all the hard work again by the City of Las Vegas.
Thank you, Malcolm. Thank you, Malcolm. Thank you all for being up here. Appreciate it. Thank you for your service to the city. And I mean that about saving your wallets. Get out there and take your kids and your grandkids and get out there in the parks. Everybody recognizes the wonderful facilities we have. Now, pardon me? You have grandkids. I have grandkids now, yeah, so I get to say that. Now, on a more serious note, we all know that when the dark clouds start to fill our skies and it rains for more than 3 minutes, we have a flash flood, or if we have flood conditions. And I'm going to speak about that in a minute, but first I'd like to invite Gail Frazier up to the stand with me. He is the General Manager of the Regional Flood Control District, and grateful to have him and his staff here with us today. Gail, good to see you. Thanks for being here. It is flash flood season, and we need to take this seriously. The official flash flood season is July through September, and it can be a very hazardous time. The Regional Flood Control District works hard to educate our residents, our old ones and our new ones, about the dangers of flash floods through the billboard and commercial campaigns that we see every year. The Flood Control District has worked steadily over the past several years to provide infrastructure to help dispel floodwaters. Currently, in southern Nevada, and these are some pretty powerful numbers, we have 82 detention basins and 515 miles of channels and underground storm drains. That's pretty significant. Over the next 20 years, we will be adding another 57 detention basins and 329 miles of conveyance. But flooding still occurs, and more than half of all flood-related deaths are the result of people attempting to drive through flooded areas, and they are avoidable. So we need to keep reminding people what to do and what not to do if they are confronted with floodwaters. Now here's a catchy phrase I've got now. Please remember, turn around and don't drown. Is that the new phrase? And now I'd like to hand it over to Gail to give us some more great information.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Ross and Mayor is on my board of directors at the Regional Flood Control District. Our mission at the district is to protect life and property from the impacts of flooding. We do that two ways. One, we keep the floods away from people, and that's our capital improvement program and the numbers you heard. But probably more importantly for this community right now is we were successful 4 years ago in planning and just sold $150 million in bonds through the Economic Stimulus Build America bonds, and that there'll be over $200 million worth of projects going out to bid here in the next 3 to 4 months, which should employ anywhere from 2,000 to 3,000 people. This is something we put in motion 4 years ago, and it's great timing for this community right now to put people to work, so we're very proud of that. And of that $200 million, almost $100 million is going to be within the city of Las Vegas up in the northwest area. So that's something to be very proud of. So that's keeping the floods away from people. What this is all about is keeping people away from floods. You heard about turn around, don't drown. The other one, because it's recreation month, is if it starts to rain, stop the game. But we have our billboard contest going on right now. You can get on our website, regionalflood.org, and enter. But it's so important for us to get that message out. We have to protect life and property. July 8th of 1999, almost 10 years ago next week, will be next week, the skies opened up, all the washers were flowing full. It was a presidential disaster declaration. There was $20 million of public damages. There was 150 swift water rescues, and 2 people lost their lives. That has happened in the past. That could happen again in the future, and that's why it's so important to get the flood safety message out. Thank you.
Thank you, Gil. Thank you very much. Thank you. Stay right here. It's important to recognize we've got a great search and rescue team with the Metropolitan Police Department, but also our own fire and rescue, heavy rescue teams are quite well trained. And yesterday we had a press conference that we held to kick this off. And I reminded people up there that you don't want to see that heavy rescue truck pull up to save you. That's the truck you don't want to see, but our guys and gals are prepared, they're well trained, and are ready to do that. So, Gail, thank you very much for all that you do for this valley entirely. We appreciate all that the Regional Flood Control does for us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay.
I forgot to mention this. If I could interrupt you, Mayor. Well, some communities don't allow billboards. In some places, we have a hard time getting billboards, so we thought it'd be appropriate to have pedestrian moving billboards. So we brought grocery bags that are recyclable that have our "Don't Drive Through Flooded Areas" message on there. So we'll leave this here for the council to give to the people in the audience, or however you want to distribute.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. All right, for our final item on the ceremonial agenda, we have something very, very special. One of our own has received a distinguished award, commendation, recognition. You'll notice that he's dressed like an Ivy Leaguer. Councilman Barlow not only has the Harvard tie on this morning, but he also has the Harvard button, and Betsy Fretwell, our city manager, is going to tell you why. Betsy?
Thanks, Mayor. I have the distinct honor this morning of presenting the graduation certificate to Councilman Ricky Barlow for completing the Senior Executive State and Local Government Program at Harvard this summer. It's about a 3-week program, and having been through it myself, it's a very intense overview of government policy and procedure and history, networking, professional and personal development. It's very intense, and I know that his staff missed him while he was gone, although they probably felt like they were on a slight vacation. This is a very great program for anyone who can go through it. It's an intense competition to get into it. You learn a lot while you're there, and the networks that you develop while you're there are invaluable. And I know the councilman and I will have many conversations about what he learned and compared notes to what I learned a couple of years ago, and I hope that he valued it as much as I did. I think he did. He told me he did. So I'll turn it over to you, Councilman, but congratulations. This is a great accomplishment.
Thank you, Betsy. Right. As a former Harvard grad, Betsy, and my new alumni, congratulations to you for going through the program, and also Mayor and Council, thank you so very much for allowing me the time off to go back to Boston to receive this certificate from Harvard. It was most definitely a great experience. I do would like to recognize my staff, Tanya Jackson-Renter, Stephen Brooks, Idalina Iturralde, for keeping my office together and keeping Ward 5 alive in my absence. And this I would like to share with the entire city of Las Vegas, all of the networks and experiences and education that I received while back at Harvard. So thank you for allowing me the time off, and thank you so very much for presenting me with my certificate from Harvard University. Thank you.
Thank you. Very good.
start in a moment. We're waiting for the Mayor Pro Tem. Will be with us momentarily. All right. Item number 9, any items from the morning session that the council, staff, and/or the applicant wish to be stricken or held in abeyance to a future meeting may be brought forward and acted upon at this time. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Your Honor. The Mayor and Council would like to pull item number 39, report and possible action on relation between the City of Las Vegas and employee organization and groups and related fiscal impacts stricken. Item 42 is temporary approval of a change of business name and change of ownership for a tavern limited license from Take One Inc., doing business at Take One Inc., to Rafael Manzanares, doing business at Gate 01 Nightclub, 707 Fremont Street. Staff's asked to strike. Item 47 is approval of a new beer wine cooler on sale license, V&H Pizza Inc., doing business at Napoli Pizzeria, 4760 West Sahara Avenue, Suite 11. Staff asked that to be held in advance until our August the 15th, or July 15th, 2009 meeting. And bills number 63 and item 63 and 64, bills number 2009-22 and 2009-23. Staff would like that to be held in advance until our July 15th, 2009 meeting. Are there any other items at this time? A correction on item 39, the mayor just informed me. The council and the mayor would like to have that item number 39 obeyed. Any other items?
To 7:15, sir?
Yes. To 7:15. Any other items? Hearing none, Your Honor, make a motion to bring these items forward and take the appropriate action, please.
All right, let's vote, please. Let's vote. Post.
I pushed the button down here.
All right, motion carried. Item number 10 is approval of the final minutes by reference of the regular City Council meeting of June 3, 2009.
Yes, Your Honor, no additions or deletions. I'll make a motion for approval of the minutes, please.
All right, let's vote, please. Post. Motion carries. Thank you. Items 11 through 34 are on the consent agenda. They're considered to be routine. They're recommended for approval by the departments and may be enacted in one motion. Are there any items that the council wishes to bring forward from the consent agenda at this time? All right, seeing none, Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes, Your Honor, make a motion to approve items 11 through 34 with all conditions, please.
All right, please vote on that. Post. Motion carries. Thank you. Item number 52 is discussion and possible action regarding award of bid number 08.15341.04 LED Las Vegas Museum Phase 3 rehabilitation for the Las Vegas Museum of Organized Crime and Law Enforcement located at 300 Stewart Avenue and the construction conflicts and contingency reserve set by Finance and Business Services. An award recommended to APCO Construction. This item is being heard at this portion of the agenda pursuant to our understanding from our last meeting. I have a conflict based on the fact that I own a certain piece of property with some of the principals involved with APCO, and therefore I've been advised that I have to abstain, which I now do, and I'll turn it over to the Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Your Honor. We'll get started here with Mayor read it into the record. City Attorney Jervik, please.
Thank you. Before we go any further, Councilwoman, I believe that you abstained the last time around too, just on a general statement that
because I did not feel I could be objective.
Very good. I wanted to start with that just so that we all understand the rules for this morning. Normally when we have 7 people and 2 people have recused, you get opinion letters from the city attorney in advance. It reduces the size of the governing body to 5, and 3 out of 5 would carry the day on a vote. In this particular case, because one of the abstentions is not based on NRS 281A, there's no opinion letter, and therefore the size of the governing body is 6, and 4 are required to carry the day on the vote on this. Having said that, at the last council meeting, as you heard, the staff, when we opened the bids this time around for the museum, APCO was the low bidder. There was a protest filed, which I would like to give copies of at this point in time to all of you. I'm going to keep one for myself.
Bev, keep one for the record, please. Thank you.
I'm also going to hand out to everyone staff's response to that bid protest. Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, one of the things I'm going to ask you and the council to determine before going forward this morning's hearing as to what the scope of the information is going to be. Let me read to you verbatim the Nevada Revised Statute. 338.142 governs protests to bids before public bodies. In this case, it says a person who files or who bids on a contract may file a notice of protest regarding awarding of the contract with the authorized representative by the public body within 5 business days after the date the bids were opened by the public body or its authorized representative. It goes on to say, number 2, the notice of protest must include a written statement setting forth with specificity the reasons the person filing the notice believes the application provisions of the law were violated. It then goes on to talk about how you post a bond or how the government can require a bond and how everything is stayed. You can't award the contract until after the governing body resolves the bid protest. That's why you're here today, is the bid cannot be awarded until you resolve the protest. I was asked by Councilman Wilson before the meeting, and it came up at the last meeting, once you file a protest, are you limited to what's in that protest? And I think that's a seminal question this morning. I think when you read the NRS, there aren't blunt words that say you're limited to the words of your original protest and nothing more. But I think when you read Part 1 and Part 2 together, you have 5 days to file a protest. In this particular case, the protest was filed by Flagship. It was within 5 days. It met those requirements. But it says you have to list with specificity what your complaint is. I think that means that when you file that letter, you don't get to say, we protest, we think we're the low bidder and not them. You've got to tell us why you think it, why you think they're not qualified, why you think they're the low bidder. I don't think you get to keep coming in and taking another bite at the apple, and including ad hoc reasons that are come up at council meetings. So I think this morning you're limited to the letter that's dated February 12th, 2009, and staff's response dated May 29, 2009, which addressed the original protest. The original protest, as you can see, raised 3 reasons that the second low bidder believed that APCO is not qualified or should not receive the bid in this case. All of those reasons are addressed by staff. I can go through them in detail if you want to, but I think they were pretty well hashed out at the last council meeting. I'll be glad to address them if you see fit.
Mr. Derby, please. I would like to have the listening audience and those in attendance today brought up to speed. Councilman Barlow wasn't here at our last meeting, but he has since been briefed on this a couple of times, and he is up to speed today. Also, for Councilman Barlow's information, I know it is in his ward, but we have asked. I have asked Councilman Wilson to be ever so cognizant, and he's going to be making the recommendation for us today to follow.
Okay, and just for the record, I did on Monday as well as last night go back and online listen to all of the public comment from the council via the internet and had an opportunity to really dissect all of the information that was brought forward on the previous council meeting. So I am fully aware of what the discussions were in my absence, and I am fully prepared to move forward with a recommendation today as well.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Gerbert.
Very good. I would like to have you address a similar question. If we're limited to the first letter of protest that was filed by Flagship and the city's response, I've submitted both of those on the record now, and I'm prepared to answer any questions you have. If you want to go beyond that, let me know, and we can go beyond that too.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Councilman Wilson, any comments?
No questions. No questions or comments.
Thank you. I think it's relevant that we have Mr. Ferrario present shortly some of his rebuttal and stuff. and then we'll hear from APCO's attorney. Mr. Ferrario.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Reese. Mark Ferrario, here on behalf of Flagship and with the law firm of Greenberg Traurig.
We have received your letter, by the way, and we have addressed some of those concerns individually.
I thought we were past the issue that Mr. Jervik raised, and I thought we passed that at the last hearing because we did consider things that were in addition to what was contained in the original protest. And I appreciate the candor of Mr. Jervik in telling the council that it certainly is not black and white in the statutes as to what you can consider in a bid protest. And I think what you have to do is step back and look at what the overall purpose of these bid statutes are, and we addressed that in our paper that we sent to you yesterday.
If I could, I don't mean to interrupt Mr. Ferrario, and I do want to show him something. I do want to read it to the council, too. This is a resolution that this council adopted in 1989, and it's a resolution adopting procedures for the protest of awards of contracts.
You need to speak in the microphone, please.
I'm sorry. I was trying to Mr. Ferrario at the same time. This is a procedure adopted by the council for resolving bid protests. The very last paragraph of attachment A to this says, the protester shall provide such additional information requested by the city which it deems pertinent to the consideration of the protest. The written protest shall identify all of the issues and arguments which support the protester's claim that the award of the contract should not be made as proposed by the city, and any and all subsequent appeals of the decision rendered upon the protest shall be limited solely to the issues and arguments set forth therein, and shall not include any new or additional issues or arguments. That's a policy adopted by the City Council in a resolution in 1989. So it's that statute and this resolution that causes me to recommend that you're limited to the three. With that, I apologize to Mr. Ferrario for the interruption, and we'll let him continue.
Well, actually, that's an interesting interpretation because that would mean if the city staff doesn't ask a question, you can't expand on it. But I would submit that we've also crossed that threshold because at the last meeting, this council asked questions that we addressed. We put in additional information. This council wanted us to address those additional items, and that's what got us here today. So I think we've actually satisfied that criteria because this council had valid concerns about what we believe is a flawed bid process. And so to again go back to where Mr. Jervik started, I don't think on this record you are in any way limited to the three things that we could find within the 5 days after the award of this bid to APCO. And the reason I say that is we would never have known that the city failed to fulfill its duties under Chapter 338 until the process unfolded. Now, Mr. Jervik was very candid with you, and he said there isn't anything black and white in the statutes that limit us to three issues. Okay? But there is something that's black and white in the statutes. And it says the city shall do certain things in regard to considering a bid. And in this case, the city did not fulfill its duties under Chapter 338 because you heard from staff and Mr. Jervik that it is their opinion that they cannot consider the ongoing dispute with APCO in its evaluation of APCO's bid. We didn't learn that until the process unfolded. There would be no way for us to know that until we had the dialogue with the city. So the statute 338, which we addressed in the paper that we gave to you yesterday, mandates that you consider whether APCO breached any contract with a public agency during the time you're evaluating whether APCO is a responsive and responsible bidder. The city didn't do that. So this process has been flawed from the start based upon what we believe was an erroneous position adopted by the city attorney's office vis-a-vis how you would deal with ongoing disputes involving APCO. We would not have known that but for the dialogue we had at the last meeting. So I disagree with Mr. Jervik that we're limited to three things that we could find in the 5 days we had to file the protest. Those three things impacted other areas, and as we did more investigation, we brought those to the attention of this council. One of the things that has still yet to be addressed in even the filing by APCO in anticipation of this meeting was the City of North Las Vegas Library project, where APCO, according to the minutes from that body, were found to be in violation of that public contract and assessed liquidated damages. So I really, as you step back, and I think if you look at the paper that we presented, the purpose of these statutes is to get a responsive and responsible bidder. I am struggling with the position taken by the city attorney's office and staff to limit your analysis of all relevant factors. That, to me, is contrary to the obligation imposed upon a public body by NRS 338, and I don't understand why we're trying to limit the analysis here when we have brought forth things that should be of real concern to this body before you award a contract to APCO, who you're in litigation with, and you have contended breached a contract, and you have spent close to probably more than $800,000 asserting that claim. To say that you can't look at that situation turns this process on its head and violates NRS 338. Also,
I got to interrupt just a second. I also have a little bit of a problem. According to staff, I mean, you guys are fighting the bid process. You're protesting this this application, and from what I've been told, that you're in third position, that you're classified as a non-responsive bidder, and I just can't understand why you're putting such time and effort into fighting this award bid.
I appreciate that question, Mayor Pro Tem Reese, and I think we have to look at this as a process. The process that we're in right now is APCO is awarded the bid. I don't know if I think we're number 2 based upon my dialogue with Ms. Rainey. In fact, I don't really. I can go into that if you'd like. At one point,
I'm going to ask Ms. Rainey if I could. Ms. Rainey, where in fact is?
They are the apparent second low bidder. However, they're non-responsive. They're not a responsible bidder because neither Flagship or their superintendent are qualified.
Well, we haven't got to that point yet because I haven't had a chance to address the concerns of city staff on that. What we have is bits and pieces of information from them which we believe we can refute. We don't think that the information they got regarding the qualification of our superintendent was accurate. And one thing I'm pretty sure I can demonstrate is the city has not done the type of investigation it did on our application that it did on APCO's application regarding certain subcontractors. But procedurally, Mayor Pro Tem, we're not there yet. Because if we're into second place, okay, and you disqualify APCO, then they're going to have to render an opinion on our application. I'll have a chance at that point in time to address any issues formally, okay, as opposed to informally that staff may have. I think I know what they're talking about. It goes to the qualifications of our superintendent. From the bits and pieces of information that we got, I think I can refute those.
Well, but see, where you're headed us is we've already been through all this stuff.
Yeah, you're correct.
And so I feel quite comfortable in Councilman Barlow being brought up to snuff where we're at and why. And I would like to cut through all that and get right to the nuts and bolts.
I'm just saying procedurally, I don't think we're there. They haven't. If you say today you can't award to APCO, then they're going to have to tell us whether we're the second bidder, and if we're not, they're going to have to tell us why, and we'll be able to address that in the normal course.
The point I'm trying to get to is we've already got to the conclusion that where we need to be. I mean, as far as everything we went through at the last meeting, and we realize that we received your information. So if you have any additional stuff you want to put on the record today, feel free to do that at this time.
And I appreciate that opportunity. The one final thing that I would say, or a couple points I want to make. When we left the last hearing, Councilman Wolfson, I think, was spot on in his request of Mr. Jervik to analyze 338, and in particular the subsections we were talking about, which I just referenced, which mandate that the city take a look at certain things. Mr. Jervik comes back today and says, well, really what we should do is kind of focus on only those 3 things. He still hasn't answered Councilman Wolfson's question, in my opinion. I think we've answered that.
I will allow Councilman Wolfson plenty of opportunity to redirect or ask you questions.
I believe we answered that in the pleading, or not in the, excuse me, it's the trial lawyer coming out of me, in the document that we provided to you. Beyond that, I think we addressed the flaws in APCO's bid at the last hearing. And I would just point out in the submittal by APCO, they do not address the North Las Vegas library situation. They do not address the fact that Cogent, the sub that was really the subject of much discussion, at least as of the last hearing, was in a revocation status with its license at the Contractors Board. And so I think when you step back, if you look at it and you compare this to the first process where staff said, well, there was an ambiguity in the bid documents, certainly, and we disagreed with that when we were the first in line for the bid, there's certainly an ambiguity and a flawed process this time around. So if it was appropriate to rebid because of the ambiguity the first time around, then it's appropriate this time to rebid. The one thing I know that on this record, in light of NRS 338 and the invitation to bid rules, this contract should not go to APCO, given the fact that staff and this council have not considered fully APCO's history and performance, and in particular history and performance on public works projects. With that, I think that the council should deny the award to APCO.
Thank you.
Thank
Are there
you.
any questions, Mr. Ferrario? Mr. Mulberry, we'll be glad to hear from you.
Thank you. Excuse me. Thank you. I will be brief. I would follow City Attorney Brad Jervig's recommendation. Stay within the four corners of the bid protest. Staff has vetted those three concerns, found them that not be with merit. The issue that was raised at the last hearing pertaining to the tennis court project was fully vetted by this council in December 7th, 2005. If we're going to go outside of the record, I would like to supplant the record with the transcript of that hearing, which I've given a copy to Mr. Jervig. However, I would strongly recommend that you stay within the four corners of the bid protest and staff's response. And I'll reiterate, staff fully vetted those three concerns, found them to be...
We need your name for the record, please.
Oh, I'm sorry. John Mowbray, formerly of 15th Street, back in the 50s, currently 300 South 4th Street, still downtown, still within the city of Las Vegas. But I would strongly urge the council to stay within the four corners of the protest and the response from the city. The city has recommended that APCO be considered the lowest responsive bidder. And there is a differential here. This wasn't mentioned. We're talking about a differential between the two bids of over $1,140,000. And we used to say, representing Mr. Hughes, that's a big hunk of change. So, nothing further. Thank you. Any questions?
Any questions? Hearing none. Mr. Jervig, anything else you'd like to add?
I do. I made an error earlier when I said that the resolution was adopted in 1989.
You made an error? Put that on the record.
Yeah. Believe me, we probably have a long checklist you can put this on it. It's Resolution 89-2004. It was adopted in 2004, not 1989, the resolution that sets forth the procedures for protesting bids. I would like to say, just so it is in the record because it was stated by Mr. Ferrario, that one Cogent Electric, which is a subcontractor named by APCO, the original protest by Mr. Ferrario and his client was that they were unable to get a bond. The new protest is that they have a suspended license. The fact is they do have a suspended license. The code understands that, it anticipates it, the state law does, and APCO is allowed to substitute a new electrical subcontractor under law, provided that the total bid amount that they submitted to the city is not exceeded. And so that addresses that issue. Again, with respect to APCO's performance, and I find myself in a very awkward position here because it's not $800,000 that Mr. Ferrario said. It's $2.7 million we've spent defending the tennis court litigation. That's arbitration. It's been going on for over a couple of years. It's odd to be in a position to have fought so hard to defend the city's position in that case, and yet be here today recommending that very same person that we're in arbitration with as the low bidder for this particular project. But the fact of the matter is, this is not the first project APCO has done for the city since the tennis court dispute. They were awarded the contract for a portion of the Centennial Hills project. They performed well on that. They were awarded a contract for work at the wastewater treatment plant. Because of their performance, they actually earned a bonus on that particular project. With that particular record in mind, I don't believe there is sufficient evidence in the record to show that they're not responsive and responsible for purposes of this project. And so with that, we recommend APCO be awarded the project as the lowest responsive and responsible bidder.
Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem. I'm sorry, Councilman.
Councilman Anthony.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Obviously, there's a conflict in the bidding process here, and we could probably talk about this forever, but I'm going to be voting no on this particular agenda item for a different reason. I don't believe we should be spending $11.5 million on a museum right now. These are very risky times, uncertain times. Budgets are tight, revenue's not coming in, and it's my belief that we should put this project on hold until the economy turns around. And at that time, we can start working on a museum. So I just don't think we need to be spending the money at this time. So I'm going to be voting no on that for that particular reason. It has nothing to do with the bid process.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem. Just a moment. Mr. Adams, could you explain to us where the money's coming from for this project?
Thank you. Scott Adams, Chief Urban Redevelopment Officer. The funding for this particular award of contract is coming from a combination of redevelopment agency funds and the interfund loan that you recently approved, which is supported with redevelopment agency money. So one could construe that both sources of funding that support this contract are coming from the redevelopment agency and not the general fund.
And that money that is coming from the redevelopment agency, what is it in place to provide for the citizens of Las Vegas?
Well, under statute, redevelopment agency dollars are required to be spent within the redevelopment area for the furtherance of the objectives of the redevelopment plan. And as you know, this project has been an integral part of our overall redevelopment strategy within the downtown area. So one could clearly say that the implementation of the completion of this museum is consistent with the redevelopment objectives of the redevelopment plan.
But there is no money coming from the general fund.
That's correct.
Thank you. Councilman Wilson?
Mr. Jurbic, may I see two documents, please? The first one is the ITB, Instruction to Bidders documents. The second one is the resolution that you've referred to. One of the things about this process is that we as arbiters and findings of fact up here get documents late, and we're informed about things minutes or seconds before we have to push a button to cast a very important vote. This is probably something that, I don't want to delay this. I want to go forward today. I think that we've beat this horse enough. But perhaps the council, each one of us, should be provided with a copy of this resolution. What's this?
That's the ITB.
Okay. Is this resolution a public document which is available to anybody at anybody's
adopted by
request?
this council in an open meeting.
Okay.
Excuse me, Councilman Wilson, that resolution is included in our bid packages, every one of our bid packages.
Our role today is pretty limited, is to determine whether or not this protest should be honored or not, and or whether or not we should award this bid to APCO. Is that right?
That is correct.
Whether or not we are in favor of paying for a mob museum or not is really outside our decision today. Would you say that's true?
Let me phrase it slightly differently. It's always within the discretion of this council as to whether or not you want to award bids. It's always within your discretion to not award a bid. It could be any project, including this project. If you decided that it was wrong timing, or you didn't like it anymore, or there was a change in priority, you always have that option of rejecting all bids.
Okay. What we are to decide today is whether or not APCO is a responsive and responsible bidder. And there's a process that allows a protest, and that protest was filed by Mr. Ferrario on behalf of his client, and that protest is in the form of a letter dated February 12th, 2009. And that is part of the process. This is the method by which somebody files a protest. Is that right, Mr. Jurbic?
That's correct.
They send a letter, and they basically say that these are the reasons why we're protesting a particular bid. And in this case, Mr. Ferrario, on behalf of his client, Flagship, noted 3 reasons why they were protesting a bid. this goes to our city staffers, and Ms. Rainey, I believe you reviewed that protest, and you investigated it, and you responded to it. And you responded to it in the form of a responsive letter dated May 29th, 2009. Am I correct?
That's correct.
So what we did was we received a protest in writing from a protester. We investigated the claims or the reasons for the protest, and we responded to it. We then come up for a hearing 2 weeks ago. And the question then becomes, should we consider other information? I think reasonable people would agree that we have to draw the line somewhere. I mean, theoretically, you could bring something up today, Mr. Ferrario. Well, what about APCO this? What about APCO that? I mean, where do we draw the line on what we should consider? Now, the trouble I'm having is that some of the documentation, whether it's in the IBT or what have you, has very broad language. Language like we can consider any information, we can consider this and we can consider that. Now, Mr. Jerbick's advice is that we should restrict ourselves to the 3 claims of protest as contained in Mr. Ferrario's letter. And I agree with that, because I think we have to draw the line somewhere. But the bid documentation is troublesome for me. And I think that Councilman Ross, is he here or is he gone?
He's back in the back.
Okay, he's listening in the back, said something at our last meeting about we have to tighten these documents up. I believe that too. One could argue that the IBT documents say and require all bidders provide certain information. Have you ever been in breach of any contract? That's broad language. Rational people would acknowledge the fact that APCO is in serious litigation with the city of Las Vegas, and I would think that one of the claims is that they're in breach of contract. So on the one hand, I could say, in my opinion, that APCO did not comply with the bidding documents, because I think one could argue, and this is what Mr. Ferrario is arguing, that they didn't comply with the ITB documentation by not being responsive to these questions. But I think what we have to do is make a ruling based upon what we have in front of us today. And these ITB, instruction to bidder documents, are available to everybody. Everybody's on the same playing field. We've had a very, very open process. I think we've given more time and attention to this particular protest than any other protest since I've been on the council. And I think we've vetted it as much as you can. We've had an open debate. We've had an open discussion. But what I'm going to do is I'm only going to consider in my motion, which I'm about to make, the 3 claims of protest as contained in Mr. Ferrario's letter. I don't think we should go outside of it, because we do have to draw the line somewhere. Mr. Ferrario claimed 3 things. The city investigated those 3 claims and responded back. And the staff's recommendation is to award this contract to APCO. Isn't that right, Ms. Rainey?
That's correct.
Okay. You've investigated the claims as contained in Mr. Ferrario's protest. You have found them to not be of enough merit to recommend approving the protest. In fact, you found them to be without merit, and your recommendation is still to award this bid to APCO. Is that right?
Correct.
What I would submit is that in the future we need to do a review of this process, because I don't think the process is real clean. I think that there are areas or room for improvement. One of the things I'd like to see is, Mr. Ferrario, you delivered this follow-up letter to us. I got it yesterday. I want our city attorney to get this. I want a process put in place where our city attorney is informed of this, and you were CC'd on this letter, Mr. Jerbick, but you have to be given a sufficient amount of time to respond to this, so that the 7 of us, or in this case, the 5 of us today, have enough information, have enough advice from our city attorney to make the proper vote. But that's for the future. What we do for improvement, what we do to make this process better is for the future. Today's decision is based upon the rules that are in place today and the process that we've been involved with to date. I think that although we can criticize the process, although we can say that there's room for improvement, it is what it is, and we have to make decisions based upon the information that we have today. So my motion is based upon, sir. Okay. Well, Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes.
Yes.
Mr. Morrow?
Thank you, Councilman. I have a question prior to your motion. Ms. Rainey, looking at the February 12, 2009 letter that was submitted by Mr. Ferrario and the response of May 29th, what was the nature of the response being in May versus sooner? Can you explain that, please?
Definitely. The statute requires that the protests come in within 5 days of the bid opening. We had not even commenced the bid evaluation at the time we received, and typically this is true. When the bid evaluation begins, we're still waiting for all of the bid submission documents to come in, and this was a very, very complicated bid evaluation process. Required an enormous amount of due diligence on the part of the Public Works organization to investigate the projects and the specialty contractors. It's not a typical project with the historic preservation portions that we had to investigate, and it took a great deal of time. And
so are you saying that the bid process had not been closed prior to you receiving the February 12th?
No, the bid evaluation process that takes place after receipt of the bids. So the bids come in, and by statute, the 1% subcontractor listings are due within 2 hours, and then informational submittals are typically due within 24 hours, and then our bid evaluation due diligence commences. And that evaluation took quite a bit of time to check references, to validate that the subcontractors, the specialty subcontractors met the Secretary of Interior standards, that the superintendents, we had to collect affidavits on the superintendent to make sure that we vetted out completely that the superintendent was qualified. It did take quite a bit of time.
Okay, I guess where I'm confused then, then how would the applicant know that that they weren't in the running for the bid, if that were the case, and to draw this letter? Or am I missing something in the process?
Because they did a public information request immediately after the bid opening to get the ABCO bid. That's very typical. In today's environment, that's very typical. The same day or next day after a bid opening, the second and third low bidders will do a public information request of the low bidders' bid documents, and then they will begin their own bid evaluation of the low bidder.
So it sounds like to me then that's somewhat of a I don't want to use the term loophole, but it kind of skews things for the city, for example, in the sense of trying to get all of our due diligence completed and arguments coming forward prior to the city or any entity that has a bid process have an opportunity to vet all of the information that has been brought in. Does that make
It's what the law provides.
Wow.
They have 5 days, and so in order for them to meet that 5-day period, they have to get a copy of the low bid, and that's what they do. So we
Right.
haven't even had a chance to begin our own process
before the
they
arguments begin?
Correct.
Brad?
If I could, Councilman, I seeing the point that you made, there are all sorts of bids on all sorts of projects. Some are very simple. They're very simple responses that people submit. Some are very, very complex projects. But Ms. Rainey is exactly correct. NRS says 5 business days. And when the legislatures adopted that provision, they knew that that gives you very short time, if it's a big project or a little project, as a protester to go through it and raise the issues. And so that's what we're stuck with. This council again, took that language in the NRS and refined it in the 2004 resolution and said, let us know once, let us know at all, and we'll rule on it. That's what we're here for today, is for you to make that ultimate ruling as required by state law.
Right. Thank you. Councilman?
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. And I think that's the reason why I'm about to make the motion that I am, is because that's the law. And we've followed the law. The protester filed their protest within 5 days. The city responded. They did their investigation. And within the parameters with which we're given, we have to make our decision. So my motion is to find that APCO is a responsive and responsible bidder and to award this bid to APCO.
Thank you. You've heard the motion. I am going to make a comment before I vote. Following up on Councilman Wolfson's declarations about the process itself. In these trying times we're going through, we know and we understand that we are going to be putting projects out for bid, and because of shortage of work, we are going to be put under a microfilm or microscope, and we're going to be analyzed on every bid that we let out. So we have to do those things. I've said one time, a long time ago, and I've said it again at the last meeting. I'm going to mention it one more time. When we have the pre-bid meetings, okay, we don't leave that room until every question has been asked. And once they leave, then if they make a mistake they're excused. Their bid's thrown out. We have to stick to that. We have to tighten it up. And I am going to support the councilman's motion, because I think to further our redevelopment of downtown, we have to have projects like this, and that's why we instituted the redevelopment agency years ago. And if we don't support them, then we're not doing the job we're assigned to do. So you've heard the motion. Cast your vote, please. Please post. Motion carries.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
If you don't mind, Mr. Ferrario, I read everything you submitted to us. I read your letter that was hand-delivered yesterday. I think you make some valid points, and that's why I made the comments about some changes for the future.
And I appreciate that, Councilman Wolfson, and I just, maybe to complete the record here, because this may end up going to court. You asked if there was a Supreme Court case that spoke to this, and we provided that to you, and I would just commend that it's in the record. And the only other point I would make is you've both talked about the process. It wasn't until we got the May 29th letter that we actually knew that the city didn't complete the process as identified in NRS 338, because it was in that letter they told us they weren't going to consider the pending litigation. So there would have been no way for us to address that back in February. So from my perspective, if you're going to give integrity to the process, you have to give integrity to the whole process. And I appreciate your comments, and certainly people can read what Mr. Jerbick provided you and come to contrary conclusions, but thank you for the consideration.
Item 35 is a public hearing to consider the report of expenses to recover costs for abatement of dangerous building demolition located at 1200 South Maryland Parkway in the amount of $18,909.35 and assess a maximum of $84,850 in daily civil penalties. The property owner is Guadalupe Barbosa Dio Camora, and this is in Ward 3. Mr. Smith. It's a public hearing, folks, which I now declare open.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. Devin Smith, Manager of Neighborhood Response. The purpose and background is that the condition of the property was a public hazard and an attractive nuisance. The Department of Neighborhood Services declared the property in violation and started legal notification. When no corrective action was taken nor an appeal filed, the Department of Neighborhood Services hired WA Construction, LLC to demolish the structure in compliance with Clark County health regulations, remove refuse waste, impose no trespassing, no dumping, no vehicle signs on site. On September 9, 2008, an asbestos survey was conducted by GCA Environmental. To date, there have been 6 inspections conducted at this location. The value of the property based on the sale date of January 2002 was $150,000. The recommendation is that the City Council approve the report of expenses to include $17,949 invoice for WA Construction LLC services, an $800 invoice for GCA Environmental for an asbestos survey, in addition to other fees for a total of $18,909.35 and consider assessing a maximum of $84,850 in daily civil penalties. And Your Honor, if I may, just for the record, this is another case that the property owner has been working with us throughout the whole process. They are currently making $1,000 a month payments to the city of Las Vegas to pay off that $18,000 lien that would be placed against the property.
All right, thank you for that information. Any questions of Mr. Smith? All right, sir, did you want to be heard? You'd be kind enough to come up and give us your name, please.
Mr. Okamura, I'm the husband of the owner of the property, and I want to say I sent a letter to Mr. Devin, telling him that we didn't have any information or notification of those civil penalties, and all of a sudden we were paying, monthly the first charges of the demolition, and now it is kind of surprising that the debt was $18,000 raised to more than $100,000.
Yeah, Mr. Smith, that's a matter of some concern. If, in fact, you worked out an agreement with the gentleman or his wife to accept the $1,000 a month towards the $18,000 which the city expended, I understand, but I'm wondering why we're even here today. Once we have an agreement with the property owner that he is trying to do the best he can to pay off the lien, or which not even a lien, to pay off the rehabilitation bill that the city expended. Well, why is he even here? Why is this on our agenda?
Because our processes call for it, because this is taxpayers' money to insure our monies. That would be at your discretion if we didn't want to place
in other
the
words,
lien.
you want to assure that the $18,000 is going to be paid, so you're
Correct.
asking for us to put a lien on the property.
Correct.
That's basically why you're here today,
Yes.
correct? Okay.
I have, my office has been in contact with the representative. They are paying $1,000 a month, and I'm going to accept that. What is the total as of we speak right now? How many paying $1,000 payments have they made?
If I'm not mistaken, total paid as of date is $4,120, which leaves a total unpaid of $17,909.35.
My recommendation, my motion would be to put the lien for that amount and have it on record that they are going to pay this as $1,000 a month, and we will not access any penalties beyond what is now owed.
Very
That's
good.
my motion.
Thank you. Let's vote on that, please.
Thank you.
Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. All right. Item 36 is a public hearing to consider the reported expenses to recover costs for abatement of vacant or abandoned dangerous building located at 1312 North 21st Street in the amount of $4,501.50 and assess a maximum of $53,050 in daily civil penalties. The property owner is American Home Mortgage Service, Inc., and this is in Ward 3. It's a public hearing, which I now declare open. Mr. Smith.
Again, Mayor and Council, Devin Smith, Manager of Neighborhood Response. The purpose and background is the condition of the property was a public hazard and an attractive nuisance. The Department of Neighborhood Services declared the property in violation and started legal notification. When no corrective action was taken nor appeal filed, the Department of Neighborhood Services hired Weaver Construction Incorporated to board all openings to City of Las Vegas specifications, remove trash debris, high vegetation to include dead trees and bushes, and remove graffiti. To date, there have been 7 inspections conducted at this location. The value of the property based on the sale date of December 2008 was $187,000. The recommendation is that the City Council approve the report of expenses to include $1,850 for work completed by Weaver Construction, Inc., in addition to all other fees assessed for a total of $4,501.50, and consider assessing a maximum of $53,050 in daily civil penalties.
Thank you. Any questions of Mr. Smith? Did you want to be heard, sir?
Yes.
Please come up. Tell us your name, who you represent.
Cameron Zan, represent
American Home Mortgage. I work with Prudential Americana Group. Just want to say on behalf of the bank has asked me to come here today and say they do agree to pay the $4,500. However, they do not want to be charged the $53,050 for daily civil penalties, as this property is in escrow and it's set to close in 2 weeks. A preservation company has been notified, and they're in the process of making all necessary repairs to the property to bring it up to code.
Okay, Your Honor, if I could.
Yes.
What happens if we go back out in 3 weeks, nothing's done to the property?
Well, they're going to do everything they need to do to the property. They have a company called Field Asset Services that is designed to make sure all the properties meet all homeowner association standards as well as city and county standards as well.
Okay.
So they're notified, and then if not, then
my motion is going to be to follow staff's recommendation for the $4,501.50. But I would ask staff to go out 30 days from this meeting, and if nothing has been done to that property to clean it up, then we're going to have them back in, and we're going to assess the $53,000 penalty.
All right, that's the motion. Let's vote on that, please. Post. Motion carries. Thank you. Item 37 is a public hearing to consider the report of expenses to recover costs for abatement of dangerous building demolition located at 304 Jackson Avenue in the amount of $16,714.60 and assess a maximum of $74,050 in daily civil penalties. The property owner is Linden Properties, Inc., care of Orange Coast Mortgage, and this is in Ward 5. Mr. Smith.
Again, Mayor and Council, Devin Smith, Manager of Neighborhood Response. The purpose and background is that the condition of the property was a public hazard and an attractive nuisance. The Department of Neighborhood Services declared the property in violation and started legal notification. When no corrective action was taken nor an appeal filed, the Department of Neighborhood Services hired WA Construction, LLC, to demolish the structure in compliance with Clark County health regulations, remove refuse, waste, and post no trespassing, no dumping, no vehicle signs. On October 10, 2008, the Rapid Response Team conducted an emergency boarding, and on October 13, 2008, an asbestos survey was conducted by CAMAir. To date, there have been 6 inspections conducted at this location. The value of the property based on the sale date of December 2008 was $94,069. The recommendation is that the City Council approve the report of expenses to include $12,549 invoice for WA Construction, LLC services, a $285 invoice for the Rapid Response Team emergency boarding, an $850 invoice for CAMAir asbestos survey, in addition to other fees assessed for a total of $16,714.60, and consider assessing a maximum of $74,050 in daily civil penalties.
Right, any questions, Mr. Smith? Folks, is the property owner here? Linden Properties, Inc., care of Orange County Mortgage. All right, it's a public hearing if anyone would like to be heard. Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing. Councilman Barlow.
Thank you, Mayor. Mayor and Council, with an effort to continue the Clean Ward 5 campaign that I established in 2007, and that is to clear Ward 5 of all trash, glass, and debris, and to make sure that all businesses are operating effectively in those structures that are non-habitable are removed or at least redeveloped by the property owner. I do all that I can to work with those property owners in respect to getting them up to par, and when they're non-responsive, the city has to take measures into its own hand to make sure that the safety and security and the public blight is erased from our communities in which we live. So for that, my motion at this time will be to move to follow staff's recommendation for the refund of the penalties incurred by the City of Las Vegas in the amount of $16,714.60 be returned to the general fund, in addition to the $74,050 daily civil penalty cost. That would be my motion at this time.
Thank you very much. Let's vote, please. Post. Don't leave. Post, please. Motion carries. It's a rarity that I get our city manager and Mr. Smith together at the same time. So I'm going to give you a little direction on this one. And I would like people to hear what I'm about to ask, because it's going to raise some eyebrows perhaps. But, you know, as Councilman Barlow says, he's got, what do you call it, your clean neighborhood?
It's called the Clean Ward 5 campaign.
Okay, well, I want a clean city campaign, and a clean city campaign around City Hall,
And there are two conditions that are existing today that I want to see enforcement action taken against. We've been very, very patient. The lady, the Gold Spike, the Lady Luck is a disaster. It sits there like a carcass, rotting across the street from City Hall, and I'm sick and tired of it. I'm sick and tired of looking out my window and seeing that structure there. So I want you to take enforcement action on that, and I want you to go after the county on the county courthouse. They've let that building deteriorate. The property around it is a blight, and we can't tolerate that in the city. So that's your new assignment, and Ms. Fretwell is going to help you with it.
All right, thank you very much.
Mayor Goodman, Mayor Goodman.
Yes.
Before you leave, Mr. Smith,
Yes, sir.
yesterday at our briefings, we all received a printout. I think it went back 3 or 4 years of the monies that have been recovered as a result of placing these liens on properties, both for the recovery of the cost of abatement as well as the civil penalties which we've imposed. Now, you weren't at my briefing yesterday, I don't think. But I was very, very impressed with how much money we've actually recovered. And not only the cost, we impose these $3,000, $4,000, $5,000, $6,000 liens for the demolition and everything else that we need to do to clean up the properties. But we have recovered thousands and thousands of dollars, $10,000, $20,000, from a lot of these properties throughout the city, not just in a particular ward. And I'm glad I asked for that information because it was pretty telling. And I want to congratulate you and commend you because you're kind of like a silent warrior, if you will. But by bringing these things to us and by this council imposing these penalties, we're getting the attention of people. And then we talked about more work being needed because what we really want is we want people in the homes. We want the homes to be clean and habitable. And we want to try and condition or pass some new rules so that the banks don't necessarily let these things go into foreclosure and then let them sit. So my compliments to your hard work, Mr. Smith.
Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. We're going to trail item number 38. Councilwoman Tarkanian should be back for the morning session. And we'll go to item number 40. Discussion and possible action regarding an interlocal agreement between the City of Las Vegas and the Regional Transportation Commission for the operation and maintenance of the Downtown Transportation Center located at 300 North Casino Boulevard, and this is in Ward 5.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, member of the council, Larry Howdens, Director of Field Operations. With this agreement, we are, in essence, transferring the operation and maintenance solely to the RTC for the next year. As you're aware, they're going to be building a new intermodal station in the downtown area. One of the effects of this, though, is that we will terminate our city ride system that operates in the downtown area. As part of our fundamental service review, we've been looking at a lot of our operations. What we found in this particular one, we've had declining ridership over the last 5 years. We've actually lost, we had a decline of 42% in our ridership. We've had a decline in revenue. There were some revenue generating functions there that have disappeared for a variety of reasons, and our costs continue to escalate. This last year, we will have contributed about $1.2 million of general fund money to the operation of the bus system and the DTC. In addition, the RTC has contributed over $600,000 to the operation. We project that if we do not do something, we will be looking at spending in excess of $2 million to operate the system, in addition to some capital cost of around $3 million in the near future. I'd like to acknowledge the efforts of the RTC for working with us on this agreement. Jerry Walker did an outstanding job in negotiating for the city. I'd be happy to answer any questions if you have any.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions, Mr. Hogsness? All right, thank you for the report. May I have a motion accepting the report, please?
So moved, Your Honor.
Okay, it's actually Councilman Barlow's ward.
So move, Your Honor.
All right. Okay, can you do it together, please? No, let's vote. Opposed?
paying attention.
Motion carries. Thank you. Okay, 41 is discussion and possible action regarding temporary approval of a new liquor caterer license. St. Barbara Mission do business as Chaldean Manor Banquet Hall at 4514 Meadows Lane, Suite 188, and this is in Ward 1. Ms. Meyer.
Mayor, members of council, Carol Meyer, Finance and Business Services. The applicant that we have before you today has met all of our criteria for consideration of temporary approval of this license, and my recommendation would be temporary approval subject to any and all conditions. And the applicant's here, and actually his consultant that can answer any questions you may have.
Yes, sir. Would you be kind enough to
Thank you,
identify
Carol.
yourselves for the record?
Mayor, Council, Nathan Taylor, Taylor Consulting Group, Las Vegas, here with the applicant. We're here to answer any questions, and we accept the staff's conditions on this app.
All right, thank you. Are there any questions to the gentleman? All right, hearing none, Mayor Pro Tem, on behalf of the council.
Yes, Councilman Tarkanian gave me the opportunity to make a motion on this item. I was going to make a motion for approval, but seeing who he's got working with him there, I got to make a motion for denial. This Nathan Taylor just, So, sir, if you want to step up and say something, fine. Just fire him. No, I make a motion for approval.
All right, let's vote on that, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Good luck, gentlemen.
Nathan is a wanderer. He just now blew back into the city.
Item 43 is discussion and possible action regarding temporary approval of a change of business name and change of ownership for a supper club license from Zitejas Piccoli Ranch, LLC, doing business as Zitejas Piccoli Ranch, to J&H Sahara, doing business as Johnny and Harry's at 9560 West Sahara Avenue, and this is in Ward 2. Ms. Meyer.
Mayor, members of council, Carol Meyer, Finance and Business Services. The applicants that we have for this application meet our criteria for consideration of temporary approval. We do, however, we did have a problem with the language in the lease agreement. There's a clause that seems to be in violation with 650-500. We met with the applicant this morning and Mr. Hardy and Mr. Scott to go over this lease agreement clause, and we just want to clearly state on the record they understand and we understand in the event that the new owners want to leave this location, that the license does not automatically revert back to Zitejas. And they have agreed to give us a cleaned up provision in that language stating exactly that. And Mr. Hardy's here to answer any questions.
Mr. Hardy.
Brian Hardy with the law firm of Marquis and Arbach here. And I have with me the president and one of the owners of J&H Sahara, Mr. John Antonelli. I have spoken with the broker of Zitejas, and he and I have been repeatedly going over this the contract that was written, the lease agreement. It was drafted by counsel out of Arizona before we ever got involved, and unfortunately Arizona doesn't necessarily always look to the city laws of the city of Las Vegas for what they need to do. So we're trying to amend this. We've proposed a few amendments, and I think we're going to go ahead and we've agreed to clarify this final amendment so that we have an amendment which meets the qualifications. They do understand that in talking with the broker of Zitejas and counsel, that they understand that this is not a license that can be easily transferred. It has to be transferred subject to the approval and payment of $1, so it can be sold back to the to Zitejas, but cannot be transferred without the approval of this council.
Thank you. Any other questions, comments? What's Johnny and Harry's?
It's going to be a restaurant.
I'm sorry. Go ahead. Go, why don't you ask the question? I withdraw the question. Councilor Wilson.
Thank you. First of all, does that meet with your approval, Carol, as far as the statements by Mr. Hardy?
It does. We just wanted to make sure they understood that they would have to come back before this council before that license could be transferred back to them, even if they do pay the $1. So.
And then, secondly, on behalf of Mayor Goodman and myself, are you Johnny?
Yes.
So you're Johnny of Johnny and Harry's?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and you're going to bring a new establishment to the Zitejas location?
Yes, sir.
It's going to be called Johnny and Harry's.
Yes, sir.
Tell us about it. What's Johnny and Harry's?
Well, it's going to be a lot of Italian, obviously, with the myself and Mr. Alardo. But the key, I think, now is to be great food, great service, and really affordable for families. And
when are you going to open?
I'd like to by the end of this month if everything goes as hopefully as planned.
Okay. This is one of the nicest shopping centers in the entire valley out here in Village Square, and Z Tejas has been vacant for a while now. So we're glad to have you in there, and I wish you the best of luck. My motion is for approval under the conditions as stated by Carol.
All right, let's vote, please. Host? Motion carries. Good luck to you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Item 44 is discussion and possible action regarding temporary approval of a new hypnotherapy license for Janet Linda Lactayan at 800 North Rainbow Boulevard in Suite 170, which is in Ward 1. Ms. Meyer, is the applicant present? Is Ms. Lactayan here? All right.
I do not see her.
Okay. Does that affect what you're about to say?
It's, are you acting on behalf of Councilwoman Tarkanian? We don't have any areas of concern with her application. It's up to you if you want to ask us to have her come back, if you want to obey this.
We'll go forward.
Okay.
We'll go forward.
Yes.
I'm just curious what hypnotherapy is.
It's actually, for this license, they go through a class for hypnotherapy, and it's usually to help a person quit smoking, lose weight, and she actually has on her stress control. So it is a certified program that they have to go through to be able to obtain this license.
It helps some handicap ball games, too. Councilman.
Or stop drinking.
Or stop drinking. Who said that? Where did that come from?
One from Ms. Myers. It also helps with one's golf game, Councilman Anthony. You don't need any help. I understand. Well, we'll get to that later.
All right, Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes, I'll make a motion for approval of this item with the 60-day.
60-day review?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, let's vote on that, please. Post?
From the time they open.
Okay.
Motion carries. Thank you. Item 45 is discussion and possible action regarding temporary approval of a new massage establishment license for Zepping Wang, doing business as Pearl of the Orient Massage at 3909 West Sahara Avenue, Suite 6, and this is in Ward 1. Ms. Meyer?
Mayor, members of council, Carol Meyer, Finance and Business Services. On this, I just want to make a clarification. It's agended as a new massage establishment because massage is non-transferable, like gaming. There is an existing business there, and they have been there, and they have been licensed since 2001. So it's a little misleading because it appears that it's a brand new establishment. It's truly a change of ownership on this establishment. The applicant that we have meets our criteria for consideration of temporary approval. He's here today. He also has an interpreter because he's not fluent in the English language.
Do they have a completed background check?
They do. So the temporary approval is subject to their background investigation. So they're asking for consideration.
But is the you say it's complete? Do we have the results of that yet?
No, we do not.
And I would like to have this held in advance until we have completed background check.
Okay.
All right. Could the interpreter please advise Mr. Wang what the Mayor Pro Tem has made a motion that this be held in abeyance, which means put off until such time as the city receives the background check, which has already taken place, but we haven't seen the results of it. So if you'd be kind enough to advise them of that.
Can you identify yourself for the record? Are you the interpreter? Yes. Could you identify yourself?
What is your name, Madam Interpreter?
My name is Chelsea Gross.
All right. So as long as he understands what's happening, have you explained it to him?
He understands that.
All right, he understands. Very good.
So when do we expect to get the completed?
4 to 6 months. Sometimes we've seen the investigations take up to a year to be completed.
But I'm under the impression that you told the Mayor Pro Tem that it was completed. We just
No. They have submitted to Metro. The background investigation is not complete. Normally, when they ask for temporary approval, they bring us scopes and we go through their background to make sure that there's nothing that we can see on the face value, and that's why we bring temporaries to your to council for consideration. So normally they operate.
I'd like a motion to listen to bids then until our July 15th meeting.
Okay.
Right, till July 15th.
Okay.
Fine. All right, that's the motion. Let's vote on it, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Item 46 is discussion and possible action regarding temporary approval of a new Class 3B secondhand dealer license for Pedro Sanabria, doing business as Christian's Pallets at 2039 West Bonanza Road, and this is in Ward 5. Ms. Meyer?
Mayor, members of council, Carol Meyer. Again, the applicant has met all of our criteria for consideration of temporary approval of this license. Again, this license is just to allow him to sell secondhand pallets, and we don't have any areas of concern with his background, and we would recommend approval of this temporary license.
Thank you. Any questions of Ms. Meyer? All right, would anyone like to be heard on behalf of Mr. Sanabria? Yes, sir. Would you identify yourself, please, at least one of you?
My name is Avi Barashi. I'm the landlord. These are the tenants, and they asked me to come and speak for them if need be.
Very good.
Yeah.
Are there any questions of the Sanabrias through the landlord? All right, seeing none. Councilman Barlow?
Yes, Mayor, I would like to move to follow staff's recommendation for approval, subject to all conditions. Good luck to you.
That's the motion. Let's vote, please. Post. Motion carries. Good luck, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Item 48 is discussion and possible action regarding a 6-month review of a temporary beer wine cooler on sale license of Six Tables Inc. at 2110 North Rampart Boulevard, Suite 110, and this is in Ward 4. Mr. DiFiore.
Mayor, members of the council, this item is being brought back because 6 months ago the concern was the immigration status of Ms. Levy's husband, and we wanted to be sure that as working in that particular establishment that he was going to comply with all local and federal laws. Ms. Levy does have some documents to show the council or provide proof that he has gone through the process in his attempt to regain his immigration status here favorably, and she'd like to, I would believe, make a comment or two on that.
Very good. Ms. Levy.
Yes, Gail Levy. To 110 Rampart, Six Tables Restaurant, alive and well, even in this economy. I do have documents from the Homeland Security as to the status of my husband's citizenship, and as of just this May of 2009, and hopefully we'll have a result by the end of the year for him.
What is his status at this point?
His status is still ongoing as far as his citizenship, yes.
May I see the document from Homeland Security, please? Thank you, David. Let's see.
This is part of the process that they do in identifying him, and we hope to have a interview locally by the end of this year through our attorney.
Right, it appears that you are processing it as you've represented, so that's what we asked you to do. Keep us up to date on it. And this is Councilman Anthony, please.
I'll make a motion to approve.
All right. Okay. All right, there's a motion. Let's vote, please. Post. Motion carries. Thank you. Good luck to you.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Item 49 is discussion and possible action regarding a 30-day review of a temporary psychic arts and science license for April Stevens, doing business as Vegas Psychic at 2217 Paradise Road in Suite A. This is in Ward 3. Mr. DiFiore.
Mayor, members of the council, this is the application that we heard 30 days ago that Ms. Stevens, who is here today, did not appear at the city council meeting. We're recommending today that we go forward with a permanent license, and I'll read into the record the conditions of that permanent license, which are pretty standard for all of our psychic art licenses. And those conditions would be that the rates must be posted in a conspicuous place visible to patrons on a sign of at least 8 inches by 10 inches in size with lettering no smaller than 1 inch. Condition 2 would be if the licensee operates by donation or indirect method of payment, including remuneration, that it is at the discretion of the customer, the signage shall indicate such to the patron. And the third condition is the rates published shall be the only rates charged. We have found no violations in our inspections of the premises here with Ms. Stevens, and again, we'll recommend a permanent license with those conditions.
All right, thank you. Ms. Stevens?
Hi. April Stevens. Hi, how you guys doing?
Good. You have any problem with those conditions?
No.
Last time, did I ask you to predict anything?
Let me see. I do predict you might wear a helmet this summer.
You predict I might wear a helmet? What, am I going to be a football?
Last year you ended up wearing a helmet because you lost one of the football games. So.
Oh, okay. Well, we have a new bet now. The mayor of Reno and myself have made a bet that we have the Las Vegas 51s here, which is our AAA baseball team.
Okay.
And they have the Reno Aces, which is their AAA baseball team. And we have a bet. It's not helmets exactly because we don't wear helmets playing baseball, but we have to wear each other's shirts if we lose the number of games to the other. And then we also have $100 on each game differential. So how am I going to do?
I don't think so, Mayor. I think you're not going to do that good this year. Sorry.
All right, make a motion so I can vote. Make a motion. Quickly, please, Mayor Pro Tem.
I move Falls Task Force for approval of this item.
All right, let's vote. Post. What's that? I meant to vote the way I voted. I can't wait to have this vote posted. I'm going to change it. Show me a yes, please. All right, good luck to you. Keep
Thank
your sense
you
of
very
humor.
much.
Good. Okay, item 50, discussion and possible action regarding an appeal of non-renewal of tobacco dealer license, a gift novelty license, and a smoke shop license for GNG Enterprise, Inc., doing business as Smoke Shop at 3103 North Rainbow Boulevard in Ward 5. Mr. DiFiore.
Mayor, members of the council, the item being heard today is for an appeal on a non-renewal of the 3 licenses that were referenced in the agenda item. This is an unusual occurrence. These are general business licenses and not normally approved by the City Council, but in order to afford Mr. Nister his due process, he is here today to try to ask the Council to renew his license. Before you, in your backup, you have a report that I had prepared for Mr. Jerbick of the City Attorney's Office for consideration of non-renewal of this license, or these licenses, and Mr. Nister has been provided a copy of that, so he can follow along, or his representative can follow along with this. Typically what we do on non-renewal of business licenses is we prepare a notification by certified mail at least 21 days in advance, in this case 21 days prior to June 1st, which is the renewal date for these licenses. It was sent certified mail to Mr. Nister's home address that he had listed in his application, that being 1930 Ski Slope Avenue. Mr. Nister apparently did not receive that. We did an inspection on June 5th, found him still operating and in business, and he was issued a citation for operating on an invalid business license. The reason we non-renewed the business licenses go back to November of 2008. In November of 2008, as part of our inspection process for all smoke shops and for all businesses that are involved in the sale of what we call drug paraphernalia, we did an inspection on Mr. Nister's smoke shop on North Rainbow. What we did find were items of what we consider and characterize as drug paraphernalia, and we wrote him up a warning notice that these items must be removed. It was left with one of his employees. Mr. Nister was not on the premises at that time. In January of this year, as part of an ongoing investigation on some of the smoke shops, again, we paid a visit to Mr. Nister's business. In this case, we had an undercover narcotics officer that went in and made a buy of a what we call a setup or a kit of drug paraphernalia. Mr. Nister was on the premises, and he actually sold the undercover officer this kit or setup. This kit are depicted in some of the pictures that you have. There are boxes of what is known as screens, or identified as screens. There are boxes or a box of chore boys, and the items that you see in the pictures are what we characterize again as drug paraphernalia. Having this citation issued to Mr. Nister at that time, an arraignment date was set, I believe, on February 9th, for Mr. Nister to go to court and either plead guilty or not guilty on the charges that were issued to him in January. On that particular date, Mr. Nister pled no contest or nolo contender, and therefore we find that he was convicted of unlawful sale of drug paraphernalia. With all of these circumstances that took place over the last several months, when it came time to consider his license for renewal, I made the determination that his licenses should not be renewed. And again, sending a certified letter to his home address and having him here today at his appeal, which he came into our office and appealed on June 5th. So today we're to hear reasons, I believe, from Mr. Nister or his representative on why he should get his license back. As of today, he has no valid business license, but that's his appeal process today.
Thank you very much.
Your Honor, may I?
Yes.
Just a quick question for Mr. DeFiore. Why do we see pictures of the cash register receipt?
We took pictures of everything that we could that was inside at this time. The cash register, I don't think, had any real relevance to what we did see or what we did find, but we wanted to take pictures to give an overall view of what is there.
All right, yes, sir.
All right, Mayor Goodman, Council, my name is Armand Freed, 2865 Destino Lane, Henderson, Nevada. I am an attorney. I represented Mr. Nister in the criminal matter, and I'm representing him pro bono today because I think what's happening to him is way out of proportion to what he did wrong. I want to point out to you first about the letter, the certified letter that Mr. DeFiore said he sent to my client. First of all, that letter, that 21 days is imposed by Las Vegas Municipal Code 6.02110, which mandates that it be sent 21 days ahead of time. Common sense says send it to the right address. Now, they did send it to his home address, the correct home address. But Mr. DeFiore is aware that in his file, and when he met with my client, he acknowledged this, that in the file there was a change of address because my client knows that he has had difficulty in the past receiving mail at his home address, and he said, and he filled out the proper form provided by the city that said, please send my mail to my store address. It wasn't sent there, he didn't get it, and that's, his check had been cashed, his application was put in on time, he didn't get any letter telling him that the application was not going to be renewed, so of course he continued doing business up to June 5th when the inspection happened. That's on that issue. On the issue of the underlying conviction for drug paraphernalia, here is the order of what happened. Let me put it in context. And let me say first, the conviction, the plea of nolo contender, and again, I was a lawyer at that hearing, the plea of nolo contender stands. We're not changing that. We're not trying to weasel out of that in any way. Okay? But I want to explain to this council what exactly that encompassed and what it had to do with. If you will notice that the first inspection, which took place when he was not present on 11/13/08, it was given to an Irina, I cannot read her last name, Gehengeyer. He is a person of Russian background. I cannot pronounce her last name. And like Mr. DeFiore said, my client wasn't there. When he came in, she did not give him this document showing the definition of drug paraphernalia. She did tell him, however, and this is why we pleaded guilty, okay, she did tell him that one of the items that he was told to remove was this. We bought, and this is the identical item. It's a pot scrubber. I'm sure everybody's familiar with this. We purchased it yesterday at Albertsons. If anybody wants to see that, okay?
We're familiar with that.
Right. I think we're all are, okay? So I want to point out that he did remove everything, and this is demonstrated by, if you look at, and it's in part of the submission that was given by Mr. DeFiore, if you look at the citation that was issued to him on 1609, that's what he pleaded guilty to. There are only 3 things that are listed here. Out of all of the things he was told to remove, he did in fact remove all of them as he was told by his employee, not shown in this paper. Okay? 3 things only are listed. Brillo pad, okay, glass tube, and small screens. Okay? Now, glass tube, we would have pled not guilty on that issue because he showed me when I went to the store that the glass tube was different from the glass tube he was told to remove. Okay? Small screens, I myself am a pipe smoker. I smoke a pipe. When it's windy outside, I put a screen on top to keep from getting my cheap ties burnt by flying embers. And I have many ties with many holes in them. Okay? So we would have fought on those issues that these items are not direct paraphernalia. But what we couldn't, short of committing perjury, we could not have gone to court. And Mayor Goodman, you're an attorney. You know, as an attorney, I can't put somebody on the stand to commit perjury. And he told me, yes, I was told to get rid of this. And in fact, I had 1 left over. I threw it under the counter. When the undercover investigator, Mr. DeFiore, came in to my store, she asked me, and I did sell it to her. I completely forgot. I had 1 left, and I sold it to her. Now, that made him guilty. And he pleaded guilty. He pleaded nolo contendere. But to actually shut him down over the sale of 1 of these, okay, that's what the guilty plea was about. And we think, and I would urge upon this council, that he has pleaded guilty, he has paid the fine imposed by the court, he has been punished in commensurate measure with his error. To actually shut him down now, to remove his only means of livelihood, is an overreaction to what he did wrong. Did he do something wrong? Yes, we pleaded guilty, we can't avoid that. But this is what he sold. So I would ask this council, in the exercise of its discretion, common sense, and reasonableness, to please say, yes, impose perhaps a probationary period, or whatever else the council thinks is appropriate. We certainly would not object to anything like that. But to shut him down, he has been closed since June 5th. He's still paying the rent. He has, ever since he received the visit and the citation for operating without a license, which was the first time he found out he had no license, again, because the letter was mailed to the wrong place. He's been closed. He's lost all that money. He's lost all that business to competing shops. This is his only means of livelihood. We ask you to please grant him the license.
All right, thank you. Did you want to be heard, sir?
If is there any questions I could answer?
All right, fine, thank you.
Yes, there is, Mayor. Questions
right,
that he can answer,
and
I can really respect his attorney's comments. His attorney talked about common sense. I want to talk to you about common sense. You're a businessman. Your location, is it a convenience store?
It's in 3103. It's a plaza. It's a Walmart Plaza by Cheyenne and Rainbow.
Is it a convenience store?
It's it used to be a convenience store as a very small items of convenience. Like
Do you sell food inside of your shop?
I have less than 25% of food, which I've been told by the health district I'm not required to have a license for carrying food. But
what type of food products do you sell?
Anything from chocolate candies and beef jerkies.
Do you sell any type of soaps?
Soaps,
Soap.
dry soaps.
What type of dry soap?
Like those they come in the foam. Chinese. I don't know how they.
Let me just say, English is not my client's first language. I speak his native language of Romanian, so if you miss a word, let me know and I'll translate. Go ahead. Oh, he says
liquid
no,
soap.
Not soup, soap.
Soap. I'm sorry. Liquid soap? No, I don't.
You don't sell liquid soap? To wash your hands, lather soap?
I'm sorry for because when I took the store over, there used to be some items left over.
No, I'm talking about your store. Do you sell soap?
No, I don't have soap at this time. At that time, I didn't have any soap.
Okay, so my next question is, why would you sell the Brillo pad if you don't sell soap?
When I
keep in mind, we're talking about common sense.
Right. I have those hookahs hookah, tobacco hookah, and they use the tobacco on the top, and they use to warm them up with charcoals.
Let me ask you this question. Do you sell the Brillo pads in front of the counter or behind the counter?
They used to be on the, when the first I had the violation, they used to be on the top on the counter next to a different bulbs glass which I've been told to remove. I removed all those out.
Well, before we get to why you were asked to remove it, what was the nature of you selling Brillo pads if in fact you don't sell soap to go with it? What are the Brillo pads used for?
To clean the metals where they use, in this case for the hookah tobacco, where they get warmed by the charcoals, and this charcoals has a metal stays on the metal plate, and that metal plate it's been used to scratch. I'm sorry, I am a little bit.
No, it's okay. I understand you. I understand you, Mr. DiFiore. In 2005, when this item first came before this council, for those that were here in 2005, there was an incident that took place throughout the downtown community. Do you recall that incident?
Yes, I do. We had many complaints on this type of material that was being sold in convenience stores. And to comment on his attorney's statement, when we go into a convenience store and we find that the product is being sold on the shelf next to cleaning products, we don't have a problem with that. But when we find that the product is being stored underneath the shelf behind the counter and being packaged in a sense that when somebody comes in and they ask for a specific item, it's right there. It's what we characterize as drug paraphernalia.
Okay, and that's good. And so my next question is, when that item came before council and the council asked you to take some measures, what were those measures that this council asked you to take?
We went out and we inspected 225 convenience stores, and when we found that there were products which included chore boys, screens, rose vials, little mini baggies, when we found that they were stored in the store in a sense that they were packaged as a kit or as a setup, we put every convenience store on notice that we found those in, and we gave them a period of time to remove those items from their product line. In most cases, I would say probably 90% of the cases, they did remove them. In a few cases, when they didn't remove them, we cited or we brought back to the City Council, I think, for review on some of the violations that existed. So we progressively tried to clean up the industry with the convenience stores in this particular area.
May I address something in that question, sir?
Please.
Again, I want to point out that of all of the things that were given, and this again is part of the submission that Mr. DiFiore made to the council, of all of the things listed here, okay, this is the one that was given to the employee that did not get into my client's hands on 1/13/08. Of all of those things, on 1/6/09, when the violation took place that he pleaded guilty to, or no contender, okay, there were only three things: Brillo pad, glass tube, small screen. I've already addressed the glass tube and small screen issue, and I've said there was one Brillo pad left over. Okay? Now, I know my client didn't say this, but I know that in my discussion with him, he said this before. There are many, I asked him also, there are many items in that store that don't particularly make sense to me to be part of a smoke shop. This is really a smoke shop. It sells some food, it sells some convenience items, but it's essentially a smoke shop. And I said, why are we selling X, Y, and Z?
Well, it gets, sir, with all due respect, it gets back to that common sense issue.
And that's what I want to address.
And being from a city, the city of Las Vegas, and having been raised on the street, I'm going to use common sense along with your client who exercised his common sense to sell those products.
Right. And
so at this time, Mayor and Council, I'm ready to make a motion if in fact there's no
If I may
other
just finish the one item that I was trying to say, if I may.
From the council.
Indulgence.
All right, there's a motion, but I'll give you the opportunity to make one comment.
I simply wanted to say that many items that are found in that store are there simply from the fact that historically, when he purchased the store, they were being sold there, and he went on selling them. Brillo pads is one such item.
Okay, thank you. All right, there's been a motion.
Before that,
Councilor Ross?
can I make a comment?
Yes.
You know what? This is just what this city needs, is more stores like yours. You're not helping this community or society, and you look like an enterprising young man I would suggest to you and counsel you that you get into a more appropriate retail type of business than this. I know this location, Councilman. I used to represent this area. In fact, Ward 6 begins right across the street. You're not helping us with issues that we're facing in this city, and I need you to understand that as well. So I just want to make those comments, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Jervik.
Your Honor, I just want to ask the maker of the motion, is the motion going to be to deny the appeal and let the license remain revoked or not?
I don't know yet. I haven't made it.
I need to make a record then, and that's why I'm up here. If there is a motion to sustain the appeal and give him back the license, that's one thing. If the motion is going to be to uphold Mr. DiFiore's judgment and leave the business closed, I need to explain for the record what's going on here. When people stand up and they hold up these copper scouring pads and say that this is something you can buy in an Albertsons, well, it's true. You can go buy those at an Albertsons. But there's a reason it's copper and not a Brillo pad. There's a reason it's in a smoke shop and not in a grocery store. And I decided to come up here and maybe do a little 101 on how this works. These glass pipes that have a rose in them are used by people for one reason only, and that's to ingest crack cocaine. The rose is removed. A portion of the copper scouring pad is heated and put into the pipe as kind of a filter for smoking crack cocaine. That is the one type of paraphernalia that I have believed for years stands alone from all other types of paraphernalia. With all due respect to Councilman Ross's comment that this may not help the community, the fact is it's perfectly legal to have a smoke shop. It's perfectly legal to have these kinds of devices in there that you see in the photographs. I'm referring to the bongs and the other things. For whatever reason, our state legislature, in their infinite wisdom, said that those things are illegal, but you can, if they become paraphernalia, if you ingest a controlled substance in them. One device only stands apart. Glass pipes and those copper scouring pads. I can put a police officer on the stand, and 10 times out of 10, if I ask them the question, is that ever used for anything other than crack? The answer is no. It's never used for tobacco. Nobody who owns a tobacco shop can credibly ever argue that is for something else. Nobody can say that that copper scouring pad is there for some reason other than to sell it with the glass pipe. That's why they were charged with possession of narcotics paraphernalia. That's why they pled nolo, and that's why we're before you today. There is a difference. And that's what I wanted to come up and to explain. So if there is a motion to deny the appeal, you should not consider the fact that they do carry paraphernalia. Again, our state legislature says that's okay. We've got to live with that. If you're going to deny, if you're going to sustain the appeal or deny the appeal, it should be based on the fact that they sold narcotics paraphernalia, glass pipe, and the copper pad together being a crack ingestion device.
Mayor, how is he supposed to know that? He is supposed to know that because he's given a warning and a definition, okay? But he didn't get that until the same day he got the citation.
I know, but with all due respect, you're presumed to know the law.
But you're presumed to know the law within common sense. And again, this, to my mind, is not an issue of common sense. What counsel said may very well be true. I'm not familiar with that, but I believe him. Okay, I believe him. But that's not something that I obviously would, by common sense, as Councilman Barlow pointed out, by common sense, looking at this thing, you would immediately think of, even in that context, okay, it was there when he purchased the store, he continued buying it, he sold it until he was told not to, then he sold one, the last one. Okay. We think that denying him a license is too strict a punishment.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Councilman Barlow, your motion, please.
Thank you, Mayor Goodman. Mayor and Council, I am very passionate about protecting the livelihoods of the citizens in which I represent, not only in Ward 5, but throughout the city of Las Vegas. There is a number of individuals walking the streets around the world that are strung out not only on crack cocaine, but on methamphetamine and other drugs alike. One of the greatest benefits that I have sitting on this council is the fact that I grew up in a community inundated with individuals that were strung out on crack. And there's no way that I'm going to sit here and believe the testimony from your client that he did not know what he was selling was used for. I don't buy it because the common sense that I was taught from the streets that I was raised on tells me otherwise. There's no room in Ward 5 nor the city of Las Vegas for this type of conduct from a business owner. I'm not going to stand for it. I'm not going to support it. And for that, I'm going to deny your client's opportunity to do business in my ward as it stands today. And so for that, my motion will be to uphold my director business license recommendation, the license of your client. That will be my motion at this time.
All right, let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you, Councilman.
You're welcome. Item 51 is discussion and possible action regarding a review of a suspended temporary supper club license for Von Nuda, Inc., doing business as the V Thai Cuisine at 4750 West Sahara Avenue, Suite 25, and this is in Ward 1. Mr. DiFiore?
Mayor, members of the council, today we're here to discuss the suspension of the temporary business license for V Thai Cuisine. Just a recap of the history of this particular license. In August of 2008, there was a temporary license granted for a 6-month period with a 6-month review. In February of this year, we did have a 6-month review on this temporary license, and again, council voted to have another 6-month review, which was originally scheduled for August 19th, 2009. However, over the last couple of months, there have been some incidents that have taken place which led me to be able to suspend the license. On May 17th, there was a shooting in the parking lot adjacent to the V Thai Cuisine, and when officers responded to that particular shooting, they did observe the inside of the business, and they found that all of the chairs and tables and had been removed from the location, and it was set up as a bar and a DJ. This is a supper club license. The supper club license provisions require that at all times that the restaurant is open, that 125 seats be maintained at that location. So there was not only an incident of crime that occurred, but also a violation of our business licensing code. On May 27th, Metro detectives attempted to serve arrest warrants on Mr. Brown for previous violations. When they went to the business location, they found that Ms. Amma Payark did not have a health card, so she was issued a citation for no health card. Mr. Brown was arrested later on in that evening. With these two things in mind, I made the decision to have the license suspended, and at the request of, or at the provision within our code, anytime a temporary license is suspended, we bring that application back before the City Council at the next available meeting, and that would be today. Coincidentally, though, in the preparation of this particular item for today's meeting, we did have a completed investigative report completed by Metro on the background of Mr. Brown and also Ms. Amma Payark. And today, Sergeant Lowe is available if there are any questions. That report is in the backup that you have. And as you see within that report, there are several areas of concern related to Mr. Brown. And today, again, we're here to talk about any questions you may have on the background investigation. And following that, I will make a recommendation for the council to take into consideration.
Mr. DiFiore, have these the lady and the gentleman received a copy of the confidential report that we're relying on?
I talked to Mr. Brown yesterday and asked him to contact Metro, and I believe he did and has received a copy of that.
All right, fine. Folks, be happy to hear from you. Please identify yourself for the record.
My name is Edward Brown, Las Vegas, Nevada, 6217 Mark Lamb.
Right, and young lady, your name, please.
My name is Wonada Amrapayar.
All right. What do you have to say regarding the report? And
Okay, first of all, I would like to make a note that on May 27th, our restaurant closed for business, number one. As a timeline, on June 1st, we paid the fees for the alcohol supper club license. On June 11th, I went to the Mr. DiFiore's this office, the business office, and I wrote on a piece of paper, which they asked me to do, to put my license as inactive. Okay, I told them I was going to sell it. They said they gave me the paperwork to sell the license. Okay, and then I've already got a buyer. So my buyer calls the city and they say they're going to suspend my license. We haven't operated since May 27th. June 11th, I was told to put it in inactive status. June 12th, I checked the internet. It's in inactive status. Inactive.
Inactive.
Okay, I made an agreement to sell the license, which I did. They call and on June 15th, they suspend the license. Okay, what I have is basically the restaurant's completely been liquidated. The only asset I have left is the license. As you know, I was arrested. I was arrested for bounced checks. I lost $10,000 to $15,000 a month the last 6 months in business. Okay, so I have to liquidate my assets to pay my debts. And on the bounced check, when you're losing that kind of money, it's hard to get your finance straight to what gets paid and what doesn't, and those got slipped through the cracks. That's another story. I made an agreement to pay it. I have till December 1st to pay it. So that's okay. Number two, as far as on their allocations on this was a private party. It wasn't a nightclub. Okay, if it was a nightclub, we would advertise it as a nightclub. We would have let the public in. This was a private party. The fact that the guy that held the private party charges people to come in for the DJ is behind him. I got none of that revenue. All I got revenue was the food, which yes, we were serving food, and the alcohol. The shooting, which was in front of my restaurant, was actually in front of Kinko's. Most of the shell casings were in front of the next door and in front of Kinko's. There was 3 businesses open at this time: Kinko's, My Biz, and Jersey's Bar, which is kitty quarter. I don't see those 2 businesses being affected by this shooting. The people that were there at the restaurant, if you read what they wrote in the report, okay, where does it say? The altercation escalated to unknown member of suspects shooting at each other in a parking lot. When police officers arrived, the restaurant was almost empty. No one saw or knew anything. That's because we were in the restaurant. We heard the shooting. We called the police. I was one of them. They called 911. Okay, they made contact with Mr. Brown's security doorman, and both claimed they didn't know anything about what happened. None of us knew anything about what happened. A few people that had left had saw what happened, but we have no idea who these people were. They were not in the restaurant. I can assure you that. The people that were there in the restaurant were from the private party. Was not this person that was shot, nor was this person doing the shooting. Okay, that was another thing that was brought up. But and also it says that this happened outside at about 2:40 in the morning. Well, we closed the restaurant at 2. Okay, the police got there at about, well, if it happened at 2:40, probably 2:50, probably 10 minutes. I don't remember the exact amount of time. We were in the cleanup process of the restaurant. All the tables and chairs were in there. We were cleaning up. Okay, they were around the dance floor because we did have a private party. But at no time did it says it looked like a nightclub or bar, I guess because of the dance floor. I don't know how this could be pinned on us because of the fact that it was in the parking lot, not even in front of our restaurant. Just because we were open, someone called and heard. How can they pin this on us? Okay, and another thing I want to note, that we had a 6-month temporary starting August 20th of last year. Okay, we came to here on February 18th. I don't know if you remember, but they were ready to give us our permanent license, but Mr. DiFiore had run a report saying there was 8 instances of some police things, 2 of them which were me being vandalized and me being robbed. Okay, he did not inform us of that, brought that up to City Council. Ms. Tarkanian made a note of it saying that we'll do another temporary. Mr. Councilman Wolfson asked Mr. DiFiore at this particular time, aside of the mistake made by him, would you approve the license? He said yes. You can go to the February 18th and ask or watch the whole video. He said they would. Their investigation was completed on February. Now, these things happened inside of the last, the only 2 things that have happened since February 18th was on May 17th, this shooting. And on May 27th, yes, I was arrested for bounce checks, which I have apologized to everybody on, and I will intend on paying. I lost a lot of money, and part of my recovering this money is selling the liquor license, which I can't, now they're saying I can't sell it because they suspended it, but they suspended it 4 days after I made it inactive, which I don't understand where this is going, why we have to go even this far. So,
Thank you. Did you want to be heard, ma'am? No. Okay. Are there any questions of Mr. DiFiore or the two folks to his right? All right. This is Councilwoman Tarkanian's ward.
Well, I did have a few questions. Did he make it inactive before it was suspended? And if he did, does that affect any of this other business?
He attempted to come in and make it inactive, which, according to his comments, we did accept a letter from him asking that it be rendered inactive. That was 4 days prior, while we were collecting the data and the information to suspend the license. That was 4 days prior to the suspension of the license. So, yes, for a period of time, maybe 3 or 4 days, it was inactive at his request. I'd like to comment a little bit about that, and since this is a day when Brad had said that he made an error, I'll say that I made an error on February 19th when the question was posed to me, would you approve this based upon the fact that we had some discrepancies in the calls for service, and I did say yes. I did that in error because we did not have the complete background investigation back at that point in time. So council was prudent in extending the temporary license for another 6 months. Now, I would like to point out, he says that this is a private party that occurred on May 17th. If you're not familiar with the area, and I know Councilwoman Tarkanian you are, Jersey's Bar and Grill is probably about 200 yards from the business of V-Thai Cuisine. And Kinko's Coffees on a Sunday night at 2:40 in the morning, I don't know that Kinko's Coffees stays open. So although he says it occurred outside in the parking lot, I would suggest that these were patrons of the establishment that night at this private party. Now, I'll go back to the application just a minute. When he submitted his application, he did say that this is a Thai fine dining restaurant with alcoholic beverages and having 5 gaming devices. Nothing in there about renting it out for private parties. And even asked, when he was asked that, on our application, are you going to have entertainment, he marked the box, no. So anything that he did on a private party-wise, he needed to get approved by the City of Las Vegas Business Licensing. And he has a duty to report those changes to us so that we can properly notify Metro if these changes do come through at the council level or at the administrative level. He did not do that, and as a result, there was somebody that got shot. So, Mr. Brown, I don't know that he is being totally upfront with what his comments are today. I'd like to also point out in the background report, there were 5 occurrences or incidents that Metro did find in their investigation that he did not put on his application. Even though they may have been arrests only, the application does ask for arrests. 5 times he did not put that on his application. So again, I don't think he's being totally upfront with the City Council today.
Okay, first of all, I did call Mr. DiFiore's office, and they said as long as I am serving food and have 125 tables, I can have any entertainment I want as long as it's not live entertainment. No one was singing. It was just a DJ putting different music on. That's all it was. Okay.
Except you didn't have your 125 seats.
Yes, I had my 125 seats. They were around and up top, and the outside is considered my seating. So
I think you let us down in some ways as far as that's concerned, and I also think that the backup information that we've received, which appears to be very thorough, supports a necessity to move for denial. I feel that background information, what's happened since then, puts us in a situation where we wouldn't be looking at the safety of people in the area.
Okay, can I make a comment real quick?
That's up to the mayor.
Yes, you certainly can. But is the city attorney here? Because I wanted to follow up on the councilwoman's question whether or not, and I don't know the answer, if in fact a license is put on inactive status, can it then be subsequently suspended?
Never been asked the question before. I'm not sure I know the answer. So I'll turn to Mr. DiFiore and see if he can illuminate me.
I'm sorry, I was talking.
My question is, assume for the sake of argument, or hypothetically, that the gentleman put his license on inactive status. I'm asking as a legal proposition, can it then be suspended while it's in that status?
I believe that any time during the temporary period, whether he voluntarily closes down and asks the city to put it on inactive status, that we can take action on that license either back before the council or administratively And by code, administratively, we can suspend a temporary license. So that's my thought on that.
All right.
I think the question is really factually driven. I don't know if the code is going to answer this or not, and I'll need to go back and review it and brief you later, Mayor. But it seems to me if you're on inactive status, you're not going to have the occasions to misuse the license because your business is closed. So it's hard to imagine what event would trigger a revocation. But if somehow while you're on inactive status, you still have a privileged license, and some event occurred which told Mr. DiFiore that the individual who possessed a license did not have the kind of character that we want somebody to have a license, I suppose you could revoke it or suspend it.
I don't believe that the factual scenario, as I understand it, is the gentleman put his license on inactive status. Then, as a result of an investigation of matters prior to that time, Mr. DiFiore concluded that the license should be suspended. He then suspended it.
Mayor, I'd also like to add that when a licensee requests his license to be put on inactive status, they do so in the form of a written letter. And then we acknowledge that inactive status by sending them a formal letter back stating that their license is inactive and in some cases non-operational. We did not send Mr. Brown back that letter. Due to the timing, we were in the process of preparing a suspension on the license. We did not acknowledge that we were going to accept his license on inactive status. Although, computer-wise, website-wise, it may have reflected that for a very short period of time between June 11th and June 15th.
Hey, I want to follow the law. That's the reason I'm asking these questions.
If I can, Your Honor, I think you can always, if there's been an material omission on somebody's application, which would have resulted in us perhaps not giving them the license in the first place, or disqualifying them because you have to disclose everything, I think you can always go back and suspend or revoke for that, whether it's inactive or not.
All right, that's the legal opinion. Yes, Councilman.
Mayor Goodman?
Yes.
Councilwoman Tarkani, before you make the motion, I have a question for Mr. DiFiore. The investigation that your office was doing, was it prior to the gentleman coming in and requesting for his business to be placed on the inactive list?
The investigation was ongoing during the time he had his request submitted to our office on June 11th for the license to be placed on inactive status. The investigative report you see here was just completed within the last few days.
So your evaluation, background investigation was ongoing prior to the applicant coming in and requesting for his license to be inactive.
That's correct.
Okay. That's very important for me. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman.
Well, I move for denial.
All right, let's vote on that,
make
please.
a comment? Can I make one more comment, please?
Certainly.
Okay, the number one, on May 27th was the day I closed. The investigating officer was talking to me, and I said I was closing my business. That was probably when this all started. Okay, number two is, when you suspend someone's driver's license, do you take their car? Okay, this is the only asset I have left in hundreds of thousands of dollars that I've lost in this restaurant. Okay, can sell the license. I paid $40,000 of it. Why am I understand everything that's went on. Okay, I agree or disagree. I still paid $40,000 for this, and just take this away from me. Okay, to sell. I don't want to operate. I'm not asking to operate it. Okay, all I want to do is to sell a license, which I paid $40,000 for. Okay, and I don't understand why I'm getting penalized the whole license. Okay, I'm not going to operate. Okay, I agree to that.
No, I understand. I understand your position.
I'm going to lose $40,000.
I understand your position. Mr. DiFiore, did you want to say anything additionally?
I believe that the detective in her investigation did find that he did not pay the $40,000 that he said, and maybe I should have her explain that to the council.
I'd like to hear that one. Please identify yourself.
Good morning. I'm Laura Anderson, investigative specialist for Metro. Mr. Brown has a lender that came forward 100% for his business. He did not put a dime into the business. For his background, as you can see in the report, what his history is as far as his financial history, personal history, business history. His lender is Mr. Sang, who unfortunately is not here today because I wish he was to explain to you some of the circumstances. But he is the one who put 100% of the money into that business for both the owners.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, yeah.
All right, there's been a motion. Let's
Okay,
vote on that,
number
please.
one, this is a
Wait.
oh, sorry.
No, we got to call it quits. All right, there's a motion. Let's vote. Post. Motion carries. Thank you.
You know, and I would just like to say that this is a different type of license that you have. This is a privilege license. It's not like buying a car. Anybody that meets the general background that you need can buy the car. This is a privilege license. We give this out carefully considering those that we feel should have the privilege license. And that's why it's very important that we have to follow highly the needs, the rules, the regulations.
Okay, I'm agreeing with what you guys did, but what is it? What happens to the license now? It's suspended.
All right, we'll have to.
I want to sell it. That's
okay.
all.
You're more than welcome to speak to our city attorney. He'll be happy to answer any questions.
Okay. Can I speak with
All
the
right.
city attorney?
Item 38 is the report and possible action regarding a financial feasibility review of the City Hall project, which is proposed to be constructed on real property bounded by Lewis Avenue, Bark Avenue, Main Street, and First Street. This is in Ward 3. Ms. Fretwell?
Mayor and members of the council, a few weeks ago you requested that we prepare a financial feasibility report, and we plan on giving that to you this morning. Over the last 18 months, we've presented a series of reports to you as we've gone along in this process, and we still feel very confident in those projections and the issues as they were outlined early on in the process. I've asked Mark and Scott to go over the report that we sent to you a couple of weeks ago in a presentation format that'll show those costs that we've talked about over time through the specter of today's economy, because things are different than they were when we started down this road. As crazy and tumultuous as the economy is and has been, the rest of the country right now is banking on a recovery and stabilization. Banks, manufacturing, the federal government, we're all banking on that return to happen, that return to stabilization. Obviously, the risk of not going forward with a project like this has opportunity costs, and I just wanted to speak to that for a second. Those opportunity costs in my mind are that we've been trying to change the face and shape of downtown for many, many years, going on a decade. And this council has been committed to revitalization over the course of that decade. And we've been committed since this economic downturn to the creation of jobs that our community desperately needs right now. The risk of going forward also introduces risk to the general fund. When we started down this road, we were hoping that the redevelopment agency would be able to shoulder most, if not all, of that burden. That's not so clear anymore. But there are a couple of shining lights associated with that risk that I think really speaks to some of our successes from a management and leadership standpoint at the City of Las Vegas. One, the COPS process that Mark and Scott will talk a little bit about in their presentation affords us time. It affords us time to recover. It affords time for our economy to stabilize and gives us time to plan as a city in the case that the stabilization that we hope will happen doesn't happen as quickly as we anticipate or would hope for it to. We also have a very low debt rate, which gives us a soft cushion. It gives us something to fall back on over the course of the next 5 to 7 years if we choose to go forward with the project. And Bill Arndt brought this up in a briefing yesterday, and I think it's important to point out. We have a committed developer. There are a heck of a lot of cities sitting around this country that wish they had one right now, ready and willing to come in and invest and take a little risk on downtown redevelopment. I really feel like you're at the precipice of having to make a policy decision. I know some of you have asked me about what is my recommendation, and this is one of the things that I feel like lands solely on you as a policy board. But I do think it's important to recognize that this is a risk evaluation for us as a city. And it's a policy decision between taking a little risk for economic return now for a project that could continue to catalyze redevelopment in the downtown area. So, you know, because this is an exceedingly complex project that will be affected by unknown market forces, I think having said all the things that I mentioned in these preparatory comments, I believe that the community rewards of the new jobs and the economic revitalization will offset the associated and obvious risks if the economy does stabilize. And I think as we go through this process and this presentation this morning, which I've asked these guys to be brief because of the time, we'd be happy to answer any questions that you might have. And we're ready, willing, and able to follow any and all of your direction today. I also think that this is an interim report that doesn't necessarily require any action on your part if you don't want to take it. Really, at the end of the day, when we come back, assuming we are able to sell the COPS notes, that's really when the final decision would be made by the mayor and council about whether that's the right financing mechanism for this project at that time. So with those comments, I'll turn it over to Scott and Mark and be happy to come back up here if you have particular questions for me.
Okay, well, I think that was a very fair synopsis of where we stand right now, and of course we're up to the task of making that policy decision. And
of course,
I really think that the presentation should be rather pointed at this point. I think what we should be considering is whether or not we want to go forward and find out how much the project is going to cost. In my opinion, before anybody can make an intelligent decision, they have to know what the facts are. So that's the first fact that we have to ascertain. With the market having changed, we're getting some bids back, which are millions and millions and millions less than what we had anticipated. And we're delighted when we get that kind of result. And the second point is, assuming that it's affordable, are we able to afford it? And that's going to, in large part, depend on whether or not the financing mechanism, which is the COPS, the Certificate of Participation, can be sold and at what interest rate it can be sold. And we're going to have to make that decision at a later time because we don't know that fact. So if you would, I'd like you to concentrate basically on the first part, whether we should go forward and get appraisals, get the bids, find out where we stand on that, whether that should be our direction. And then we come back another day and we hope the world is a better place. We hope the times are less challenging, and then we'll decide whether or not we're going to pay for it and whether we can pay for it. Okay. Now, I know I may have screwed up, pardon me, I know I may have fouled up your PowerPoint, but it was too long anyhow.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor and Council.
You don't really
Scott,
mean that, do you?
Pardon me?
No, I'm kidding. Go ahead.
Scott Adams, your Chief Urban Redevelopment Officer, and standing with you is also Mark Vinson. And as the City Manager said, she's tasked both of us with the task of presenting to you a financial feasibility analysis. I had a whole set of an outline that I was going to use to set the tone of my discussion, but Betsy stole half of my thunder. So, but there are a couple more points I want to make before I want to get into this, because I think it gets back to the vision of why we got into this project. This project is much or more about strategic asset management as it's been about building a new city hall. It's really been looking at our real estate assets as a city and how can we maximize the effective use of those to leverage new development to get to what Bessie just talked about, new jobs and revitalization. It ties to 4 $1 billion developments. I don't think there's a city in America that's poised to make a decision on a project that would catalyze or leverage 4 $1 billion developments. And on every one of those developments, the developers are still here, they're still standing, and ready to go upon economic recovery. And that is a major statement. And I think picking up on what Betsy said, we don't have a strip like the county does. We don't have multi-hundred-acre business parks left half empty, ready to fill up like our counterparts Henderson and North Las Vegas. Our future commercial redevelopment of the city, our job generation is going to come downtown. And you gave us the marching orders from a policy standpoint to create a strategy to make that happen. And this is a project that is a pivotal project as part of that overall strategy. So you're in I think, an envious position among councils around the United States of having to make a decision about catalyzing major redevelopment. With that, I'm going to go we're going to, given what you just tasked us with, we're going to...
I sort of like what you said. Maybe I should hear more from you.
Well, I think there is a lot of what we're going to present that is very redundant. You've seen it before. We don't need to go into it ad nauseum again. We'll blow through it and only make certain key points as it relates to what you just said, which is, can we afford it, and what kind of terms are we going to get? Because that's really the thing we're looking for direction today. So we're going to do a real quick design and development update, a development budget recap, go through the financing approval process. That is very relevant to what you asked for. Mark will go through the financial options, and then we're going to very specifically ask you what direction we're looking for at this point. Design and development update. There's a lot of information on here, and I would also preface my comments by saying we have done a city manager information report. You've all been privy to that. You've been privy to this. This is all available to the public. So all of this information is available. The key point here is we are about 100% complete on design of this project. We have done a lot of things up to this point that not only help this project, but also catalyze further redevelopment downtown. Recapping the budget, we said all along this would be a $150 million project less its parking. What this budget recap shows is that you've invested to date about $10.1 million into this project, and based on our architects and Forest City's estimates, based on our estimates now, we can bring this project in under budget. Not only can we bring it in under budget, we have both an inside and outside contingency established for this project. So we have those cushions that you really need to have in place for latent conditions that almost always come up on any major urban redevelopment project of this type downstream. So we have those safeguards in place, and we have looked at it carefully and know we can, at this point, think we can bring it in under budget. Same for the parking. We've acquired, let me just back up real quick. One of the things that we've done as part of your $10.1 million is relocated transmission lines that run down the alley of the 5-block site. And that sets that area up for redevelopment. Those are hard infrastructure costs to get your arms around and get over that is not an investment lost. It's something that will endure and set you up for future redevelopment. Same with the parking garage. We looked at very carefully a site to acquire for a parking garage. We looked again strategically at that. We've identified a site that not only benefits City Hall, but it benefits Symphony Park. It is directly across the railroad tracks between Main Street and Symphony Park. And by acquiring this site, we now have a new front door into Symphony Park. So the benefit of this site is beyond just City Hall. It's also inuring to Symphony Park. If we built the garage and built a walkway crossing the railroad tracks, then we clearly have that new way to get into Symphony Park and are not a slave to any other private investor or landowner downtown to make that entry point into Symphony Park. With this, I'm going to turn it over to Mark and let him go through some of the financing issues.
Thank you. Mark Vincent, Chief Financial Officer for the City of Las Vegas. I won't belabor this, but the point here is we have all the approvals that we need, and this process started well over a year ago. We do have some work we need to do, and that's kind of the point of why we're here. We're still trying to finalize the financing terms, be it through an underwriter or some other financing mechanism within the lease purchase framework that we've already been approved for. By the way, our approvals that we do have is for a lease purchase arrangement. No other financing is going to be considered at this point unless we restart the clock. So everything we're looking at is within that boundary. Last February, we talked about what the debt assumptions were at that time, and we talked about the idea of the 7 years potentially of deferred interest that at some point along the way that we would refinance that with some kind of a general obligation, that the benefit of that was during the lease purchase period, we would have the benefit of the cover of the non-appropriation clause in the lease purchase. One of the things that has changed, which is sort of a minor thing, is we are now looking at a different sort of bond, a capital appreciation bond. The immediate issue with that is the par value will be considerably less than $260 million. It'll be probably around the $160, $165 million range. But that's not to say that it won't appreciate in interest over the 7 years. The longer we take to refinance it, we're still going to accrue that interest. So that's just more of a cosmetic issue. With respect to where we are and where we're going, this is probably an important slide. Right now, here today, we're sitting here and we don't really know what the guaranteed maximum price is to build this City Hall. We would need that in order to move to market to try to sell any bonds at this point. Our underwriter is going to require that we have a known price. The underwriter is going to require that the plans have gone through a certain level of inspection. And so between now and the end of August, we've got a lot of work to do. And in order to get there, we're going to have to spend some money. The two other important dates here is September 2nd, which is when we introduced the COPS ordinance, and then October 7th, which is when we're scheduled to close. Now, I should mention to you that this is a very aggressive schedule. This is a best-case schedule. This schedule could very easily slip a little bit, but the date on which we will try to sell and price the bonds, which is going to be the morning of October 7th, we'll know then whether or not the package we put together is in fact saleable in the market. We would come back to you that day with the pricing of that sale if we're successful, and then that would be your last opportunity to vote it up or down. So we're well in advance of that seminal vote. So just to let you know, that's the current schedule. What we wanted to do in terms of the financial risk analysis, we want to talk a little bit about what's happened in the last 12 or 15 months. And then compare some of the bookends. What would be the cheapest financing, as the mayor indicated? You know, the financing cost is an issue. What's the cheapest? What's the high end? Where do we think we might end up on? And then, as Betsy indicated, there are also risks associated with doing nothing, and we'd probably like to talk about those just a little bit. What's happened is quite a bit in the last 12 to 15 months. When we started this project, we were just sort of entering into the recession. The real estate financing markets are still pretty much performing. They were there. People could get projects financed. We were looking at a lease purchase rate with COPS financing maybe 50, 75 basis points higher than a GO rate, so we knew we were going to pay a little bit more, but we're in the 5.5, maybe a little higher rate we were anticipating. Today, that's different. We have a lot of developers are delaying their projects because they simply cannot get financing, or financing is being pulled away. By the way, the municipal markets is probably one of the places that's performing a little bit better than what you're seeing in the real estate market. The COPS rates now are assumed to be probably in the 7.5 to 8.5% range, 300 basis points higher than we were 12 months ago. And now we're well into the recovery. That's kind of an interesting issue, by the way. I'll just point out to you that the fact that we're already into the I said the recession. I said recovery. I meant to say recession. The fact that we're already into the recession a good 17, 18 months just tells you that when we recover, we're that much closer. So there's sort of a silver lining in that issue, that if this were to be a 3 or 5 year recession, depression, you're already a year and a half into that. So it shortens that window of time when you expect to have some recovery. But the reality is the conditions are vastly different today than they were a while ago. Just real quickly, the revenue bond option, GO revenue bond option, which we don't have approval for, but that would have been the cheapest financing. Our debt payment would have probably been in the $14 to $12 million range, depending upon how we would deal with the garage. The benefits of that, of course, it's a fixed payment. It's the lowest financing you can get. But the cons of that were some of the issues that we said no to before. GO commitment burdens the general fund immediately. We have a full faith and credit promise, and so that means we are putting taxpayers at risk to the extent we can't service those bonds, that we would be forced to raise property taxes. By the way, we have already about $287 million in outstanding GO debt today. We just sold some GO debt, GO revenue debt here recently for the Performing Arts Center, $105 million, secured by car tax revenues. If those car tax revenues don't perform, the general fund is at some risk. We've sold $40 million here recently for recreation bonds for parks. Those bonds are already outstanding. We're already paying the debt service. Those things have an impact already. And so we don't tend to look backwards and look to see what we've already done. We're looking forward. I understand that. But there's not any case I can think of ever when I can stand in front of you and say, well, we issue these bonds. It's never going to have an impact on anything. It's just not the case. Obviously, there's more risk today, particularly as we stand here today. So those are some of the pros and cons there. The lease purchase option, obviously, we're looking at a much higher rate today. The benefit of it, though, is the lease purchase under Nevada law has a non-appropriations clause, which means the annual lease payment is subject to your annual appropriation. That was the safety net that we had during this recovery period that we were looking at. Obviously, it's not our intent to walk away from that obligation, but while there is a cost to getting that non-appropriation clause, and that's obviously the much higher interest rates. The idea here was that in that 1 to 7 year period, that while there is some minimal lease payment, that would be supported by the general fund, because right now we don't have the performance of the redevelopment agency today to support that. The backside of that, though, of course, the negatives are it's a high financing cost, and the dilemma we're sitting here today with all the redevelopment projects and other real estate projects being delayed to some extent, we can't sit here today and guarantee that tax increment revenue is going to be there to help support this project down the road. But again, 7 years is a long period. What we really anticipated would happen is eventually we'd use the lease purchase to get us through the recession period, give us some comfort level, and minimize the exposure to the general fund. But at some point, when we reach recovery, that we'd refinance those as GO debt, and you get a blended result from that. So this leverages the idea of the less general fund risk on the front end, higher financing costs for a while. When we recover, then we refinance it and take advantage of those GO rates. The difficulty here, of course, is the financial markets being the way. There's no way I can sit here and guarantee you that 5 or 7 years from now we'll be able to refinance it, or that the redevelopment would be performing. But it seems like it seems like the risk there is perhaps minimal, but there still is a risk, and that's something we have to address. The hold scenario. The idea here being, well, we can avoid taking any risk by shelving the project or delaying it. We certainly can do that. We're betting that the financing will be cheaper down the road, and it gives us some time. The couple of things on this con list that I would point out, and we've already talked about it, probably the biggest issue is the impact that has on the negative impact it has on the downtown redevelopment, the momentum that we've established for the last few years on the downtown development. With that, you run the risk of you've got a committed developer today. Where would that developer be if this project is delayed? There's a risk to that. There's a risk to the cost. I think the mayor mentioned there's no guarantee that what the pricing of a city hall is going to be for construction in a couple of years. Today, we're probably getting the best prices we've seen in a long time, and when we start in that recovery cycle, may not get those prices. With that, I'll just kind of close up with just saying that when we look at our debt situation for the city of Las Vegas, and this is a kind of a two-part slide. The top part is where our outstanding general obligation debt was in February this year. The bottom part is adjusted for the new Performing Arts Center, which is GO revenue debt, and the City Hall. And the reason why I'm presenting this slide to you today is irrespective of the impact that general obligation debt has, it's important for you and the public to recognize that we have been good stewards of our taxpayer money. We have managed our debt very well. We have some of the lowest debt, currently have the lowest debt in the state on a per capita or assessed value basis, and even after considering the Performing Arts Center and a City Hall obligation, if that were to go forward, we'd still be one of the lowest in the state of Nevada in terms of our debt ratio. So I'm just trying to give you the feeling that this is not to say we can't afford it. This is not to say there won't be an impact down the road, but we haven't been irresponsible in how we've managed our debt in the past, and we don't intend to be irresponsible moving forward. But again, as I stand here as your Chief Financial Officer, I certainly can't tell you that anything we do today or tomorrow with respect to this project won't have an impact on the general fund, just like I couldn't have told you that on any other debt we've issued in the past.
Thank you.
Let me quickly sum up and then get right to what we're asking direction on. You know, this balances out a number of the issues that have been brought forward by Mark and myself over the last few slides. You know, Mark said that the city's per capita debt is still going to be below other Nevada municipalities even after COPS if we do this. And while our current cost of borrowing is high, there's no guarantee of what that future cost will be. There may be the risk of pledging future general fund tax revenues, and we're not sure about whether the RDA, TIF, or land revenues will cover the payments. The flip side, will there be an increase in future construction costs? We're realizing incredible savings right now in building construction projects. There's a window of opportunity that exists in building a major project like this. And proceeding with COPS and the land swap keeps Forest City vested in development downtown. It keeps our relative position on parcel PQ to the new City Hall site intact and keeps a developer in place. And not going forward, will that cause a delay that causes a redevelopment backslide? We have built up an incredible amount of momentum, and I said at the outset, we got 4 $1 billion projects that are tied catalytically to this one project and a decision. So what are we asking for? As Mark had said, our underwriters to get into the market need to know what a firm construction price is, and we need to know what the financing terms are. We're speculating at this point on both of these. We've got good firm estimates. We've got some sense of where the bond market is, but you really don't know until you get more information specifically. So we're asking for council direction on moving forward with several things. On appraisal and construction feasibility study. This is something the underwriters want. They want an appraisal of the project after it's built to know that where they stand in relation to a value to debt, and they want to know whether it can be built feasibly for what we say it can. And they want that done by an independent party. We need to get to plans review. We need to get far enough through the plans review process to know whether there's any code or permit issues that might impact costs. And we need to do that before we go out for bid. That's going to cost us $216,340 to do that. We may need further authority to keep going with the balance of the permit fees up to our estimate of $650,000. Let me be clear here, that $216,000 is inside that $650,000. We've estimated the total permit cost to be about $650,000. The underwriters may require a building permit at the time we introduce our COPS ordinance to have all the ducks in a row. And so we may go all the way through that process. We will manage this judiciously, but at the end of the day, we may need to do that. And we need to seek bids prior to the introduction and have a firm bid price prior to the introduction of that COPS ordinance. Now, all of these expenses have been budgeted and are part of that $10.1 million that I had already explained you've committed to this project. So there is no further budget augmentation required. We just didn't want to go to the expense of these things at the magnitude that they're at without your direction, if you didn't want to go forward with this project. So that's the first thing we're looking for. The second thing is for your approval to proceed with putting the COPS process and ordinance into the process at City Council under a schedule. Now, as Mark said, this is the best case schedule, where we'd introduce a first reading of the ordinance on September 2nd, a second reading on October 7th, and then we would have a subsequent sale and closing of COPS. It could be, though, if our underwriters require it, and they're the banker and they make the rules, that we need to have a lot of this done before that first reading, and if that were the case, it could delay this process first and second reading by up to 2 months. It could be a November-December set of first and second reading of ordinance. So we think we have a range here of September-October to November-December. The September-October is the best case scenario that we believe we can get it done under, if we can get the underwriter to listen to how we should get this done. So these are the things we're asking for direction from you on today. And I'll remind you, I guess I'll close with, and you've seen this slide a zillion times, I know, and this really reinforces what I said at the outset, that these are the projects and sites in the city real estate assets that form the basis of the strategy and the underlying strategy of the City Hall project. As I said, it's more about strategic asset management and more about getting the highest and best use of our waterfront property than it is about building a new City Hall to meet the future growth needs of the city. And it's about the economic impact, the job creation, the private investment that would result as a result of one strategic move of a city facility. And there, I think, is a residual benefit that we have an old City Hall that's getting tired. It's 30, almost 40 years old, and there's certainly benefits associated, energy and a lot of other reasons why we could also build a new City Hall. So that's the end of our presentation. We do have the entire Forest City development team here. One of the Live Work partners, David Mitchell, and Bill Arndt with the Office of Business Development. Collectively, we can all answer any questions you might have at this point.
Very good. Before we open it up for questions, I'd like to make a brief prefatory statement from my perspective, having been intimately involved with the vision of this council and what we've been trying to accomplish as a council. We made a decision a while ago that we wanted to be the world-class city, at least a world-class city, and we realized that in order to do that, you have to define what is world-class, and certainly 4 $1 billion projects in a downtown that is thirsting for vitality goes a long way to accomplishing that objective. The second thing that we did is we said, if that is our goal and that's our vision, how much does it cost to accomplish that? That's basically what we're asking ourselves today, as I understand it, to find out how much it's going to cost to have this one project. And the third, and this is something that we don't know the answer because we don't know what the economic market will be at the time that we seek to get the financing, how do we pay for it? That's simplistically, that's the equation that we're faced with, as Betsy says, in order to make our policy decision as to what we're going to do here. I think that every world-class city has great buildings, great architecture, great commerce, great art, great medicine, great culture, and this council has been uniform in trying to provide that as part of our redevelopment process. Pretty darn good. We got great medicine with the Lou Ruvo Brain Institute about to open within the next 30 to 60 days, and the Cleveland Clinic, one of the world-class institutions, staffing it. We have great culture with the wonderful Performing Arts Center having broken ground and will be completed in 18 months, which will make this a very, very special place to live. The third thing that we've talked about was an arena to become a major league city as far as sports are concerned, and we've been assured as recently as, at least inferentially, yesterday when I received a note from Gary Bettman, the commissioner of the National Hockey League, saying how much he enjoyed being here for the Stanley Cup banquet that they had over at the Palms, which we referenced earlier today. That gives me great hope that between him and David Stern and the interest shown by Major League Soccer, that we will have a Major League sports team here. But I know how important this project is, and it didn't come home to me as much as 2 days ago when you gentlemen were sitting in my office. Mr. Vincent and Mr. Adams were there, and we spoke to a major developer who has been in continuous discussions with Mr. Adams about building us an arena. And the arena was going to be a part of a whole complex, so one of these $1 billion complexes with special entertainment which would differentiate us from other cities and provide us the opportunity to become great, which is what this council wants to accomplish. And basically the question was asked that if we don't go forward with the City Hall project, and that doesn't free up this building
to be part of that development, the 8 acres here and the 12 acres across the street, a casino, hotel on this site, and as Mr. Adams indicated, this is our waterfront. This is the place where we have the confluence of the 2 major highways. Other cities have rivers. We have the concrete, and we have to do the best with it, but we also have an address, which is virtually Las Vegas Boulevard and Fremont Street. It doesn't get much better than that any place else in the world. And the answer from this developer would make the project tougher for him to go forward with because he needs this property. And as Mr. Adams said, I think you said it was catalytic, where everything, I've likened it to a jigsaw puzzle, where we have these 4 different projects, these 4 different areas, the City Hall area, the PQ parcel at Symphony Park, the CIM project with the Lady Luck, and then the City Hall project. They're like dominoes. If one falls, they're all going to fall. They're not going to take place. So I think if we're going to fulfill our vision, we have to explore how much it's going to cost. That's the second phase. And then down the road, when we see what happens with this economy, whether we could even sell bonds or sell COPs or get money from the union pension funds or get money from the bank that you've been dealing with, we have to see whether we're able to do that. But before we can even reach that point, we have to know how much it's going to cost. So I don't think we have a choice unless we just want to throw up our hands and say, let's go back to where this city was headed to 10 years ago. This would be rubble if it had not been for redevelopment. It would be a disaster here, and it would have a reverberating effect throughout the entire community. People forget that. They take for granted what's happened here. But without just every day us pushing ahead, gnawing, and plotting, this wouldn't have happened. And I thank the council because, but for their vision, none of this would have happened. And each, in their own way, expresses it beautifully as to what it means to them. And now I'm going to open up for questions or comments.
Your Honor.
Yes.
Just a couple quick comments. Representing the different parts of the city of Las Vegas the last few years, I really bought into this redevelopment agency. And we were very fortunate when we got Scott Adams to come aboard and to help us. And, we talk about City Hall, and we talk about some of the things that the mayor just mentioned. But I have to tell you, you go out and look at the older parts of Las Vegas. We completed some of the projects downtown with our help this morning with the Siegel Group. They really made an impact in helping redefine the old areas. We had a councilman here a while back that's now a county commissioner. He used to use the phrase, he really got a kick out of going out and look at the Disneylands of the city of Las Vegas. And by that he meant the areas in Ward 2, 4, and 6. He represented Ward 5 at the time. And we've been able, through the redevelopment agency, to help some of the struggling businesses downtown. I say downtown, in and around Wards 1, 3, and 5. And I thank the Lord every time I go to bed for Scott Adams, because it's with his foresight that he's been able to bring in and help work with people like the people from Forest City. They distinguish themselves by coming forward, and they've been working on projects all over the country, and especially this one here in the city of Las Vegas, and the project they have over on 3rd and Charleston. It amazes me that I continue to sit up here and when I hear about what we want to do and the press, the attention that we get, but yet our sister city to the north, they broke ground for a new city council or new city hall about 3 weeks ago, and I mentioned that to a number of people and they didn't even know it. But we get chastised for even thinking about it, and that's all we've done is we've tried to figure out how we could And then people ask us, why do we need a new city hall? And I've entered this city hall many, many times when it was raining, and they had garbage buckets down there in the hallway on the basement catching the water. There's many flaws with this city hall. There was a flaw when it was first built. They built a jail without a kitchen. They spent many, many dollars just trying to feed the prisoners that we had here at City Hall. There's been talk about, building one ourselves. Well, we was part of the RJC when they built that. And I think that's about $50 million over budget, and there's still lawsuits pending. The elevators over there, early in the morning, you stand in line, clear outside. There's many, many flaws with an individual building it themselves. But again, with a private developer helping us, maybe he can help us to afford it. We don't know. And we've been chastised, we've been questioned for even looking at it. And that's all we're doing here today, is we're continuing to going down the process. And all the figures we've looked at, to me, it has just been an estimate, a rough estimate. And now we're going to get out there and really try to buy that new car. And if the price comes in where we can't afford it, then I'm not going to support it. But I feel like we owe it to ourselves and to Forest City to at least go one step farther. And I want to thank staff for their drive. They've really done their homework, I think, on every time they've ever presented something like this to us. And to me, it's made it easy for me to make a decision. And I know that, like I stated earlier, the Redevelopment Agency, you can look around to the west of us here a little bit and you can see what it's done. But I would like to ask anyone that lives in Ward 2, 4, and 6 to come down into my ward, Ward 3, and look and see what the RDA has helped us do down there. And without these bigger projects, we wouldn't have the money to fund the smaller projects. And it's very imperative that we keep going with our RDA. And so, to me, we have to support them and keep going, and I'll be ready to make a motion after we hear from other council members.
Mayor Goodman?
Yes, Councilman Wilson.
Thank you. Today's decision is easy, as far as I'm concerned, because we're being asked to spend money that we've already budgeted for, and not to be too redundant and repetitive of my colleagues, but the bottom line is to get to a point where we need to be, to have a firm construction price. We need to spend the money, which, once again, we've already budgeted for. We've gone down this path. We need to go to this final level. But like I said, today's decision is easy. The tough decision is going to be in 6 or 7 or 8 months. Probably the toughest decision that most of us will ever make. And I'm actually looking forward to that decision. One of the things that I'm going to ask in the future, because I'm really not getting it in simple, clear terms, and one of the things I'm going to need in the future is what I'm going to call the worst case scenario. Whether we do the COPS financing, whether we do an alternative form of financing, I'm going to need, before I vote one way or another, a worst case scenario as far as a hit to the taxpayer. That's what I'm calling it. I know that if we have to go into general fund to make certain payments down the road, that may affect other projects. Well, how much will we have to go into the general fund and for how many years? And if we have to do that, can we legally? And what other types of projects may it affect? And I need that in simple terms, guys. Scott, you do a great job. I can't say it better than Mayor Pro Tem Reese, and Mark too, and Betsy, of course. But sometimes you guys speak in a language that I have to hear twice to understand. So I'm wondering what the general public out there and how much they're understanding. So as the months go forward, and when we get to that critical vote of whether to move forward with a financing package that we learn in a few months, I'm going to need to know in very clear, easy, simple terms what the worst case scenario is. And then my final comment is this. I don't know much of anything. I don't know many decisions where there isn't some risk involved. Wouldn't it be nice in life if there was no risk involved? Our decisions would be so easy if there was no risk involved. The question is how much risk? And I'll use an example that I've used a number of times over the years as a councilman up here, and that is that I wish back in the 80s our city and county leaders could have forecast better about the 95 expansion, because it took so long to get that done. How many years did we fight traffic on the 95 going out north? Finally, we did what was needed, and it took a long time because of lawsuits, etc. But I don't want this council to fail in that vision, as the mayor terms it, being able to look into the future. That's what our obligation is, to look short term, of course. We want to protect our citizens. We want to make wise decisions. But like I said, no decision is without risk. I want to make the right decision with a vision for what's going to be best for the citizens, not only of the city of Las Vegas, because the decisions we make affect all southern Nevadans. And I want to just have simple explanations as to what the worst case scenario is. And then the last thing, Scott, I agree 100% with your characterization of strategic asset management. We have to be smart. We have to act like private sector people as well. We have to be sensitive to public monies and taxpayers and constituents, but we have to be smart like the private sector, and when we see opportunity, we seize it. And that's what you're doing, Scott and Mark and Betsy and this council. We are looking at the best ways to manage property we own. We own property, and how can we best manage it to make the best profit? And I don't mean that in the literal sense, but how can we best manage our assets to get the best bang for our buck? And that's what we're doing. Because, oh no, we're not going to be able to sell this property in the next year or two. But hopefully in the next 3 or 4 or 5 years, this 18 acres, which is waterfront property because of the 95-15 intersection on Las Vegas Boulevard, my vision is that when we get the new city hall, we sell this property for hundreds of millions of dollars, and then we pay off this debt. Now that sounds pretty good, doesn't it? We'll see, I guess. But we have to have a vision to look to the future and be optimistic and pragmatic at the same time. So the decision today is a no-brainer. We spend the money we've already budgeted to get us to a position where we'll have all of the facts where we make the final decision.
Any other comments?
Mayor Goodman?
Yes, Councilman Barlow.
Understanding that the city's budget does not look like what it did 2 years ago when we started down this road, having worked with our unions and having discussions in regards to salaries and wages, we went through the process of closing recreational centers due to the budget and considered alternative work schedules with our labor force. This council is not new when it comes to facing very tough decisions that come before it. On the other hand, we have a viable developer who has a commitment to bring forth a project that would ultimately leverage the new development and revitalization of a slumping downtown community, with it bringing the possibility of many jobs, entertainment, and opportunity for the public and private sector. The term risk has come up on several occasions during this conversation, and I believe that this council has to be thoughtful and wise in its approaches as to what side of the risk will we stand. we have an opportunity not to do anything, but with that comes risk. We have an opportunity to move forward with the risk to at least get us to that next stage. I believe that we have to be mindful of how, in fact, we impact the general fund, and be mindful of the fact that we are fiduciarily responsible for the city's tax dollars. As we prepare to make a decision today, I believe that this council will make the right decision as to what side of the aisle we'll stand on, and democracy within its best practice will be shown here today, taking into consideration once again that this is a very tough decision, and at the end of the day, it is my belief, it is my hope that we make the right decision for the betterment, for the greater good of the community, whatever that may be. Thank you, Mayor Goodman.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else want to be heard at this time? Councilman Anthony.
Thank you. Good presentation, Mark and Scott. I mean, you covered both sides, and I have to commend the mayor for having a public discussion on this and making sure the public knows what's happening. But for me, it comes down to really what everybody's mentioned, risk and timing. And you've all mentioned that, and it just in my mind, I still think this is too risky of a project. It's getting even riskier, and I just don't think the timing is right. I still think this is a project that we could put on hold for a while and let the economy come back on track, and then we can build it. So I can't support moving forward. Thank you.
Anybody else like to be heard? Councilwoman?
I just wanted to say that I agree with Councilman Wolfson that we should keep our main focus on this item. It's an item upon which the item upon which we are voting today does not approve additional funding in any way for City Hall. What we are voting upon is releasing redevelopment funds already approved by the council in order to obtain more specific information as to construction costs, money borrowing costs, and so forth. For example, when we talk about the need to know if we will be able to use COPS, we need to primarily know what would be the cost of the COPS. And common sense tells us we need to have much more specific information in order to make an informed decision as to if we move forward or not. The building of a new city hall, I think, has never been the main issue. Rather, the issue is making money for the city with the limited assets we have, while at the same time protecting our taxpayers. Now, much has changed in the last several months. I'm very concerned about going forward with this project. It may no longer be feasible. I don't know. And as I try to talk to experts, they all tell me the same thing. They're concerned also, but they don't know. Nobody knows where we are. So I just feel that we have not used general funds yet, and I myself would not want to use general funds. I feel we have many, many great needs, and we don't want to tap into general funds at a time when our economic situation is so tight. But on the other hand, this vote today is to release the funding that we've already voted upon previously, to move ahead, get the information that we need, and knowing that a vote yes on this item today does not mean future commitment to vote for any additional funding or for any additional moving forward. As Councilman Wolfson said, the big tough vote is going to come after we get all this additional information as to bids and as to all this other, so that we know and have to decide, can we move forward then? And as I understand, that will come sometime probably towards the end of the year. Is that correct?
I think more like September.
Yeah.
I think September was your
the
best.
Fall.
Yeah, you have to. the mayor's always optimistic, so he moves for September. I have more worries, I think. So my understanding was by the end of the year. And it's a hard decision to make. I just hope that people understand we're trying to make the best decision, and we need to make it for the taxpayers in a way that it doesn't hurt them. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Would the folks from Forest City or Live Work want to be heard at this time? Or I'd be happy to hear from you if you'd like. Please identify yourself for the record.
Mayor, Council Member Dimitri Vasilakis from Forest City. And
David Mitchell from Live Work.
We don't have any comments to make. We're just here if there's any questions to be asked.
All right, very good. All right, thank you. Are there any questions of either of the gentlemen?
Well, actually, gentlemen, we've all talked about your commitment. Gentlemen, please step up. We've all spoken for you, if you will, to talk about your commitment and your continued commitment. Tell us about your commitment and continued commitment. Are you committed to this project?
Councilman, we're certainly committed to the project, and as an example of that, recently as this week, we've increased our equity into the land of our holdings in downtown. So we're certainly very, very committed to the project.
Okay. All right, thank you for that question.
Mayor Goodman?
Yes, Councilor Barlow.
Thank you, gentlemen, for being here today. Reading in the papers nationally and locally, there's a number of properties throughout Las Vegas that have been either funds have been withdrawn, banks have stepped away. From speaking of your commitment, how do you perceive that, or how does that affect you in any way as far as what's happening here, not only on a national level but on a local level when it comes to financing and things of that nature, specifically speaking to this development?
Councilman, I think we're the same way as every other developer. You know, dealing with lenders is a very important aspect in our business, and we do that on a regular basis. We've certainly done that on this particular site, and we've done it on other sites as well, and we will continue to do that. The negotiations are tough, but we've been successful, and I'm sure we'll continue to be successful.
I might want to add that our lenders are extremely supportive of the project. In fact, there's a representative from KeyBank here today who flew from Cleveland to attend this meeting.
Representative from KeyBank?
KeyBank, our lead lender.
Very good.
Is he ready to write a check?
He's already written the check.
Where is he? Please come forward, sir.
No. I just have to say this. Councilman Barlow came back from Harvard, so I'm going to advise you. You have the right to remain silent.
I may.
Okay, Councilman.
I wouldn't recommend you do that. No, I really just want to just thank you. Please come to the microphone and state your name for the record.
It's Josh Mayers.
And who are you representing?
KeyBank.
KeyBank. I just want to just thank you all for your continued commitment to this project and to the development of what we're trying to do here in the Las Vegas Valley, and welcome you to the city, and of course welcome your dollars as well.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, thank you, gentlemen. We appreciate it. Mayor Pro Tem, do you have a motion?
Yes, Your Honor. With a few added comments. First of all, you know, we've been committed in trying to bring jobs to the city of Las Vegas. We have many people out of work today. I met with the Live Work at the Forest City people down at the barber shop, and they led me to believe that they're willing to work with all those people that are needing jobs, and they want to work with some of the minority groups to make sure that everybody's represented in this project, which I think is great on their behalf. But again, though, we have to do those things that are right for the people that elect us, of course. But in my motion, I want to put on record what the other council members have said, as well as the mayor. I want to, in my motion, go forward with going out to bid on this project and finally coming up with a cost. to see how much New City Hall will cost us. And then I would like to proceed with the COPS process per schedule, and also maybe look at other financing mechanisms at this time to see if there's some other way we might be able to finance this. And, I think it is, when we talked about the Performing Arts Center being a momentum catcher, chaser. I think this City Hall is also part of that momentum. And I think we need to continue building downtown. And I know the building industry is really slowing down. I don't know what's going to happen to our economy once City Center gets completed, because I see not too many jobs like that coming online in the next couple of years. I understand that the Tropicana is going to go in and do a little work. So there are jobs out there. We need to be part of that, and that's my motion, sir.
All right, very good. Let's vote on that, please.
Your Honor?
Yes.
At this time, whether you may or may not be in discussion with any union pension funds, nor have you disclosed what unions those may be, because of my role as Secretary-Treasurer of the Building Trades, I feel an abundance of caution that I should abstain from this item. Mr. Jervik, have I left anything out?
No, I think that's correct, and I just want to clarify for the record, because if you jump back in the future on a vote, I want it to be clear that we're limited to this set of facts, that by going forward, one small component of going forward may be talking to individuals that Councilman Ross represents in his capacity as Secretary-Treasurer of the Southern Nevada Building Trades Council. I think on 99% of what's going to happen next, you have no conflict of interest at all. No, in fact, we're not even building the building. This is going to be built by a developer. We won't be picking union or non-union. So I want that clear for the record. But because one small component of this may involve staff contacting your clients in your private capacity, I think the appropriate thing to do is to disclose and abstain.
And, Your Honor, just to clarify that too, you haven't disclosed who those are, so it may not even be the unions that I represent, but in that abundance of caution, I just want to make that clear for the record.
And I appreciate that. If, in fact, there are other financing sources that don't involve any kind of union pension funds, then this abstention in no way will keep the councilman from being part of this process.
Absolutely correct.
As long as the record's clear on that. Thank you. Let's vote, please. Post. Motion carries. Thank you. Okay, item 53, there's been a request to obey it until July the 15th, and I'm happy to make that motion. I'd like to thank representatives who are here from the Las Vegas Springs Preserve and from NV Energy. I'm sorry that we're going to be obeying this, but apparently it's deemed that it's necessary that we do so. We'd like you to come back for our next meeting on the 15th if you can, but please accept our thanks for being here today. My motion is to obey 53 until July the 15th. Let's vote on that, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. All right, we're up to 54, which is R 58-2009, discussion and possible action regarding a resolution consenting to the undertakings of the City of Las Vegas Redevelopment Agency in connection with the Commercial Visual Improvement Program agreement between the RDA and Casa Suites LLC, located at 700 North Las Vegas Boulevard, to be in compliance with and in furtherance of the goals and objectives of the RDA. This is in Ward 5, and this item is related to the earlier RDA meeting, item RA 13-2009, which we heard this morning. Mr. Arndt?
Good afternoon, Mayor, members of Council. Bill Arndt, Acting Director, Office of Business Development. As the Mayor noted, and for the listening public, this item is related to Redevelopment Agency item number 5, where discussion took place on the item. The item is for $50,000 visual improvement grant for the property located at 700 North Las Vegas Boulevard, which is on the corner of Las Vegas Boulevard and Wilson. The applicant is eligible, and we're recommending approval of a $50,000 grant. The property is owned by the Siegel Group, who is here this morning to present the item. I do have a photograph of the property on the overhead, and staff recommends approval.
All right, thank you. Any questions of Mr. Arndt? All right, hearing none. Councilman Barlow?
Move for approval.
Thank you. Let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. 55 is R59-2009. Discussion and possible action regarding a resolution consenting to the undertakings of the City of Las Vegas Redevelopment Agency in connection with the Commercial Visual Improvement Program agreement between the RDA and the Gold Spike Holdings, located 400 Ogden, to be in compliance with and in furtherance of the goals and objectives of the RDA. This is in Ward 5, warning RA 14-2009, which was RDA item 6. I'll also read 56, R 60-2009, discussion and possible action regarding a resolution consenting to the undertakings of the City of Las Vegas Redevelopment Agency in connection with the Commercial Visual Improvement Program agreement between the RDA and Plug It In, Roman numeral 2, LLC, located at 217 North Las Vegas Boulevard, to be in compliance with and in furtherance of the goals and objectives of the RDA, Ward 5, and this item is related to RD item number 7, which is RA 15-2009. Mr. Arndt?
Thank you, Mayor. Members of Council, I asked in this morning's session to read items 55 and 56 together as they are situated on the same property, though different addresses. Item 55 is for the property at 400 Ogden, also known as the Gold Spike. This is also a property owned by the Siegel Group. They've made a tremendous investment in the property to date, roughly $5 million in improvements. Our VIP grant is for new signage, landscaping, parking lot upgrades, as well as building paint and facade. The applicant's eligible for the full $50,000 grant. We're recommending approval of that grant along with the facade easement. The item's in order, and staff recommends approval.
Is that on 55 and 56?
And then 56 is for the Travel Inn at 217 North Las Vegas Boulevard, also owned by the Siegel Group. Staff is recommending approval of a grant in the amount of $38,193. That's for the property also known as the Travel Inn. This is for improvements including signage, a new pool, landscaping, parking lot upgrades, building paint and facade.
Right,
that item's in order. Staff recommends approval of that item also.
Thank you. Any questions of Mr. Arndt? All right, hearing none. Councilman Barlow?
Move for approval.
All right, that's on 55. Let's vote on that, please. Opposed?
I'm coming. It just moved up on me.
Motion carries. And 56, please.
Move for approval.
Let's vote, please. Opposed? Oh. Motion carries. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Arndt. Okay, 57. This is discussion and possible action on appointments of council members to various City of Las Vegas and other jurisdictional boards, commission, and authorities. Ms. Bridges had given me a list of appointments that had to be made. I haven't had an opportunity to speak to everybody to this point in time as to whether or not they want to keep their assignments or trade assignments. However, you did indicate that the Health District had to have an appointment, and I've spoken to Councilman Anthony, and he's agreed to take that appointment. So you can advise them, and please advise him as to when the meeting's going to be. Okay. All right, very good. Thank you. The rest held in 2 weeks. I'll have the chance to talk to everybody. Thank you. Okay, that's my motion to obey the rest of the appointments for 2 weeks to July 15th. Let's vote on that, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Item 58 is the Planning Commission. The term of Glenn Trowbridge, Michael E. Buckley, and Keen Ellsworth. Their terms expired in June of 2009. These are coterminous terms, so the procedure is for Councilman Wilson to either reappoint Mr. Trowbridge or appoint a new member, for Councilman Ross to reappoint Mr. Ellsworth or appoint a new member, or Councilman Anthony to appoint Mr. Buckley or appoint a new member. So let me go down the list. Councilman Wilson, what's your pleasure?
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Trowbridge, I see you in the audience. Would you mind coming forward, please? While Glenn makes his way up here, Glenn has been serving on the Planning Commission, and I think you are the current chairman of the Planning Commission. Isn't that right?
Yes, Councilman, I am.
And it was my pleasure to appoint you originally to the Planning Commission, and I've kept kind of a careful watch, if you will, over the last few years and checked up on you, and have always heard nothing but great things about your service on the Planning Commission. And as a result of the recent election, you voiced an interest to be reappointed, and I spoke to Director Wheeler, because Margot's in direct contact with the Planning Commission, and she reconfirmed everything I've heard to date, that you're doing a great job. So on behalf of the City of Las Vegas, we want to thank you for your job, and thank you for your continuing job. So at this point, I would like to make a motion to reappoint Glenn Trowbridge to the Planning Commission.
Thank you. Let's vote on that. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for your service. All right, Councilman Ross, your motion.
Yes, Your Honor, I'd like to move to reappoint Keen Ellsworth to the Planning Commission to represent Ward 6.
Very good. Let's vote on that, please. Opposed? Motion carries. And Councilman Anthony, your pleasure.
With your permission, Mayor, I'd like to hold this in abeyance till the next meeting. I'm not prepared to appoint anybody yet.
Very good. There's a motion to obey then until June the 15th. Let's vote on that, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Item 59 is Civil Service Board of Trustees, the term of Evelyn Beals, which expires July 6, 2009. This requires appointment by the City Council. Any member of the Council may either move to reappoint Mrs. Beals or appoint a new member to fill the seat. Does anybody have a recommendation? All right.
Your Honor, if I could, I'd like to hold this in abeyance for 2 weeks, if we could, please.
All right, thank you very much. That's the motion. Let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Item 60 is the Senior Citizens Advisory Board. This is the term of Wayne Lunsman. It expires June 2009. Mr. Lunsman resigned, and the procedure is to have an appointment coterminous with Councilman Anthony. So, Councilman, it's your move.
With your permission, Mayor, I'd like to hold in abeyance 60 and 61 for 2 meetings.
Okay, let me read 61 in. That's Citizens Priority Advisory Committee. The term of Brian Craig Pearson. His term expires June 2009. And once again, it's your appointment. So let's vote for the abeyance on 60 and 61 till June the 15th. Please vote. Opposed?
July.
I misspoke myself. July 15th. Thank you. All right. All right, the motion carries. Thank you very much. Now we'll go on to recommending. And this is item 62, Bill number 2Z, 2009-1, amends the city's official zoning map atlas by changing the zoning designations of certain parcels of land. Councilman Ross, do you wish to have the bill read?
I do, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like Your Honor, Bill number Z, 2009-1, an ordinance to amend the official zoning map atlas of the City of Las Vegas by changing the zoning designations of certain parcels of land and provide for other related matters.
Thank you. Councilman Ross, do you have a motion, please?
Move to follow staff's recommendation. Approval.
Very good. Let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Items 64 through 67, bills 2009-23 and 2009-26 through 2009-28 are eligible for adoption at a later meeting, so we'll move on to the new bills. And new bills, items 68 through 71, which are bills 2009-29 through 2009-32, will be heard at the recommending committee meeting on Tuesday, July 14th, 2009. Mr. Jervik, would you read those, please?
With your permission, Your Honor, I'd like to have our interns from UNLV. This is our last day with the Civil Division. They're moving to the Criminal Division on Monday. So Morgan's got half, and Andrea's got the other half. And with your permission, I'd like to have them read them now.
Okay, let's go for it.
Bill number 2009-29, an ordinance to adopt an updated version of the Las Vegas Downtown Centennial Plan, together with related development standards, and to provide for other related matters. Bill number 2009-30, an ordinance to revise and relocate within the municipal code the provisions regulating the naming of streets and assignment of addresses, to adopt the City of Las Vegas Street Naming and Address Assignment Regulations 2009 edition as a replacement for the 1993 edition of that document, and to provide for other related matters.
Bill number 2009-31, an ordinance to allow boat and trailer sales in the C1 zoning district by means of special use permit and to provide for other related matters. Bill number 2009-32, an ordinance relating to business licensing, authorizing under certain circumstances the administrative extension of temporary licensing approval and the administrative reinstatement of alcoholic beverage licenses, suspended or revoked for non-payment of license fees, and providing for other related matters.
All right, thank you, young ladies. We appreciate that. These new bills are going to be assigned to Councilman Barlow, if you're available on the 14th.
Yes, sir.
Very good. And Councilman Anthony, if you're available on the 14th.
I'm on vacation. Oh, I'm
You just started. What kind of vacation?
Wait, July 14th?
July 14th.
I'll be here.
Just started.
Jeez.
Like a man who has his mind made up. That's good. Okay, then I appoint you to that as well. Thank you.
Thanks.
Now we'll go on to item number 72. 72 is our next item is to go into closed session to discuss upcoming labor negotiations. May I have a motion to go into closed session, please?
Move to go into closed session, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. And following the closed-door session, the council meeting will be in recess until, what do you think? 2 o'clock? Okay, 2 o'clock.
We need to vote.
2 o'clock, folks. We'll be back here. We have a closed-door session.
We need to vote.
Oh, yes, so let's vote on that, please, to go into closed-door session. Post, please. Motion carries. We'll be back here at 2 o'clock. Thank you.
Can we lunch first?
What we like, whatever you guys want. All right.
The lunch is upstairs waiting for us.
It'll be cold.
I don't care.
Should we eat first, then do closed door session?
I'm not the boss.
You can do it either way, whatever you want.
You don't have to be limited. If we start the closed door session at 1:30,
Right.
we have to be done by 2.
next to historical preservation and where? Do you know from the top of your head?
Fourth Wednesday at the Fifth Street School.
Okay, thank you.
I was coming to wash your car this morning. I was coming to wash your car this morning.
Move this along. Don't worry about it.
By 4-4? He's leaving at 4.
Have a seat, please.
Wow.
Have a seat. Okay. Folks, I want to promise you we were working. We got some serious challenges that the city has to address, and we were trying to do it, and we have to make some pretty tough decisions. It's not as easy as it's been in the past because of our economic situation. All right, if my Mayor Pro Tem comes here, we'll start immediately. And we'll move this along so you'll all be heard. Absolutely not. Okay, you all set? All right, item number 73. Any items from the afternoon session that the council, staff, and/or the applicant wish to be held or stricken, or held in abeyance or stricken to a future meeting may be brought forward and acted upon at this time. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Your Honor. We have item number 92, special use permit 33755, applicant owner Douglas B. Kays et al. Appeal filed by the denial by the Planning Commission, 1717 South Decatur Boulevard. Councilman Tarkane would like that to be held until our August the 5th, 2009 meeting. Are there any other items? Hearing none, Your Honor, I make a motion to bring this item forward, take the appropriate action, please.
All right, thank you. Let's vote on. Could you give me the? All right, let's vote, please. The screens are blank. All right, please vote. The screens are still blank. Everybody signed in, but the screens are blank. It doesn't have aye or abstain or nay. Here we go. You got it. All right. Post, please.
This is a tough system we have here.
All right, motion carries. Now, what is the next number? Unfortunately, my book doesn't have it. No, they put the morning consent in mine.
Oh, here.
Thank you. All right. Items 74 through 79 are on the consent agenda. They're considered to be routine and are recommended for approval by the Department of Planning and Development. May I have a motion, please, to approve the consent agenda, items 74 through 79?
So moved, Your Honor, with all conditions, please.
All right, thank you. Let's vote on that, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Councilman Anthony, did you want to show a yes on that?
Did I hear yes?
No, you did not.
You want a yes, sir?
Yes.
Okay.
All right, thank you. All right. And now we're up to item 80. I'm in good shape here. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. All right. Items 80 through 87 may be considered in one motion, one vote. They're all considered routine public items with no condition changes, and all public hearing items will be opened at one time, and any person representing an application or a member of the public or member of the council not in agreement with the conditions and all standard conditions for the application recommended by staff should request to have that item removed from this portion of the agenda. Does anyone want any item from 80 through 87 brought forward at this time?
Yes, Mayor.
All right, which one, please?
Item 80.
All right, then we'll do item 80 first, and then we'll do the rest under one motion, one vote. This is a public hearing on item 80. I now will declare it open. Item 80 is RQR 32709. The applicant is William J. McAlpine. The owner is Ghassan Mayri. Required review of a previously approved special use permit for an existing auto repair garage minor at 2027 North Decatur Boulevard in Ward 5. Yes, Councilman.
Yes. This item I just need some clarification on in regards to the site development plan that came before me approximately a month or two ago for a new development at this site. Margot, do you have some updated information for me as it pertains to this?
Yes, I do, Mayor and Councilman. The special use permit and the site development plan review for a project at this location were approved on February 18th of 2009. That approval is still in effect. The applicant has not yet come in for their permits. So therefore, that approval for that development remains in effect, and that is they have 2 years to exercise that. At this time, you have an existing tenant on that site that is back for their required review of that existing special use permit. So this applicant is allowed to remain at that facility and in that location until the landowner chooses to move forward with that approved SDR and SUP in the future.
Okay. Thank you for that clarification. How are you, sir?
Fine. How are you?
I'm doing well, thank you. What is the status with the barricades and the conditions that were set before you the previous time you were here before us?
I keep putting them back. You didn't get that letter that I dropped off down here?
Speaking to the microphone. Is the microphone on?
Yeah.
State your name for the record, please.
William J. McAlpine.
Okay.
Yeah, I dropped off a letter last time I was here, the last council meeting, which you weren't here, to Mr. Goodman, and I don't know whether you got it or not.
And what was the nature of the letter?
The letter, well, Metropolitan Police keep knocking them down. They keep running into them and knocking them down. I put them back up, they knock them down. Now, they haven't done it for a long time, but I brought a letter where a customer of mine seen that happen. He put his phone number on it and everything so you guys could call him and talk to him about it. But the barricades are up.
And what were the other conditions, Margot, that we had before us?
If I may, sir, with regard to the outside storage and auto parts being stored outside the building, our investigation indicated that he was in compliance and that was not being done. Our investigation showed us no vehicles were for sale on the property and that the trash dumpster was within its walled enclosure and that the landscaping was being maintained.
Okay. Okay. Do we have the opportunity to exercise a year review on this?
Yes, sir, you certainly do.
Okay, then my motion at this time would to be to set this item for a 1 year review.
All right, that's a motion. Let's vote, please.
Would that be, if I may, Mayor, at a public hearing of the City Council?
Yeah, public hearing here at City Council.
Okay, that's a motion. Let's vote. Opposed? Motion carries. Thanks for coming down again, Mr. McCall.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Right. Okay, then we'll call 81 through 87. 81 is RQR 33798. The applicant is Clear Channel Outdoor. The owner is Mini Masters, Inc. Required review of a previously approved special use permit for a 40-foot high, 14-foot by 48-foot off-premise sign at 6900 West Craig Road in Ward 4. Number 82 is RQR 33830. Applicant Clear Channel Outdoor. The owner Constantino Novo Nevada LLC. Required review of a previously approved variance which allowed the relocation of 2 off-premise advertising signs with a 550-foot distance separation between the signs, where 750 feet is the minimum distance allowed at the northeast corner of Mineral Avenue and Martin L. K. Boulevard in Ward 5. 83 is RQR 33797. The applicant is Clear Channel Outdoor. The owner is B2 LLC. Required review of a previously approved variance which allowed a 40-foot high, 14-foot by 48-foot off-premise sign at the northwest corner of Sahara Avenue and Valley View Boulevard in Ward 1. Number 84 is RQR 33828. The applicant is Lamar Central Outdoor. The owner, Andrew Fanfa, required review of a previously approved special use permit for a 50-foot high, 14-foot by 48-foot off-premise sign at 3641 West Sahara Avenue in Ward 1. 85 is SUP 34110. The applicant is Edward Taguba. The owner is PK2 Sahara Pavilion North LLC. Request for special use permit for second-hand dealer use within an existing jewelry store at 4726 West Sahara Avenue in Ward 1. 86 is SUP 34158. The applicant is Cricket Communications, Inc. The owner, Chetak Development Corporation. Request for a special use permit for a proposed wireless communication facility, stealth design within an existing 61-foot sign at 2233 South Las Vegas Boulevard, Ward 3, and 87 is VAC 34190. The applicant owner, City of Las Vegas, petitioned to vacate a 20-foot wide by 300-foot long public right-of-way, an alley generally located at 139 feet northeast from the northeast corner of Washington Avenue and D Street in Ward 5. As I said before, the Planning Commission and staff recommend approval for each of these items. Items 81 through 87 are public hearing, which are now declared open. Would anyone like to be heard on any of these items from the public? This is your opportunity. Please state your name.
My name is Catherine Joseph. I just need on 87, I'd like to have a clarification from Mr. Barlow on, would you explain that to me? I'm not quite understanding what they want to do on that.
All right, Catherine, you want to do that, or shall we ask Ms. Wheeler?
I can do it. Let me just pull it back up.
That's the alley.
Right. They have my pictures.
It's
sideways.
87.
Right.
Right. Okay. Here, there's and they have my picture. Can we go to the overhead? They have the picture on my laptop sideways, so I'm like looking at it kind of sideways. Anyway, what we're looking to do is vacate this portion of the property to make it contiguous. Right now, there's, as you see in the overhead. Did we go to the overhead?
Excuse me, when you say vacate, are you going to close something else off over there again? You're saying vacate.
No.
Explain it to me.
Margot, as far as the definition of vacation for,
I know what that means, but I want to know what you're saying.
Okay, we'll clarify it for you.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Bart Anderson, Public Works.
Turn your microphone on.
I thought I did. Okay. Bart Anderson, Public Works. The school that exists there now was built on top of an alley right-of-way back in 1949.
Are you speaking about the West Side School?
Yes.
Okay.
The school was built on top of a alley right-of-way, and it's been there since 1949. This just cleans up the parcel so that it's not actually on a roadway right-of-way. Nothing will change in terms of roadway access. It's just that the land underneath the building will now be school land instead of alley land.
That's what this is saying.
That's what this is doing.
Okay, that's a matter of record, what you just told me.
Yes.
Okay, because we have some concerns over there anyway, because right now you can't get in or out of there unless you come all the way over to Main Street. So I just wanted clarification, and because if this changes, it's on a matter of record. So it's nothing that we're going to see. It's nothing visible that we will see. That's going to be all underneath that site.
No, it's nothing that you will see. This is just a matter of record in the sense that on the city's books, this is a roadway. So just to clear
I understood what he told me.
So just basically to clear it up, to make it just one contiguous parcel of land.
Okay, because I thought maybe you were fixing to completely close us off.
No.
All right, anybody else?
Thank you.
All right, then I'll close the public hearing, and may I have a motion, please?
Yes, Your Honor, I move to approve items 81 through 87 with all conditions, please.
All right, please vote on that. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. All right, we'll go on to items 88 through 91. 88 is ZON 32804, request for rezoning from C2 General Commercial to M Industrial. 89 is VAR 32468, request for variance to allow 51 parking spaces where 72 parking spaces are required for an additional 65 beds within an existing rescue mission. Number 90 is SUP 34012, request for major modification to an approved special use permit for the expansion of an existing rescue mission. 91 is STR 32467, request for a major amendment to an approved site development plan review for a parking lot reconfiguration on the conversion of an existing 9,584 square foot dining facility into a sleeping facility for a total of 222 beds at an existing rescue mission. The applicant is the City of Las Vegas and the owner is Las Vegas Rescue Mission, Inc. The project is located at 480 West Bonanza Road. The Planning Commission recommends approval for each of these items. Staff recommends approval of item 155 and denial of items 155, 156, and 158. All of these items are in Ward 5, and they're all subject to public hearings, which I now declare open. Ms. Wheeler, do you want to start off, or show the gentleman here. All right, gentlemen.
Mayor, council people, my name is George Rogers, architect, 6325 South Jones. With me here today is the executive director of the Las Vegas Rescue Mission, Ken Heater. I'll address some of the more technical aspects of our applications, and Ken can give you an overview. The zone change is really a request of your staff, not of us. Apparently, there was a rogue parcel that didn't get the M zoning, and your staff just wants to clean that up, and I think staff can address that if there's any question about it. The site development plan is really a matter of request for a parking waiver that we've asked for, and I'll discuss the parking waiver in just 1 second. You may know that about a year and a half ago, 2 years ago, you approved a new dining hall to be built right here on the site, on the west side of the site. The construction is very near complete, and the dining hall may be opening very soon. Well, the existing dining hall is really the subject of this application. We're suggesting in this application that we remodel that existing building from an existing dining hall to an existing a new dormitory project for sleeping, both on the first floor and the second floor, and that's really the reason for this. There will be no exterior construction at all. There's no additional area being added to the site in these applications. The only exterior evidence that could exist if you decide to approve these applications is a new exit stair out of the second floor of that existing dining hall. As a matter of the dining hall becoming a dormitory, we're adding additional beds. There's a special use permit for that, as your ordinance requires. Surprisingly, the ordinance ties parking into the number of beds, and I suppose in the broad sense, the magnitude of beds may be a reason for a number of parking stalls, but certainly none of the clients that come to sleep there overnight drive in cars, and that's really the crux of this application. We're asking for a variance to reduce the number of parking stalls. We've got a report from a traffic consultant that identifies if the project is approved, that a maximum number of 41 stalls may be required, and we're going to have 51 stalls we're proposing in this application. And
could you please hand that to the clerk, and
yes,
the clerk please pass it up. I'd like to see that.
And with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions. Certainly, I think Mr. Heater wants to address the council.
Very good. Are there any questions before we hear from Mr. Heater? All right, Mr. Heater, your turn.
First of all, I just want to say thank you, Mayor and the council members, for the work that you've been doing in not only working with us, but in the committees, trying to find some good solutions to some of the problems we're having on the Corridor of Hope. And we do appreciate that. Also, the committee city officials have been working very hard with us in trying to enable us to better serve the community that we serve, and we just want to let you know we appreciate that help. In regards to the parking, just to let you know our present use, we have 27 employees with 17 cars. 10 of those employees live on site, and so they do not have cars. But we have 17 employee cars at any given time. We have approximately 12 volunteer cars each day, with about 25 volunteers a day that come in and help us. And then we'll have about 15 mission vehicles for a total of 44. 32 are during the day, and then 20 spots will be used after hours in the evening. And so just to give you some summary of what we're actually using now, and also to lend argument to the fact that we don't have the need, again, because most homeless do not have cars and will not be needing those spaces. So, thank you very much.
Thank you. Are there any questions, Mr. Heater? All right, it's a public hearing.
Good afternoon, Your Honor, Council. My name is Teddy Russell, resident of Las Vegas. As concerning the Corridor of Hope, this is an embedded, difficult example of civil disobedience due to the lack of flexibility, the rigidity, and the various and enormous number of modems concerning the Catholic Charities, the Rescue Mission, and Salvation Army. I understand that this new dining hall was to be completed and rather promised last July. Pardon me for not attending redevelopment. I think somebody slipped me a Mickey at the Gold Spike, and I only had 2 beers. I am ambivalent whether it goes through or not. I do adhere to the exact recommendations of the staff, neither recommending approval or disapproval. Thank you so much and have a great day.
Anybody else like to be heard? Yes, sir.
Hi, my name is Harry Baptiste, and I'm a citizen of North Las Vegas. I'm concerned about 2 things concerning this measure, and one of the things I'm concerned with, this dining hall, it could help a lot of people. I'm for that. But those beds are very important to homeless people because of what the city's trying to do now in the corridor of homelessness. And in that corridor, they're planning on spraying a sidewalk with what is called chlorine. And that sidewalk they plan on spraying, which is by the St. Vincent area, that chlorine is going to burn people's eyes who are sleeping out on the streets, who are not using your beds, who don't have the beds already. In next week's attention, that they're going to do this to move those people who are sleeping on the street. Well, when the sidewalks next to St. Vincent's or the sidewalks that need this chlorine won't be sprayed. So I see this as a attack on poor people, on the poor and homeless people. We don't have enough beds out there to house all the homeless people. I've just talked to Mr. Barlow. I've talked to Mr. Williams. I've talked to the police department. I'm asking for a 24-hour shelter, not an overnight bed shelter, because if it's only overnight...
Unfortunately, sir, I appreciate what you're doing here, but we have to go under the open meeting law. If you'd like to address this at citizens' participation, be happy to hear from you, but you're going beyond the items on the agenda.
Okay. Well, I think this bed thing is a good idea. We need it. Let's figure out how to get it done.
All right. Thank you. Anybody else like to be heard? All right, seeing none, we'll close the public hearing then. This is Councilman Barlow.
Thank you, Mayor. And Mr. Heater, Mr. Rogers, thank you so very much for being here today and obeying the item until upon my return today. Working with you has most definitely been a delight in the sense of what it is that you're doing for those most in need, specifically in the corridor of hope and in and around your adjacent property. I do understand the need for the variance, and I am in support of that, and look forward to you all continuing to really be a stand-up organization in regards to really fighting this major issue that's affecting not only the locals here in Las Vegas, but nationally. A lot of states and cities and towns are faced with the same issues, and I believe that we're doing all that we can and some to really get those folks off of the street and into some level of housing and transitioning them back into society to be productive citizens for the community as a whole. So with that, I would like to move for approval of this item subject to conditions as it pertains to the zoning.
All right, very good. That's on 88. Let's vote on that, please. Post. Motion carries.
And as stated in regards to the variance of the parking, the reduction is not excessive, and I believe it's doable. And so for that, I move for approval of this item as well.
Please vote. Post. Motion carries.
And for the next item, the special use permit, I will move to follow staff's recommendation for approval of this item.
Thank you. Let's vote, please.
Or I should say, move to approve this item upon staff's recommendation of denial.
All right. Please vote. Post. Motion carries. And 91.
And 91, the special, the site development plan review, I will move for approval of this item subject to all conditions.
Thank you. Please vote.
And thank you all for working with me.
Post. Motion carries. Thank you, gentlemen. Good luck to you.
Thank you.
Item 93 is GPA 33721, a general plan amendment. It's going to be a public hearing. The applicant is the owner, City of Las Vegas. request to update and amend the West Las Vegas plan to encourage the implementation of streetscape and median improvements, community identity markers, and improved neighborhood livability. This is in Ward 5. The Planning Commission and staff both recommended approval. It's a public hearing, which is now declared open. Ms. Wheeler?
Thank you, Mayor and Council. This update to the West Las Vegas plan comes forward principally to do two things. One is to update that plan based upon the findings that came about with a large group meeting that was held here in April last year at the National American Planning Association conference, at which time many of the stakeholders in West Las Vegas came together and came forward with recommendations. Additionally, at the request of Councilman Barlow, staff looked at improvements, physical improvements that could be made to the West Las Vegas area. Were they to be included in this plan, they would then be part of the general plan and be able to be placed into the city's capital improvement program for funding. The specific improvements that are proposed at this time are streetscape and median improvements along D Street between Adams and Jefferson, sidewalk and street light improvements where they are missing in the area bounded by Washington HD and I-15, streetscape and median improvements on Jackson, entry features, bike lanes, and connector roads between DB Losi Connector Road that would provide access and traffic through the West Las Vegas community, and frontage roads. These are the physical improvements that are recommended at this time. The APA workshop had other items for consideration, such as consideration of the expansion of the redevelopment area, the study to improve the community's image and perception, to analyze strategies to promote and preserve locally owned businesses, and specifically a Main Street program to incorporate goals and strategies to improve walkability and quality of life along the historic corridors in West Las Vegas. This would be a program based upon the national Main Street program, which has certain principles of organization, promotion, design, and economic restructuring that staff would be working with the local community to move forward with promoting these goals and ensuring their implementation through the city's capital improvement program, which then ensures that these improvements will hit the ground and actually be implemented. Those are the changes proposed at this time. There were several community meetings that were held in April and this year, and also the Planning Commission in May. Staff is recommending approval, and if there's further questions, Mr. Anderson and I will certainly attempt to address them at this time.
All right, thank you, Ms. Wheeler. Does the council have any questions of Mr. Anderson or Ms. Wheeler?
Yes, I do, Mayor, real quick.
All right, Councilor
Margot,
Barlow.
if you will speak to the Main Street program, because I know that's a concern for many residents as to what exactly is the Main Street program, how does it work, and if in fact there's any funding attached to that, how would that basically roll out into the community?
Yes, sir. Mayor, if I may.
You may.
The issue of the Main Street program is a national program that's been around for nearly 30 years. It is one that is the national program provides guidelines to local organizations, grassroots organizations that come forward and include businesses, the city, oftentimes the county, and calls for grants. There is a pool of money that is part of the implementation of the certified programs that, as I say, is pooled. There's a board that is put together to work on these programs. The state of Nevada does not have a state Main Street program, as do many other states, but we do have the first program. Gardnerville came into effect in 2008. So we do have a sister community as a model to work with in going forward with this program here. Many of the staff members have experience with Main Street programs in other cities, as I do. There is the principles, again, as I say, are the organization, promotion, design, and economic restructuring. And we would be working with putting together a board that then would move forward with these national principles that have been utilized and used in other cities, in other states over the last 3 decades.
Thank you, Margot.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, Mayor, members of the council. My name is Samuel Wright, 10863 Franklin Hills Avenue. I'm the representative this afternoon for the F Street Coalition, and I have a couple of specific recommendations to make and a couple of general comments to make.
Certainly.
Specifically, we'd like you to add F Street as a primary north and south street. In the document that we're talking about, there are a number of streets that are indicated as primary streets north and south and primary streets east and west. And the purpose for the primary streets was to connect this community back to the rest of the city, because it's been isolated, as you all know, for quite a long time. One of the main streets that connects back to the city, to the new downtown, Mayor, that you're building, is F Street. And since the city has already decided that with the legislature you're going to reopen F Street, we'd like to have F Street as one of the primary streets added to this plan, along with B and D and H and Martin Luther King. Second, in the discussion on the first page of this document, it talks about create, not consider, create an implementation plan, create an implementation plan. I know there's been some discussion about a capital improvement program. Capital improvement programs, as you all know, sometimes don't get done, but we need a real implementation plan. A plan that not only has plans for funding, but some real money attached to it. We all know what the economic situation is these days. It's extremely important for us to identify some real funding sources outside of what currently exists. And if that's not the case, then people need to know that, and they need to know how long it's going to take to actually get this done, so that if there are any local resources and people can pull together to do so, we can do so, because there have been too many plans for this community that have not been implemented. Third, there's no discussion about the transit in this corridor. The Regional Transportation Commission has a plan that shows that they plan on putting a major express bus route through the area, through the community, but not one stop within this community. We'd like you to add that to the plan as well, because without a major express bus stop there, then that's going to reduce the amount of access that people in the community have to other areas. Those are my specific comments. In general, the plan, Mr. Barlow, is a good first effort. We like what's been done. We're very supportive of the Main Street effort. However, we believe there's some parts that are incomplete. The economic development component of this plan is outdated. We all know what's been going on in the last 3 to 4 years. None of that's been updated in this plan, and seriously needs to be updated. There's also another major thing that's going on that we need to talk about, because it's going to change everything in the next 10 years in this area, and that is the demographics of the community. Just as the historic West Side community used to be a white community and has become black, it is now changing again and is becoming a Hispanic community. More and more of the stakeholders and the landowners in the area are Hispanic people. None of them are represented in this plan. No discussion with them has been made as far as I know. I've spoken to one of Mr. Barlow's staff members about this, and he agreed that we needed to bring them into the process. I think they need to be brought into this discussion and made a part of this Main Street program. And finally, the Main Street program requires that we have more dialogue amongst ourselves in addition to support from the city. And I know the city has made efforts over the years to try to do things in the community. But this time, the Main Street program needs to be driven not by the city authorities and officials themselves, but by the community people. The F Street Coalition and many others that are behind me, I'm sure, are willing to step up to the plate and do what we need to do to work together to help make this plan work, because we understand that you can't just do it by yourselves, that we all need to work together. As our president says, we need to find what we have in common together, work on those things, and not fight about the things that we disagree on. So these are the comments that we'd like to make as the F Street Coalition. We're ready to work with Mr. Barlow and with the city to accomplish the Main Street program. We like this first effort. We'd like to help work on the other things that need to be done. And we're ready to roll up our sleeves and get started.
Thank you. Next, please.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, Council. Teddy Russell, resident, Las Vegas, Teddy Russell V. How delightful that I should have a reminder concerning F Street. Don't anyone ever think for one moment or one microsecond of blaming Mr. Barlow or Mr. Weekly. That goes directly to the feet of our state capital and our existing governor. Also, I wanted to mention that to the national government, I have to renew food stamps again. I'm over 60. That should be once a year only. As far as the F Street, I said then, when we had the great number of people, the vast number, we really don't have many here, F Street must be open. I'm appalled that we have an express bus going through West Town without a stop. We will have that. F Street will be opened. It's not the national government. It's not the city government. It's not the county government. The F Street fiasco is Carson City. I am familiar. Oh, by the way, exactly, I agree with the gentleman that spoke here. Every word he said. I agree with everything to the uttermost that the director said. I know next to nothing about local main streets, but I'm quite knowledgeable about the initial and the national program. So that I do recommend the endorsement through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councilman Barlow. I do recommend yielding to your intelligence, wit, and wisdom. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next, please.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, City Council, and staff. Thank you for having me back. I'm Catherine Duncan, President of the Ward 5 Chamber of Commerce. I would like to comment on the West Las Vegas plan and the plan amendment. So the first question that came to my mind is, which plan are we actually amending? And if I remember my notes, it says we're amending the 2004 plan. So we're coming out of the chute amending a plan that's already failed. So the first thing we have to ask ourselves is, why did this plan that we're amending fail? And in our estimation, the plan failed for 4 reasons. There was not a real mission. So we're recommending that the mission of this plan to be to create the most beautiful and spiritually uplifting city in Las Vegas and the historic West Side. We have to talk about the focus area. I found one problem with the APA. Its southernmost boundary was Washington Avenue, but we need to start at the I-15 and Bonanza intersection and go as far north to the city limits. Because they started at Washington, they left out the I-15 and missed the whole F Street closure. We could have fixed that had we concentrated on it when the APA was here. Our goal should be to get the job done right away. The tractors are already over there working with the I-15 freeway widening. We've got plenty of tractors and bulldozers and cement trucks already on the scene. We need to get out there now and fix that park, the park we call Jimmy Gay Park. You know, you built a 20-foot wall right around the freeway that abuts the park. It's time for us to get a Walk of Fame in there right now and a roller skating rink. Make it happen. We got to concentrate on it. There's 6 wards in this city, and I believe the staff should be devoting at least one day out of every 6 on fixing the West Side. So the timeline is we got to finish now while the I-15 is being widened. We need the resources of the staff time, and we need an implementation plan that someone in the city takes direct responsibility for. So Councilman Barlow, I believe that would be you, to work with the internal city staff that we can work with so that we can direct your attention to the items that we need fixed in our community. And then, as with any plan, we need measurable results. What exactly are we expecting to achieve, and by what date? These things need to be added to the plan so that the community would know what to expect. 2 recommendations we would like to add to the plan right away is that since the city's building Union Park, we'd like to also have you build Reunion Park on the other side of the track. Reunion Park would be a place where people from all the states could come and gather to reconnect with one another. Also, there's a row of churches on Madison Avenue that really need to be protected, and as you're going into the community and looking at the assets, we believe that the churches are one of our strongest assets. we need to work on the visual improvement for those churches. Every church should be off with the visual improvement plan, the same as Olympic Gardens and other visual improvements we know about. Okay, so we're recommending that we start picking up the pieces of this community right away. There's plenty of broken glass in the community. There's bottles, there's aluminum cans, there's plastic. We need to start recycling. We throw away enough in this community to build back this community. So we're asking you to start a massive recycling project right here in the West Side, and all of the elements that are picked up can be made into the fabric to bring our community back together. And with that, I thank you and hope that our recommendations will be taken. Thank you.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to be heard? All right, seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. Councilman Barlow?
Yes, Mayor, thank you. First and foremost, I would like to thank the great residents of Ward 5, and in particular those in West Las Vegas who sat with me countless hours to talk about the revitalization of West Las Vegas and the West Las Vegas plan. The APA, American Planning and Architects, came out and met with a lot of residents throughout West Las Vegas over the course of a long weekend, and implemented a lot of great suggestions and ideas, which allowed us to move forward with the amendment of the West Las Vegas plan. There's many things that the community can point to should they choose as to why, in fact, some of the things within the plan was not implemented. However, I believe that we have an opportunity to come together once again to make sure that as we amend this plan, that we all work collectively together in order to get the projects and developments done within the plan. I have since organized a committee and invited all residents of Ward 5 to submit to my office a resume should they want to participate in the West Las Vegas Advisory Plan. And should you want to be a part of this board, please send my office your resume and an interest letter stating as to why, in fact, you feel the need to want to participate in the West Las Vegas Advisory Plan, which will be the board that will drive the initiative from the community standpoint to make sure that the West Las Vegas plan is not only implemented, but that it is a living document that we can continue to work with and make sure that the streetscapes, the parks, the development, the commercial corridors are completely built out in a way and a respect that the community can enjoy. So with that, I want to thank those residents who have come out today to share their comments on the record. Your points most definitely have been taken. And prior to making my motion, I would like to turn my additional time back over to Margot Wheeler for some additional comments.
Thank you.
Yes, Ms. Wheeler.
Mayor and Councilman, very briefly. The question of which plan are we amending? We are amending the 06 plan, which was the most recent one, and as I say, the updates that are coming forward today are based on the 08 APA workshop and also the recommended capital improvements proposed in 09. With regard to the measurable results, that is the entire purpose of our capital improvement program, and that's where these projects get funded and has been the interest of the councilman. With regard to transit, we are working with RTC. Right now, the city manager has instructed the planning and development and public works departments, and the mayor has also corresponded with the chief executive officer of the RTC with regard to transit improvements and what we expect here in the city. And we are having consistent meetings and moving forward with that plan. And the West Las Vegas area is certainly one of our priorities. With regard to the economic program and its update, the recommendation that came forward from the APA group with regard to the studying of the expansion of the redevelopment area is one of the key priorities that is part of this document today. And again, planning and development is working with OBD, and we're studying the expansion, the potential expansion of the RDA, which will be part of the group that the councilman will be working with. With regard to the expenditures that have been done, the city's Department of Neighborhood Services put together a document which is part of your backup today, which shows, I believe there's $73 million in expenditures between '94 and '09, and that document is part of your backup.
What was the number?
I believe it's $73 million, if I
Right,
follow my
73 million.
commas in the right place.
You do.
And with regard to parks, the recent in 08 Parks and Recreation element update, what we did is looked at the historically underserved areas, and those are our priority areas for new parks. And in fact, the first priority area is is adjacent to this area. So I just wanted to bring those things forward as an update to some of the questions that we were asked.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, may I have a motion, please?
May I
Okay.
have one more chance
No,
to?
not now. We'd be happy to hear from you during citizens' participation, but I have a lot of people
Oh,
out there.
this
I
is,
gotta move
okay.
it on.
Back
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. So at this time, Mayor and Council, I would like to once again just thank the residents of West Las Vegas for coming out and being a part of all of the neighborhood meetings to pull the West Las Vegas West Las Vegas plan together, and also for those that have already submitted letters for the West Las Vegas Advisory Board. And thank them very much for their time and attention and pulling this all together with my office. With that being said, I would like to move to follow the community's recommendation for approval of this plan subject to all conditions.
All right, thank you. Let's vote on that, please. Post. Motion carries. Thank you. Item 94 is RQR 33829, required review. It's going to be a public hearing. The applicant is Clear Channel Outdoor Inc., the owner is BBB Operating Company. Required review of a previously approved variance, which allowed a 50-foot high, 12-foot by 24-foot off-premise sign at 601 North Main Street. The staff recommends denial. The Planning Commission recommends approval, subject to conditions. It's a public hearing, which is now open. Mr. Carter.
Good afternoon, Mayor, member of the council. Rod Carter, 2880 Mead Avenue, on behalf of Clear Channel Outdoor. We concur with the conditions and ask for your approval moving forward.
All right, thank you. Any questions, Mr. Carter? Folks, a public hearing, if anyone would like to be heard. Happy to hear from you now. All right, seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. Councilman Barlow.
Thank you, Mr. Carter, for keeping the board clean, free and clear of graffiti, and keeping the marketing signs on the board, so I really appreciate that. So with that, Mayor and Council, I would like to move for approval of this item, and I believe Director Wheeler has a comment for the record.
Thank you, Councilman Mayor. I just recommend deletion of condition number 3, as it has been met.
All right, you have no objection to that, of course.
No, sir.
Very good. All right, that's the motion. Let's vote, please.
Okay, as amended.
Thank you. Let's vote. Post. Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good luck to you. 95 and 96. 95 is SUP 33590, request for special use permit for a mixed-use development. 96 is SDR 33587, request for a site development plan review for a 16-story, 238-unit mixed-use development with 22,500 square feet of commercial space. The applicant is LV Land Partners, and the owner is Oler 1992 Trust. The subject is located on .55 acres along the east alignment of 3rd Street, approximately 160 feet south of Charleston Boulevard. Planning Commission and staff recommend approval for both of these items. These items are Ward 3 and are public hearings, which I now declare open. Mr. Kempfer?
Yes, good afternoon, Your Honor.
Mr. Kempfer, did you bill those people this morning when you failed to show up to represent them?
Yeah, but I was in bed, so I only billed them half price.
Okay,
No.
that's why I've always respected you.
Obviously, no. Again, good afternoon, Your Honor.
Didn't want to get you off your game here.
You didn't.
Okay.
I'm here on behalf of the owner and the applicant. I'm going to be very brief. This is our use permit and SDR application to allow a 238-unit residential development with commercial at the corner of 4th and Charleston. Staff has recommended approval, and as usual, staff's comments would be more pertinent and pointed than my own, and I'd like to read from them. With regard to the special use permit, staff notes the project areas located within the Las Vegas Downtown Centennial Plan boundaries. The district is intended to accommodate a wide variety of commercial and residential uses within a dense urban environment with its own unique design standards. The proposed use is consistent with the goals and objectives of the Downtown Centennial Plan. And with regard to the site development review, staff notes the subject site is located within the boundaries of the Las Vegas Redevelopment District. The proposed uses are in conformance with the redevelopment plan goals and policies that encourage innovative mixed-use projects in the area of the city. So we appreciate very much staff comment, the recommendation of approval. The Planning Commission unanimously recommended approval as to both applications, and we would respectfully request your approval as well. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Mr. Kemper, on a scale of 1 to 10, what's the chance of this project getting built?
Well, this is Barnett Lieberman, and
So I want on record.
Mr. Lieberman builds what he says he builds. So 1 to 10, if 10 is it's going to be built. I never give it a 10, but this is probably a 9. So
yeah. Well, no, that's I wanted live work name brought in, and you did that. So
yeah,
that's good.
What type of timetable are we looking at?
Well, part of the issue here is we had previously approved, as you know, the 1,000 unit residential development, and the banks are saying, look, build something a little bit smaller. Let's see how it goes, and then we'll revisit the 1,000 unit. So I think the banks have told him essentially, if you can get something smaller approved, we're on board with you. So I'm told by Mr. Lieberman that financing is not a major issue because of the reduction in the size of the project. So I'd be guessing, but I believe in the next year.
Is this a condo or apartments?
It's apartments.
All right, thank you. Any other questions of Mr. Kemper? It's a public hearing, folks.
Buongiorno, Teodoro Roussel, Las Vegas, Nevada. Behold the remarkable resiliency, staying power of downtown Las Vegas, that in these grievous and woesome, horrible economic times, that we can have something of this elegance, this simplicity, that will be 1 to 10, I would say 11. I sort of recommend approval. Arrivederci. A biento. Ta-ta. Thank you so much.
You need one more beer.
Anybody else?
There's one more thing.
No. Have a
That
seat.
needs to
Have
be
a seat. And
That needs to be imploded.
Anybody else?
The whole
please?
thing.
All right, we'll close the public hearing then. All right. I don't know, Mr.
That's what
Marshall.
2 beers.
Do we have a marshal here?
Over
I
there.
haven't had a beer all day, I think.
Okay. All right, Ron. Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes. We did approve this as, I think it was a 1,001 room apartment complex. I think we do have to have this mixed use. I think that there are many people that need to have a place that they can rent to live downtown. I hope they get it built, and I hope it's filled up right away. We do have some other for rent properties downtown that have done exceptionally well, and they've stayed full. And so I think this will be a success. So, again, I'll make a motion for the special use permit, item number 95, following Planning Commission staff recommendation for approval with all conditions.
Very good. Let's vote on 95. Opposed, please. Motion carries.
Thank you very much.
Wait, 96.
And on the site development review, I make a motion to follow Planning Commission staff recommendation for approval. Again, just offering Chris any help I can give out of my office, please let me know.
Thank you.
Very good. Let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Good luck.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Chris.
97 is
Staff,
SUP
thank you.
33552, a special use permit. It's a public hearing. The applicant and owner is Ator and Brenda Vancheri. The request for special use permit for the keeping of 300 carrier or racing pigeons at 6500 West Ann Road. This is in Ward 6. The staff recommends denial. The Planning Commission recommends approval, subject to conditions. It's a public hearing, which I now declare open. Yes, folks?
I'm Brenda, and this is my husband, Etcheray Van Carey. We're at 6500 West Ann Road. And I think if I just read this, it'll kind of explain what we're doing. Is that okay?
Sure.
I think the main misconception of the public is that when you say 300 pigeons, they picture them flying around the neighborhood, landing on their roofs, and in their backyards and making a mess. This is so not the case with our racing birds. Our homing birds are not the same as wild pigeons that the public relates to. All of these racing pigeons are registered and loft certified to meet USDA and AWA requirements. The birds are available for Homeland Security, FEMA, and the Armed Services for emergency communications should traditional means become unavailable. So if I can try and explain the actual procedure of how our racing birds are trained and raced, I think you will have a better understanding of what it is and how it is that we do it. First, let me start by stating that from November 22nd till March of next year, there are no birds on our property. Our race that we organize with the charity City of Hope is for only 1 week, November the 13th through the 21st. And on the last day, the charity City of Hope organizes an auction for us, and we auction off the birds. A percentage of these proceeds are donated to the charity City of Hope for their cancer research. This is why the need for the special use permit to allow us to keep up to 300 birds so the auction can be a success. First, the birds come to us as babies, 3 to 4 weeks old, and they stay inside the loft until they're around 3 or 4 months old. At that time, we'll clip their wings, the 9th and 10th flights, and this prevents the birds from flying, much like cutting a parrot's wing so it can't fly away. The birds then are let out of the loft so they can familiarize themselves to our backyard. And this is when the homing imprint is made, which allows the birds to come home from a 300-mile race. This is done early in the morning for about 30 to 45 minutes. And we have 5 sections in our loft. You want to put up the loft picture? Can they see it? Oh, there you go. We have 5 sections in our loft, and each section holds approximately 50 birds. The birds are let out section by section, so there is never 300 birds out at one time. We want the birds out in small units so there is complete control on our part as we train them to become strong athletes to fly 300 miles. Then when they have gotten strong and are able to fly, this is around 5 to 6 months old, we can start training the birds to race competitively. My husband has been racing pigeons for over 30 years, and he'll be taking care of the birds and the property full-time as he is retired. The pigeon loft is cleaned and disinfected on a daily basis, just as is our horse stalls. We have 3 show-jumping horses on our property also. We have a 2-yard dumpster at the front of the property, and all of the animal waste is disposed of there. If you came to our property, you would smell our horses before you smelled any other smell. We also have a fly misting system on both the horse stalls and the pigeon loft, so there are virtually no flies on the property. The birds are also medicated, vaccinated, and given vitamins, and kept healthier probably than we are ourselves. These are very pedigreed birds and sell for 4 to 6 figures, so a lot of time and money is spent on their health. The only noise that pigeons make is when they breed, and it's called a cooing sound. The birds we have are babies, and they are too young to breed. The birds are separated, males in one section, females in another. They sleep at night, as we do, so the noise level is not an issue. We do not allow or want our birds flying around the neighborhood. You see, this defeats the purpose of what we're trying to do, which is race to their home, which is in our backyard, and go inside to be clocked to see who the winner is. So I would say 90% of their life is inside the loft, and the time that they are out of the loft is a very, very controlled situation. So in a nutshell, if we allowed our birds to fly around the neighborhood, then they would never come home for a race, and the point would be moot. What brings our birds into the loft is their food. The birds fly on an empty stomach, and they have been trained to know that the food is in the loft. So even as baby birds, my husband can have all the birds inside the loft by blowing a whistle, which the birds know that this sound is time to eat, and in about 30 to 45 seconds, all the birds are inside. It was brought up at the Planning Commission to go to a school and organize a field trip so we could educate people on the sport of racing pigeons, and we have about 3 or 4 teachers in our club and are working on doing this, so in the future we can have more of the public know what it is that we're all about. Thank you.
Very, very educational. Thank you. Okay, you have any questions of the lady or gentleman? Folks, a public hearing? Anybody like to be heard? By the way, the record should reflect that I did receive a letter from a gentleman who's familiar with...
Will Fonte?
Yes. What's his name for the record?
Will Fonte?
Yes, and I read the letter and I shared it with other council members.
Yeah, he's in surgery now. He couldn't be here.
I see. Okay. We'll make that part of the record.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, Council. My name is Teddy Russell, a resident of Las Vegas. My family began in the 16th century. Is this on? Yeah. My family began in the 16th century with a family called the Churchills. As it passed down, Winston Churchill was so much in loathing of pigeons that he had his statue designed to be electrified so that pigeons would not poop on his statue and the tourists would not rub it in the wrong places. What they said about racing pigeons is exactly true. If it were not for message pigeons, we would all be speaking German right now. You can see I might be ambivalent, just like we are on those things that you put on pizzas, those anchovies, yes. Anyway, nonetheless, through you, Mr. Mayor, I yield to the wit, wisdom, and intelligence of Councilman Ross. I have never been close to this neighborhood. Thank you so much, and have a great day here in Las Vegas.
All right, would anyone else like to be heard?
Hello, my name is Greg Koslevich. My property is 6519 Lokia. My southeast corner of the property touches the northwest corner of the property, the subject property. My comment is at the Zoning Commission hearing, they were granted a 1-year trial basis for their permit. If you grant them a special use permit today, will it be on the 1-year trial basis also?
I think I'll ask the attorney. We certainly have that authority.
You can give it any review you'd like, Mayor.
Right.
Thank you.
It would depend on the motion, of course, but we do have the authority to do that.
Okay. Thank you.
Anybody else like to be heard? Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, Councilman and Councilwoman Tarkanian. My name is Dave Wooten. I am a Las Vegas resident for about 35 years. Got the Vegas throat today. I do not live in their district. I live in Ward 5, Ricky's Barlow's ward. But I am here in support of this. It's a lot of fun. And the more you become educated on it, I think the more fascinated you'll be with it. I moved here in Las Vegas in the 70s from Chicago and bought horse property with the intent of flying homing pigeons. And I did that for quite a few years successfully as a hobby. I then decided that I was going to put on a race similar to what Hector and Brenda are doing, so I went down to the Union Plaza and talked to Forrest McCulloch. I said, I want to rent 50 rooms from you. And his ears perked up, and he said, okay. He said, what for? I said, well, I'm going to put on a pigeon race, and I'd like to rent the banquet room. He said, well, then that sounds like a good idea if you want 50 rooms. And we did that for several years. My teaching schedule kept me from doing that. It's a very labor-intensive job, and Mr. Van Carey's here full-time right now. He's with the birds every day. But what I found out was after I had successfully raced here for several years on my property, never had a complaint, when I went down to put on the race, I found that I had to go through this procedure that they're doing today. I didn't have a permit. So I came before this same board. It was all different people. It was quite a few years ago. I think Councilman Reese was here. Gary Reese was here, maybe. You was head of Ward 5 back in those days, I believe. Yeah. And we went through it, and I obtained the permits, and for several years we did have a successful Las Vegas race. It's since moved over to the county, and it's going on, but it's really a fun and joyful thing. It does bring in people, and while it's not a big convention, it can bring in a couple thousand people on a regular basis once a year. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Would anyone else like to be heard at this time? All right, seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. Councilman Ross.
Thank you, Your Honor, and I appreciate the nice comments about you folks, and I drive by your home quite frequently because I live pretty much around the corner. And I've done a little homework, and I certainly have a great deal of respect for the sport, if we can call it a sport.
Yes, it is.
And I think the mayor would have some great interest in the opportunity to bet on some things and actually win.
Wait, let me ask, now that you've interested me, do you take bets on these pigeons?
No, we do not take the
Can I set that up where we number the pigeons and make a line and send them out, and I'll
and
book
see what
it?
happens, 10 to 1
and all the
odds
money
or
will go to
something?
charity is yours.
There you go. There you
All
go.
right,
That
if I
sounds
could be your
wonderful.
bookmaker, I'll be in favor of this.
That'd be wonderful.
What a guy. Anyway, in doing some homework, and you folks know that I have received over 43 protests from your neighbors, and 16 more came rolling in today or prior to this meeting, and I have received 2 letters in support, and I believe the one letter we entered into the record was one of those letters. And I appreciate the gentleman's comments who's been doing this for quite some time and lives in Ward 5. And maybe this is a good place for this to be, is in Ward 5. But I'm hard-pressed to support this. I see what you've done with the coop in the backyard, and like I said, I know your property's at. You've got an acre, and I know what the Planning Commission did in regards to the one-year review. I'm still hesitant. We have got some major issues out there just down the street from you on Torrey Pines, as a matter of fact.
What are they?
Too many pigeons. That's what they are. And there's some confusion in some support letters. I received a comment that you'd indicated this was for a charity run, and I see that.
Yes, it is.
And one of your supporters who rescinded their support was a little confused, thinking this was a one-time thing, that you'd have the birds there for quite some time. And I just wanted to clear that up. The comments from your neighbors about the noise from the pigeons, and in particular the pigeon poop, for lack of a better term, they also talk about the 300 birds being a little too intense for this area. I have recently sent code enforcement out and animal control to take a look at a couple of properties there in Torrey Pines, just down the street from your house, like I said. And we've got some major pigeon issues.
And those are wild pigeons, not homing
I
pigeons.
recognize that. May I finish, please?
Oh, sure.
Thank you.
Sure.
I want to read an article that I found. Now lost. This is an article written in 2003 about a similar event and the same charity, the City of Hope. Am I correct? Neighbors who live, this was in the county, however, and this was a much larger event with 600 homing pigeons. Neighbors who live around a huge pigeon loft are saying they find dead pigeons and fecal matter all over their property. The area is zoned ranch estates or horses, where you're zoned. There are hundreds of birds here 7 months out of the year, and they fly in big circles, pooping on everyone's cars and houses. We've got a bug problem because of all the fecal matter, and we have grandchildren and pets that we're afraid will get sick. Now, I imagine if I handed this to you, you'd recognize some of these names in here because I can't pronounce them, that are probably associated with your respected sport, and I appreciate that. And I have respect for you and you wanting to do this. However, I don't believe this is the right location for this, as expressed by your neighbors. Therefore, Your Honor, I would move to follow staff's recommendation for denial of special use permit 33552, agenda item 97. That's my motion.
Okay, let's vote on that, please. Post. Motion carries. Good luck, folks. I hope you find another location. Item 98 is SUP 33956, special use permit, a public hearing. The applicant is Rafael Manzanares. The owner is Dario Pini. Request for a special use permit for a proposed tavern limited establishment at 707 Fremont Street. This is to be heard in conjunction with morning item 42. The Planning Commission and staff recommend approval. 42 is discussion and possible action regarding temporary approval of a change of business name and change of ownership for a tavern limited license from Take One, doing business as Take One Inc., to Rafael Manzanares, doing business as Gato One Nightclub at 707 Fremont Street. And this is heard, of course, in conjunction with item 98, which I just read. This is in Ward 5, Councilman Barlow's ward, right? Okay. Public hearing, folks?
Hi, my name is Rafael Manzanares.
Wait, time out, please. I'm being advised that 42 was stricken this morning.
Yes, it was stricken this morning.
And this is just for the land use item, so they would have to find a qualified licensee in order to run this, but you can still decide on the land use item today, if you'd like to.
All right, so we're not deciding 42.
Correct. You're just deciding the land use, if that's the appropriate location for this particular business.
Okay. Do you understand that, gentlemen?
Understood, Your Honor.
Okay, very good. All right, then we'll consider 98. Be happy to hear from you if you'd be kind enough to identify yourselves.
Yeah, my name is Enrico Sean Smith. I'm the CEO of DP Hotels, which we own the Motel 6 Fremont 7th, as well as 18 other hotels in Miami, Orlando, Santa Barbara, and Los Angeles. Currently, I'm working very deeply right now with Steve Siegel to develop this hotel into an iconic downtown property, much like the standard downtown of Los Angeles or the standard Sunset, possibly a hybrid of the two. Rafael Manzanares is a tenant. He's a very hardworking Hispanic man that came up with a club concept that we want to support. And this is the first step in the right direction, is to granting the tavern use for the site. So I just wanted to let you know that as a landlord and as owner of the hotel, we give them our full support.
Okay, and you own the hotel?
Yes, I do, Your Honor.
Okay, that used to be the hotel that had the culinary
That is, Your Honor.
training
Yeah,
kitchen, correct?
that's right. It's got the 5,000 square foot spot
Okay,
on the
and
top.
Take One was at the corner there.
Exactly, Your Honor.
Okay, I understand.
Yes.
Yes, sir. Be happy to hear from you.
Good afternoon. So, you know, my name is Rafael Manzanares. Lico is a helmet on everything right here. So he has my permission to talk to for me. You know, my English is too short.
You're doing just fine.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, gentlemen. Are there any questions of either of the gentlemen? All right, if not, it's a public hearing. We'd be happy to hear from anybody who'd like to be heard.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor. Teddy Russell, the 5th Council, resident of Las Vegas downtown. So this is what used to be the Take One?
That's correct.
Okay. And concerning this property, you're working with Mr. Siegel and to what to it? I don't
Well, you
get
have
that.
to talk through me, Mr.
Through you,
Russell.
Mr. Mayor, of course, always.
What's your question?
Is it going to be changed as far as appearance as it is now, as in elevations or rendering?
Do you have any plans that you'd like to show us today?
No, we don't have plans right now. We're in discussions to, I mean, the closest it would be sort of like the cabana that Ken built across from the El Cortez.
Yes.
Something similar to that, but probably a little bit cooler.
I hope if it's as nice as that, it's a
Yeah,
heck of a
you did a great
project.
job.
And through Your Honor, also, through you once again, what will the name of the ultimate business be called? What will it be called?
Well, if
we
you
haven't developed that yet, Your Honor.
The city of Las Vegas contributed a huge amount of money to make it what it is as of Take One. These are the reasons I asked those questions. I have every confidence because you mentioned the name Siegel. Thank you so much and have a great day.
Thank you. Anybody else like to be heard? All right, seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. Councilman Barlow?
Yes, Mayor. I would like to thank the applicant for coming in and bringing a nice amenity into the downtown East District. And so for that, I look forward to supporting them in whatever way I can. So at this time, I would like to move for approval of this item subject to all conditions.
All right, thank you. That's the motion. Let's vote, please. Post? Motion carries, and we really wish you good luck.
All right, thank you, Your Honor. Thank you.
Item 99 is SUP 34175, special use permit. Going to be a public hearing. The applicant owner is Great Wash Park LLC. Request for special use permit for a liquor establishment tavern with a waiver to allow a 0-foot distance separation from a similar use and 141-foot distance separation from a city park, where 1,500 feet is the minimum distance allowed at 330 South Rampart Boulevard in Ward 2. The Planning Commission and staff both recommend approval, subject to conditions. Anybody here representing the applicant? Yes, ma'am.
Mayor, number 100 is also with that.
Pardon me, 100 is with it?
Yep.
Okay. 100 is SUP 34176, special use permit, public hearing as well. The applicant owner is Great Wash Park LLC, requests for special use permit for a liquor establishment, tavern with a waiver to allow a 0-foot distance separation from a similar use and 141-foot distance separation from a city park, where 1,500 feet is the minimum distance allowed at 330 South Rampart Boulevard, Suite 195 in Ward 2. The Planning Commission and staff both recommend approval, subject to conditions. This, too, is a public hearing, which I now declare open. Yes, ma'am.
Good afternoon. My name is Laura Drea with Jay Brown's office. I'm here on behalf of Tivoli Village Mixed Use Development. This application follows this council's adoption of Ordinance 6013, which allows for more than one tavern to be located on a single parcel when that parcel is more than 15 acres and holds a mixed-use development. Because the alcohol establishments share parcel lines, the distance between them per Title 19 measurement standards is 0 feet. This ordinance also allows for alcohol establishments to waive separation distances between parks when in conjunction with the mixed-use development. So with that, we have staff's recommendation for approval as well as Planning Commission's recommendation for approval, and we're hoping for yours as well.
All right, thank you. Are there any questions of the young lady? All right, folks, a public hearing if you'd like to be heard. Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. Councilman Wilson.
You're not Jay Brown.
I'm not.
Jay was in my office yesterday. He didn't tell me you were coming today, but that's fine. Are you able to give us an update on the progress of this project, or am I putting you on the spot a little too much?
Jay did brief me on this. Workmen are out there every day. They're still on schedule. They intend to open
now
it
hold
going
on.
forward.
They haven't been out there very much for about 6 months. It's been sitting dormant.
I'm told they're going forward.
Pardon me?
That's the best I can tell you. I'm told they're going forward.
Yeah, and they
they're
are.
working on it.
I was hoping that you could give us a little bit more detailed progress report, but like I said, I don't want to put you on the spot. The information I received was that it has been sitting pretty dormant for about 6 months, but that they just are getting ready to revamp the project, and they hope to complete about 40% of the project and are looking for a fall 2010 opening. That's the information I've been giving, and I apologize, Laura. You probably weren't expecting me to do that to you today. Margot, could you give us an overview of what they're asking for and why it's appropriate for approval?
Yes, sir, Mayor. The issue, as the applicant's representative indicated, the ordinance that allows for the request for this waiver is based upon a mixed-use project on a large acreage site, which is what is the case here. This allows for the type of development that we are seeing proposed here in the city and also in the county, where you have residential, you have a large amount of commercial uses, and what you have is entertainment uses, retail uses, and multiple restaurants that will have either the tavern within the restaurant or a separate freestanding tavern. That ordinance allows for this application, which says that while the taverns do not meet the other code requirements with regard to distance, that because of this project's unique size and configuration, they may apply for this waiver for the tavern. If they meet those standards, if the council agrees and staff makes their recommendation based on the project's conformance to that ordinance and also the access to the other protected uses. In this case, the park is a significant distance away, not as the crow or pigeon may fly, but as you travel either in your vehicle or on foot to get to the residential or the park areas, it's a significant distance, and therefore staff believes and has recommended approval of these applications.
Okay. And that's consistent with not only this council, but I think valley-wide, our idea for allowing these types of uses in these mixed-use developments. This Tivoli Village is going, when it's completed, going to be one of the jewels of the desert, and certainly of Ward 2, because it's going to be a great addition. When it's completed, it will rival many other mixed-use developments, and it's going to be a great, great project. And from what I understand, the developer is getting ready to revamp and really move forward in a positive direction and complete a significant portion of this development. This is very consistent with the concept of this project from day one. From day one, we envisioned having these types of taverns within the mixed-use development type of project. So my motion is for approval. Mayor, did you want to open it up for a public hearing?
I have to after you threw your question.
Okay. I'm ready to make a motion.
Oh, okay. Well, before the motion, then, it's a public hearing. Would anyone like to be heard?
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, City Council. My name is Teddy Russell, a resident of Las Vegas. Through you, Mr. Mayor, as always, I have a sneaking suspicion that this might be approved. Behold the resiliency, the power of Las Vegas. It's not my neighborhood. I suspect that the ever articulate, wise, and erudite, whatever that means, Councilman Wilson will approve. Thank you so much and have a great day right here in Las Vegas, Nevada. The whole valley is mine. Thank you.
Anybody else like to be heard? All right, seeing none, we'll close the public hearing.
Thank you, Mayor. As to agenda item 99, my motion is for approval, consistent with staff's recommendations.
All right, let's vote, please. Post. Motion carries.
As to item number 100, same motion, same comments.
Thank you. Let's vote. Post. Motion carries. Good luck to you. 101 is VAC 34001, vacation. It's a public hearing. The applicant owner as Ashton Developments, LLC, requests to vacate 10 feet of a 20-foot wide public alley generally located north of Red Coach Avenue and west of Rainbow Boulevard alignment in Ward 6. Planning Commission recommends denial. The staff recommends approval, subject to conditions. It's a public hearing, which is now declared open.
Thank you, Your Honor. Michael McDonald on behalf of the applicant, 49 Akron Boulevard. To my left is Tim Washburn. Is the this is mine.
Tim Washburn, representing the applicant.
Your Honor, what we have before you today, I didn't have a chance to brief ahead of time with the Planning Commission. I was not representing Mr. Ashton at that time before we went before Planning Commission. We'd like to thank staff for the recommendation. This project has been underway for almost quite a year. The question, the comment is one of the conditions why we're here today. We spoke with Councilman Ross. Is the back part of the right-of-way of the property is a landscape buffer for an alleyway. The complication comes in, Your Honor, and council members, many of you have seen that represent outlying areas as well as some of the pockets. Anytime you have city development, we're also abutting county property. So these were county islands, and as they started to develop, Mr. Ashton started to develop, we started bringing items into the city of Las Vegas. So sometimes the ordinances in the county and the city we're trying to mix. I think we've seen it several times in Ward 4 and Ward 6, a couple times in Ward 1 and Ward 5 when they went up against adjacent properties. We're here to answer any questions, Your Honor. This is far from routine, but it's kind of standard we've seen in the past.
Thank you, Mr. McDonald. Would you like to be heard as well?
I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Very good. Are there any questions of the gentleman? All right. It's a public hearing, folks, if you'd like to be heard.
Teddy Russell, resident of Las Vegas, Nevada. Outstanding project. I yield to the councilman as far as the decision, but this reminds me, happy birthday, Clark County. Today is the official birth date of the 100-year-old Clark County. There are free public events at the Clark County Government Center at 1 p.m. this afternoon, beginning at 5. 2 different events. Happy birthday, Clark County. And again, I yield to the council person on this particular project. I don't know the first thing about it. Thank you very much.
Would anyone like to be heard? Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Mario Fnu on behalf of Robert Eagle, 4686 Balsam Street. And if I might, I'm here to represent an opposition to this, but more importantly, a solution. And we've talked to Mr. Ashton and Mr. McDonald, and I'd like to make that proposal now with the support of the other homeowners, and I'll present that now. Here's what this is about, quite simply, and here's how it affects the homeowners. I don't know if I can see that. I certainly can't right now. But
well, I have 2 things. One screen has something that looks like a trailer, and the other, there it is.
Here, what we have here is a bridle path, and this was established in 1961. Originally, these were horse properties. Some of them still are. But what they've become over the years, the back lot, these are rather large lots, is they all have an entryway in and out of the rear lot. Mr. Eagle in particular uses it to enter into with his truck and trailer here, much as anyone with a horse property might do with their truck and horse trailer. So the use isn't inconsistent with the properties. The problem is if we take that, you can see here, if we take it from 20 down to 10, he's not going to be able to get in there. And if he does get in there with 10 feet, it won't leave him any room to maneuver to the left or to the right. there's an entryway from the north, and I'm going to present 3 pictures to you. The entry is off of Rainbow through the senior center parking, and then enter in the north part of the bridle path. This is a picture from the top corner of the bridle path, looking east across the parking lot and over Rainbow Boulevard. And then one more photo. Have you all had an opportunity to take a look at that? Thank you. Trying to move this along. The last issue of the day.
If it helps you at all, we received some photos from Councilman Ross's office, which depicts the area.
Thank you. I'll move along.
Well, take your time. That's what we're here for.
Here's what we've proposed, and here's a difficult issue. The developer should not be held up, but at the same time, we got to weigh that against what the homeowners have been doing since 1961. So I respect the fact that this development has changed, and I respect what Mr. Ashton is trying to do. However, the simple solution is to grant a variance or a waiver, and I know now is not the proper time for that. I appreciate that, but what we're here to propose, and it's in the petition that was submitted to all of you yesterday. All of the homeowners support a waiver or a variance of this 10-foot buffer. And that would allow Mr. Ashton to continue building as he intends to the lot line. Frankly, we don't need a green space in an alley, is the practical effect of what this bridle path is today. And the homeowners would be allowed to keep, use of the 20 feet, even though half is county, half is city. So, with that said, I'd like to raise a couple of points and field any questions as to whether the council is open to denying this matter and assisting us in a rather quick manner to put a variance through, so we can accommodate Mr. Ashton, but also accommodate the neighbors, many of who've lived there for over a decade and some for almost 3 decades.
All right, thank you very much. All right, Mr. McDonald, would you like to respond to that?
Thank you, Your Honor. It's a matter of, I guess, public policy. Mr. Ashton has no response to something's out of his control. As far as the variance, he just wants to develop his property as far as the 0 lot line. We've had numerous meetings with staff since I've came on board. I've only been on board about a month, and they've been more than gracious. They have a recommendation for approval. Mr. Ashton wants to be a great neighbor. So, not to take a duck at all, Your Honor, but we're here on behalf we would love to be a great neighbor, whatever way the council wishes to proceed. However, by doing the variance, we'd have to start all over. We'd have to go back to square one, which is going to cost my client a lot of money. We tried to work it out, and we don't want to try to violate any policy whatsoever of the city of Las Vegas. So that kind of leaves the query we're at right now, Your Honor. The bridle path itself in question, if you will, this is the right-of-way as you see right here. This is our property, as you see where it comes to. At the very end, a lot of these neighbors have been here for a long time, Your Honor. I'm pretty sure they've probably seen the growth come around them, which a lot of them didn't want. Old-timers like us, we liked it the way it used to be, but progress is taking itself. This is a large development. It's all apartments. In the back, Your Honor, we have apartments that were just approved by the city of Las Vegas and are underway about 18 months ago. A number of 650 apartments, I believe. Roughly that number, Your Honor. So the area itself has changed. With reference to the alley itself, the alley doesn't go anywhere. It's blocked off right here, and I believe it's been blocked off since the 70s. And talking to some of the neighbors, it's the property owner right here, which one of our neighbors, real great gentleman, who's I believe here today. That's been blocked off for a long time. It's roughly the 70s, not quoting. So we're trying to be good neighbors, Your Honor, but we're stuck in a situation where we're trying to develop our property and follow the guidelines that were set previously with the Planning Commission and the City Council.
Right.
This was approved roughly last August.
All right, thank you. Folks, the public hearing, if you'd like to be heard, be happy to hear from you. Please identify yourself first.
Mr. Mayor, Council, good afternoon. My name is Ken Rogers, 4668 Balsam Street. This development is directly behind my property. I've lived in this town for 14 years. I've been here in this property since 2000. Some of the things that the gentleman said to you is true and some are not true. He said something about this development had being planned for a year. Most probably he's developed it longer than a year. But so far the only thing that he has done is to totally fence off the property. And that's the only thing that has been accomplished. Just a few, if you may remember the last time we were here, I asked, we were talking about a 3-foot height on the buildings that were being built on the other side of the street. They asked for 3 feet, you gave them 3 feet, and they took 10.
What do you mean by that?
What do I mean by that? Very good question, Mr. Mayor. I can show you here, sir. Also, I'll show you the pictures. At that particular time, I asked the council if they knew where they were going to make their measurements from. No one had an answer at that time. They said they would look.
No, I'm not saying it is.
Just a minute.
I'm not saying it is. I'm interested in the statement that we granted 3 feet and it became 10.
Yes, sir. Are you able to see those photos, sir?
Yes.
All right. The top one here?
Yes.
Can you see a chain link fence around the front of that, sir?
Yes.
It's a 6-foot fence above the street level that you see right here where my finger is.
Yes.
So what they did, you gave them the 3 feet on the top of the building, but they took another 7 feet before they laid their slabs. So on the picture where my finger is here, sir?
I can't see it. Yes.
All right. You can see that there's 2 stories and the 3rd story is going up. This morning they started on the roof of that 3rd story, which is another 6 feet above that. So we have 6 feet of dirt. Now we got a 3-story building with a 6-foot hip roof on top of it. I don't know if that goes according to Hoyle or not on the regulations, because I think there's a height limit there.
I'm sorry, Mayor, but I think we're going far afield of the vacation item that we're.
All right, I caused that, so I apologize. Let's stay on the issue before us.
At that particular time when we discussed all this, I suggested that Mr. Ashen, who I know and I've dealt with him as a neighbor, get a variance on the green area so that we still maintain our 20-foot alleyway and bridle path. I don't think, as the other gentleman said, why do we need a green area in an alleyway? I don't think that's necessary. As far as costing them more money, I don't think it'll cost them more money. I think it should save the money because they won't have to put in the water systems, they won't have to put the green in, there'll be no maintenance, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. I humbly request your deep, deep thought on this. I know we're all subject to mistakes sometimes, and I could not be here today and not present what had happened in the past. That you allowed them 3 feet and they took, I don't know how much more, but a lot more, and 10 is not beyond a doubt at all. So if we could come to some agreement with this variance on the green area, the neighbors will be happy, Mr. Ashen will be happy, everybody will be happy. And I have more pictures, but I know you probably don't care about those. But I just had to bring this subject up, that you give an inch and they take a mile.
All right, thank you, sir.
Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Anybody else? Yes, sir.
Yes, Frank Comparoni, 4614 Balsam Street. Is this a microphone? I guess so. Okay, I'd like to say hello to Mayor, Council, and I'd like to welcome our new councilman from Ward 4. Thank you, and I'd like to thank Mr. Steinman for his help in the transition period. He did a wonderful job.
Thank you.
I didn't notice today, I guess I was daydreaming, but I wonder if they showed my fence again. They keep on showing my fence. I'm going to demand some royalties on this. I bought that property in 75. No. That fence was there, and there was a corral and a shed up against that fence. Since then, I've taken them down because code asked me to, okay? Bringing up the next point here is if they're inferring that I set a precedent, Mr. Ashton operates a unit at 6991 Red Coach Lane, or Red Coach Avenue. I call it Lane for some reason. He has a commercial building, runs as an office, has a commercial sign on the roof, and he's zoned RE. Okay? Mr. McDonald says Mr. Ashton's a good neighbor. He's not a good neighbor. He has violated every code. He's got 4 different locations. All you got to do is look it up if I'm not telling the truth. He is not a good neighbor. He has constantly 18-wheelers around there, parks them on the street. He's got people going to his office all day long, running the stop sign. He is not a good neighbor. I'm glad we're talking about bridle paths because that's horse manure. And I thank you for your time.
Well, that was good. That was good.
Hot.
Anybody else like to be heard?
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, City Council. My name is Teddy Russell, resident of Las Vegas. Teddy Russell V, celebrating over 500 centuries of dominance, presence, and authority, both in the old world and the new. I'm just here for FaceTime, whatever that means. Let me congratulate you, Councilman Anthony.
You know, I'm going to cut you off. I have a lot of respect for you, Mr. Russell, but the truth of the matter is, I really want the city attorney to look into the kind of comments that really are not relevant, with all due respect to Mr. Russell.
And Mayor,
this is taking. We had a swearing in of some North Las Vegas officials that some of these council members wanted to go to today, and some of the public comment, and I'm a great believer in public comment, just is not addressing matters which concern us, and has taken up our time, and it blew it for us. I really want to get some guidance on this. I know we're in America and people have the right to speak, but it has to be reasonable.
Happy Independence Day, America. Mr. Scott?
Your comments need to be germane to the subject at hand and not go off into tangents. So if you could keep your comments according to the scheduled or the agended item, that would be appreciated by the mayor.
The max should not have been for the city of North Las Vegas at the expense of the city of Las Vegas. The max should stop exactly that way, including the property formerly known as Cashman Field. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, sir. My name's Ellen Como. I live at 4650 Balsam Street, and I just wanted to say it would cut off my access to my property, too. I'm the third lot in with the big lap pool back there.
Okay, we don't have the chart in front of us. You want to put it in front of us so you'll be able to point to it, please?
I don't have. It's on her screen.
Here we go. If you did it, there we go. If you show us where you live.
It's on. You're right there, right?
Yes.
Where's that? If you point to it, we can't see it on the chart now. If you'd move it around.
Oh. They have that.
They haven't got it up here. There we go. Okay.
All right. Could you point again? Okay, that helps us. Thank you.
It would cut off my access to my property, and we use that back gate, and I'm still not done with my landscaping.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
My name is Robert Eagle, 4686 Balsam. I live here. The neighborhood was designed in the early 60s with this access, and it's been a right-of-way ever since then. I've lived there for 23 years. I bought my home as a VA repo that was completely tore up. And I fully intended to live there, retire there, and probably die there. But through the actions of this council, what they've done to our neighborhood, your planning commission said our neighborhood has died by a cut of 1,000 cuts And it has, because of the apartments and whatnot. But that still doesn't take away, this is my home. This isn't a house. This isn't a property. The developers were trying to tell me that they were going to increase the value of my property. They've decreased the value of my property. I couldn't give this place away as a home. My problem is my home was designed by others. I don't have any access from my front yard to my backyard with a vehicle without destroying 40 years of trees, block walls, fences, everything else that's been put in there. It's to accommodate the developer. His initial design was wrong. He designed not to the city standards. If he would have designed to the city standards, we wouldn't be here, would we? Yes or no? No, nobody can say anything. And I also think it's a land grab on his part. This is a free 10-foot of land. Commercial land is pretty expensive. But I would really wish that you would decline this. I don't want you to set a precedence for the next person to come along and take away this land. It doesn't belong to them. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else?
One short sentence, Mayor. This, Mr. McDonald referred to that this has been a development a long time. Mr. Sheehan was not the original developer. It was Mr. Lessman. And Kraft Family Limited is the one who got approved on the storage unit project, not Mr. Sejan. So Mr. Sejan hasn't waited that long. Thank you.
Anybody else want to be heard? All right, would you like to respond at this time?
Yes, sir, Your Honor.
All right.
Okay, we'll try to do it one way. We'll do it another. All right, Your Honor. First, let's address the alley. By city code, this is a bridle path, and it's not an alleyway. It's not to be driven on. By your code, you don't drive on bridle paths, so there should not be accesses off a bridle path if you're going to be driving on them. That's one. Let me see what else we addressed here today. The pictures that were shown and also a lot of the items that were being brought up are not Mr. Ashton. Okay? He doesn't have 18-wheelers out there right now. Those are all the apartments. If you go out and look with the pictures which the gentleman just showed, those are all the three-story apartments. That's not our development. All the 18-wheelers that are coming off of Balsam Street south are coming across, and they are the development that is being built right now. If you go out there was a huge tractor trailer 2 or 3 weeks ago. They were dug up the entire street, laid pipe, did the entire stuff. When they were out there, Mr. Ashton got blamed for it. That's not his development. Okay, so let's just try separating the two if we could. The design itself, and checking with the planning department, again, this is a bridle path. You're not supposed to be driving on a bridle path. Okay, if this is an alley, that's totally different because the alley's blocked. As one gentleman just said, he bought his home in 1970, so the alley doesn't go anywhere. So we're contradicting ourselves here. When I said he wants to be a good neighbor, he may have got bad advice in the past. I can tell you right now, since I've came on board, we're trying to correct every issue that's been brought up and bring everything up to speed. So yes, he is trying to be a good neighbor. That's why if the council, whatever the councilman deems, if this is it, we need to get down to the definitions of where we are today. It's a bridle path. They shouldn't be driving on it to begin with. There should be no access other than horses going back there. If you're going to take a bridle path, the bridle path themselves, since the apartments have gone on, this bridle path leads to nowhere. You can't go south because there's a fence there, and that was the land grab from the 1970s. You can't go north because then you run into the back of apartments. You can't go west, Your Honor, because that's where the apartments are going now, and that's where the access for the new apartments, the 600 ones, the 3 stories, which the gentleman just showed, are all being put together. So there is no bridle path that leads to anywhere. If this is a bridle path, it's easy to go out there and look at yourself. You can go south, it stopped. If you go north, it stops at the back of buildings on the back. So when we start talking about where we are today, we're really trying to make Mr. Ashton out to be the bad guy. He's not. He's just trying to develop the property to code the way it was approved when it was approved a year ago. Bless you. In August of last year. So we don't want to get in a shootout, Your Honor. We're just here trying to figure out what the councilman direction and conditioned by planning. Bless you.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
I have a few questions, if I might. First of all, you don't have to have a bridle path lead to anywhere. Even where you live, Michael.
Yes, ma'am.
There are bridle paths that might stop here or there, but there's still bridle paths.
Yes, ma'am.
Secondly, I'm just trying to understand, would you point on the a picture for me, please, where this bridle path actually is and where the houses are?
This is the two property lines, if you can see that.
Yes.
So the bridle path is this center section.
Yes.
And it runs north-south.
And
it begins roughly right here, which is Red Coach. But this area is fenced off, as we mentioned earlier. So really it begins right here, and it ends up here at the community center site.
So it does have some distance. And then on the left, those are the homes?
These are the homes here.
Those are the homes that are involved.
Yes.
Now, I keep hearing the reference that you need to have that 10 feet of vacant space. You need to have that 10 feet in order to meet what the city has required. Now, you asked for a zero property line, evidently, when you went for your
That's correct.
site. Okay. So why do you have to, if that was approved then, and the 10 feet of this land was not included, why do you have to have it now in order to meet what the city's requiring?
If you look at the conditions, Councilwoman, that was a condition that was put in by the city. That was one of the ones we had to get a. I'll defer.
Yes,
to Planning.
let's have Ms. Wheeler comment on that.
If I may, the application, their site plan, was for a waiver of some of the landscaping on different property lines on the west, which is the line that we're talking about here where the bridle path is. Their application showed their landscaping in this area to be vacated. So therefore, they requested in their plan that the landscaping be in the area of the vacation and that they would follow up with the application for the vacation. In order to eliminate this landscaping, they would need to submit a major modification to their site plan, which would include a waiver of the landscaping, or they would have to redesign with the landscaping.
But I can't understand. I understand what you're saying, Marco, but I can't understand why they go ahead and get approved a plan that is going to require a waiver. When we know that our lawyers keep telling us you don't grant waivers, right, unless if they're self-imposed. Am I wrong? No, I'm wrong? Or? Oh, I'm right. Okay. I just want to make sure. I mean, this is sort of confusing to us because we can't understand how we got here in the first place. You know that where you live, Michael, you know that even by your own home, if somebody came along and said, oh, yeah, this used to be a bridle path, but we'd like to take it now, which is beautifully landscaped, because of such and such, that wouldn't go over too well. So I don't understand. I can't understand how we could do this. How could we grant a waiver for land we own when we didn't even vote upon it as a city to be able to grant it?
Councilwoman, I think you made that a condition of their site development plan review. Their plan necessitated you having to do the vacation because their plan included landscaping that was within the public right-of-way. So in order for them to, and for you to approve that site plan, you had to require that they get a variance to vacate. I'm sorry, they had to get a vacation to vacate that section where their landscaping was located on their site plan.
And how many feet of landscaping are they going to put?
I think it's
and
10.
Why did they ask for the zero right up to the line? They could have gone just a little in and saved this whole problem.
If I may, the zero is on different property lines.
Oh, it's not on this
this
property
one,
line.
no.
So then why don't they have enough space to put the vegetation now?
Because of the way they designed it now requires this 10 feet to provide the landscaping.
Well,
If
you know,
this is
I
not
read this.
granted,
Yeah.
then they have to redesign.
Well, I just have to say, I read this letter, and in this letter, I just got this. That's why I don't have as familiar a background in all this. It says there is no legitimate need for the 10-foot vacation sought by the applicant. Stated another way, the application for the 10-foot vacation is premised upon the applicant's intentional I won't say irresponsible, but anyway, so I'll leave that out. Design of a storage facility too large for the property. And what we're feeling, and I think Councilman Barlow's feeling it also, is it's too large a building if it's going to hit the property line.
Councilman Mann, when we came up with this, that's how with the we sat down with Councilman Ross and the rest of them. When we discussed this, that was where we tried to meet with just recently. When the neighbors came up with their attorney Mario, that's where they came up with the idea that if the landscaping was waived in this alley or bridle path, whatever we're going to call it, if that was waived, that's why they would still be able to access their alley, and there wouldn't be no landscaping. One of the neighbors wrote that, "Why are you landscaping an alley?" That was one of the conversations I had with them, and it's merely a requirement by the city. The city has requirements that we're trying to adhere to, so that's why today, if you're landscaping an alley, take your alley for that you represent, Councilwoman.
Lots of alleys there.
Off of Lacey, right off your alley.
People are so happy those alleys are there now. It does give them that they can get in and they can get out both ways because there's no entrance from the front.
Right, we're not arguing. That's the only thing, but they're not landscaped. In the back,
No, the alleys are not landscaped.
Right, they're paved. They're landscaped. So that's what Mario and Mr. Eagle and some of the neighbors came up with. That's where the opening statement when we sat down and discussed this was
so
where
if
we
you
are
didn't
today.
have the landscaping requirement, could you leave the 10 feet?
Yes.
Okay.
Is there a reason why we're landscaping alleys now? Is it?
If I may, you're landscaping the development.
Thank you. I'm sorry. Yeah. I missed
Alleys in the
Ms. Wheeler.
development.
I shouldn't. Yeah, the landscaping development. But as I discussed with Councilman Ross yesterday, that's where we're at. And as far as the improvement, it's what their attorney did. They did a wonderful job. So that's where we are today. That's where we got stuck, and Councilman, where we're at as far as the push from the neighbors. The only thing was just we'd have to start all over again from where we are today. And that
If
was
you
something
didn't put in landscaping, you would have to start all over again. You couldn't just make that change today. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Mayor Goodman?
Yes, Councilor Barlow.
Just have a question in regards to the lot coverage of the development. What is the lot coverage?
I'd have to, I don't have, if I may, I don't have the previous approval here. It did not require a waiver, so for a variance, therefore, it meets code.
So it meets code?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm just confused. Maybe Councilman Ross, if you can just explain, because I'm just slightly misunderstanding what's being represented here. If there's a way for you to chime in, if you will, just to provide some clarification on the lot coverage. I'm sorry, the zero lot line setback and the need for the additional 10 feet.
Well, Mayor Pro Tem, with your permission, I'd like to give that a shot.
I hope you can, sir.
Okay, let's back up a little bit. Councilman, Councilwoman, maybe this will help a lot. If video staff in the back can bring up the aerial photograph, which is in the backup, and put it on the overhead. Now, can we zoom in a little bit on that or not? No?
Apparently not.
That's going to be static just like that? Okay, now, let me address all of you from the neighborhood first of all. Number one, this 20 feet behind your homes belongs to 10 feet of it belongs to Clark County. 10 feet of it belongs to the city of Las Vegas. It is not yours. You are driving on public property in that so-called bridle path. Which let's get this clarified real quick. This in 1961, Mr. Fenue, was deemed a bridle path. It is not 1961 anymore. This path goes nowhere. It goes to the parking lot behind the old Northwest Senior Center, and it goes into this gentleman's fence on the south side. And I need to clear that up. I need to clarify that. Mr. Eagle, I see an aerial photograph of your backyard, and apparently by the shirt you have on, you own telecom equipment. And if I'm not mistaken, that appears to be like a lot of equipment in your backyard. I don't know that for sure because I'm just looking at an aerial photograph. I have, however, Mr. Eagle, witnessed you driving on private property to get to the back of your property. I drive on Rainbow Boulevard every day. If you look at the overhead where it says right-of-way, just above that is a roadway that's been makeshifted in from driving on it. Since Mr. Ashtian has fenced that property, you've created another roadway just along the fence line, and I noticed that last night.
Could you have someone point?
Yeah, it's tough to point to it,
I mean, can
Councilwoman,
someone up there point to it as you're talking?
No.
No?
This is-
Okay.
but I can't. Yeah. I can show you on your computer, Councilwoman.
Okay.
I need everybody to take a big picture here. Apartments were approved, apartments are being built, this was approved, this gentleman wants to build something. Those other parcels, the undeveloped ones and the RE parcels to the north and to the south, are one day going to be developed. In fact, because we're having issues with dust control and dust quality with the county, I'm going to be asking the property owners of those properties to fence those properties so that people aren't driving across the dirt. I would recommend and highly support you property owners asking the county for that 10-foot back to add to your backyard. In regards to the landscaping issue, Councilman Barlow, because of the site plan, this is required in regards to our Title 19, I believe, in regards to landscaping. That's exactly what it is. So, to comment on Mr. Fenu's previous comment about why are we landscaping an alley, I'd like to know the same thing. Why are we landscaping an alley? It is not an alley. In 1961 was deemed a bridle path. That whole long strip of land right there that the county owns half of and the city owns the other half is going away. Whether it's today or in the next 5 or 10 years, those other parcels are going to be developed and access to your backyards is going to be gone. And I hate to tell you that. I hate to be the one to tell you that, but you know it's coming. This isn't your land. It is the county's land and the city's land that you're using. You, Mr. Eagle, since I've seen you drive up and down that road a couple of times, you're using private property to access to your backyard.
I'd like to submit something here with the accusations that you're making of me, sir.
Well, accusations. I'm just telling you what I've witnessed.
Would you like to read this, or would you like me to read it to you?
That'd be up to Mayor Pro Tem.
Go ahead and read it.
This was given to me by the land owner.
Go to the microphone, please.
Of this parcel right here, to whom it may concern, August 9th, 1991. I, William Ronald Hodge, owner of the property described as Lot 36, Block 02, the Bridle Path Estates, grant W.R. Eagle II and his family access to the rear of this property via my property to such a time as I revoke this grant or develop said property. I have not done that without permission. I am the good neighbor in this.
That's not what I'm insinuating, Mr. Eagle. That's not
Yes,
what I'm
it
saying.
is.
I'm
All right,
saying you're driving across private property. If you have permission, that's great.
Okay.
I'm thrilled for you.
But now you're going to take it away, and so we need the bridle path. That's all. That's as
Sir,
simple as it
did
can
you hear
be.
what I also said? Because of the dust control issues that are going on in this valley-wide, especially in the Northwest, it is not beyond the city of Las Vegas to request of property owners to fence their properties so that people
That'd be
can't
fine.
drive across them.
That'd be fine, but just give us
I'm
a
not trying to
quantity.
cut you off. I'm trying to paint the bigger picture here for you. Would I love to maintain this for decades and all eternity for you and your families to get access to your backyards? That'd be great.
Well, let's keep doing it.
We
until
can't do
have
it.
to do
It
the
is
other way.
not going to happen.
Why
It is
today?
not going to
Why
happen.
today?
Because we
There's
have
no
another
common
property
sense here.
owner that has the right to build something on his property.
It's
And
not
who-
his property.
All right, please, let's do it this way. The only way this is going to be done is if you do it through me.
Yes, sir.
It's okay.
I'd be glad to.
I'll be done with that, Your Honor. The fact remains. And Mr. Fenue, I appreciate the opportunity to meet with you. Appreciate your time that you've spent with me. Apologize for some of the outbursts in my office at you. You've done a fine job representing your client. And to you folks that live out in that neighborhood, I sense your frustration. I too live in RE, and I'm surrounded by these same issues and conditions. This site development plan was approved in September of 2008 with condition number 18 requiring the recording of vacation of the existing public right-of-way in conflict with the site plan prior to issuance of any permit. So the fence went up, and he can't get permits to do anything else. So until that occurs, he can't move forward. The city is not planning to add this to the trail system because it doesn't link to any other trails. I would support the property owners all requesting vacations and getting an additional 10 feet added to your yards. I cannot support denying this vacation so that one property owner can utilize private property as his or her own driveway, and if this was an actual horse trail for rural property owners, we would be having a totally different discussion. We would also have to fence this area off due to the air quality issues, as I mentioned before. Your Honor, I'm prepared to make a motion to move to follow Public Works and staff's recommendation for approval of vacation of item 101.
All right, that's the
Mr.
motion.
Mayor, could I ask a couple of questions, please?
I beg your indulgence, sir, please.
With the Councilwoman.
One very, very important thing that's been missed here.
All right, let the Councilwoman talk, please.
There are 20 feet now of vacant land between, and 10 is the county, and how much of the other 10 is this applicant wanting? All 10? All 10.
Mayor, through the mayor to Councilwoman, the city is requiring him to vacate the 10 feet that the city actually owns behind that property.
You know, this is what's a puzzlement to me. We have a similar situation on Lacey, on Lantern, not very far from my house. It's city property, and it's an alley, and we allow it. Why are we? And it's been there probably for 40 to 50 years.
Your Honor, if I may?
Yes.
Councilwoman, the nature of Rainbow has changed dramatically in the past 20 years, as these folks can attest to, as I've seen it. I've grown up in that neighborhood. We do have apartments on the east side.
I'll tell you what we have. We have Charleston and Alta.
Yeah.
And that's pretty crap. But anyway, that's the puzzlement to me. I just don't see the difference in it. Now, you're saying what they should do is ask for a vacation of the land so they can get land themselves.
Absolutely.
You're saying they should go to the county.
Absolutely. You're through the mayor, absolutely.
I would do that whatever happens. I'd go ask for the vacation of the land. But that's why, it's land we own, it's public land, and in the ward I'm representing with homes near me, it's still there after 40, 50 years.
Yes, sir, you wanted to say something before we vote.
Thank you, sir. Two very
Once
important...
again, for the record, please identify yourself.
Ken Rogers, 4668 Balsam Street. Two things that we've really forgotten all about here. There is a limited access. Now, one thing, Mr. Ross, if I may, he said something about that road. That road behind Mr. Eagle's property used to be the old road, which is now Lone Mountain. That was the old original Lone Mountain Road. So he didn't make that road. It's been there a long time. Now, two other things, sir, Council. What happens in this development, which is a storage unit, if a fire breaks out? Fire trucks cannot get in there in 10 feet and put outriggers out there. Immediately behind my house and Miss Cuomo on the corner is a large electrical unit. Electrical truck cannot get in there anymore if this is taken to repair those electrical lines up there. So there's two subjects that we've kind of forgotten about. Those trucks cannot get in there if we cut this off. Also, if I may, Mr. Ross, there is egress at the north end of that bridle path. Also, we're not using the bridle path to run up and down, and we're crossing it. But we need it for maneuvering also to get into the rear of our property. But keep in mind, if there's a fire or if there's an electrical problem, they can't get in to fix it. Thank you.
All right. Did you make your motion?
No, I'd like to take an issue with Mr. McDonald.
I'll call for the question.
Please.
I can't.
He called me a land grabber.
No. We're not calling names here.
You said the land grab of the 70s.
Okay, please.
And Mr. Ross, if you drive Rainbow, you see they have a fence up with netting that they never shut the gates. If you drive Rainbow, you see 4485 Rainbow, where the same developer has 18 wheels all the time and it's not zoned for it. And I was referring to Balsam Street when I was talking about the wheel. I was turning 4515, 4505. Where the trucks are at.
The question has been called for. Let's vote.
Yeah, you can.
The motion
Excuse
be
me, sir?
restated, please.
Were you saying something to me?
Yes, I would like to know how you can approve a guy with so many code violations. I don't understand.
All right, thank you.
Because of the unique circumstances, might I have another moment to make a response to what?
Well, he called for the question, so Robert's rules requires that we take the vote.
Mayor Goodman, could we please restate the motion?
There's been a request to restate the motion.
Yes, Your Honor, and thank you, Councilman. My motion is to follow Public Works and staff's recommendation for approval of vacation of agenda item 101.
All right, that's the motion. Let's vote. Post. Motion carries. All right, item 102. Madam Clerk, please set the public hearing dates and appeals for the City Planning Commission meetings and dangerous buildings or nuisance litter abatement. All right. I'm going to reverse the procedure as a result of something that took place at our last meeting. We're going to have the council member opportunity to speak after the citizens' participation. So we'll call citizens' participation at this time, 104. Citizens' participation, public comment during this portion of the agenda must be limited to matters within the jurisdiction of the City Council. No subject may be acted upon by the City Council unless that subject is on the agenda and is scheduled for action. If you wish to be heard, please come up, give us your name, and we'll put the 3-minute timer on. Yes, ma'am.
Well, I sat through it all, but I managed to get back. Thank you.
Well, I'm glad that you stayed.
And I just have a couple of questions for the city planning staff, because when I came early, I thought we were amending the 2004 plan. Could you give me a copy of whatever plan we're amending now, if you have, or is this it?
We'll make it available to you. They said the 2006 plan.
The 2006 plan, you'll make it available? Okay. And I'd like to know, when we talk about West Las Vegas, what boundaries are we talking about? Because I think part of the problem is we're calling the area something that there's local nomenclature that's specific to this community, and I want to make sure we're talking about the same thing so we can go on.
Ms. Wheeler, are you able to respond to that now?
Yes, Mayor, it would be Interstate 15 for the majority of the eastern boundary, Warren Gregson Highway on the south, Rancho to the west. Then it goes along Coran, make sure I've got this right. It's south of Lake Mead, Coran Lane to the north, and then up, I'm sorry, Cary. And then Cary on the far north. And it's the same boundary that it has been for many years and is defined in all of our plans.
So as we talk about the West Las Vegas plan and we compare it to the APA's recommendation, I believe the APA is concentrating on Census Tract 3.01, correct?
No.
Which is only A through H and Bonanza through Owens. Is that correct?
If you want to direct your questions up there, and I'll get back with you when you're done.
The question that she has is, was the APA attention focused specifically on that census tract? That was one of the major areas in which the APA attention was. However, overall, from an umbrella effect, the proper boundaries that has always been the geographic boundary of West Las Vegas is what Ms. Wheeler has depicted. However, some of the focal key points that the APA brought out of their discussions was to what they considered the most blighted and hardest hit area within the boundary of what we consider the West Las Vegas community. So yes, the question is yes.
So then yes, we're looking at the Main Street program for Census Tract 3.01 and not for all of West Las Vegas. It's for one particular focus area, the old historic West Side. Is that correct?
Well, not knowing the 3-point section, the section that you're mentioning, but I believe we're on the same page in that respect, yes.
And then my last question is, how, moving forward, I believe you approved today to use the Main Street approach.
Mm-hmm.
So my question is, when does that start and what's the next step?
Well, it starts now. After the council approved it, now is the conversations will begin now as far as having additional meetings, the West Las Vegas Advisory Board, and subsequent meetings from other community members to basically start that process. So it's a matter of me getting back and getting some dates set on the calendar to bring it back to the community after the council vote.
So will there be a Main Street expert brought into the city? Is that the plan?
That will be a part of the process as far as making sure that we have those professionals sitting at the table to help us pull together and formulate what this plan will evolve to become. Yes, ma'am.
Well, I thank you.
Very good. Thanks for sticking around.
Okay.
Next, please. Timer, please.
Catherine Joseph. I have one question. If I get a ticket out there on my car, can I bring it back in here? Do they give tickets for, because we've been here a long time.
Why didn't you put enough money inside the meter?
How much money can you put in there? We've been in here since, I wanted to go for her to be sworn in too in North Las Vegas.
Is that right?
Yeah, I didn't know we were going to be here that long.
Okay.
But we put
I think, ma'am, I think we have a policy, no tickets on council days.
Oh, thank you. Okay.
Mayor, I wanted to grab her a little bit more.
Okay, one.
No, you're fine. You won't have any ticket on your
car. I was going to bring it to you.
You can afford it.
Well, bring it to me. When you get your ticket, bring it to me.
Yeah,
How about
okay.
that?
One question, and I'm sorry because I don't live in Las Vegas anymore. I live in North Las Vegas.
Where's that?
But North Las Vegas,
Uh-huh.
where we were going to go see the new mayor being sworn in.
Oh, I don't know
North
where
Las
that
Vegas.
is.
Okay,
Okay.
all right. I wasn't here when you talked about the homeless, but is there any thing that's going to be done about them out there before the summer's over? Because they're going to die. Because all the little tents now are completely covered up and they're all in there. And I don't see how they're going to survive the summer. I really don't. And I don't know what you all have planned for
We
it.
have weather programs that if they want to go, and
They won't go,
They
will
won't go. We beg them to go. We send out triages, we call them. We
It's
take them by
it's
the
really
hand,
awful.
and they refuse to move.
And it's awful. And another thing, there's a piece of property, used to be a trailer park there on Las Vegas Boulevard. Who does that belong to?
I believe the city has that now, Skyview.
Okay, was there any, I'm out of line, and because I don't live in Las Vegas, but
Main Street.
is there any way, because there's already water and sewer and everything on that property, is there some kind of way that we could put something over there, to get those people out of that situation?
No, it's not working. It
They won't-
doesn't work in other places.
They won't do it?
No.
Okay.
Thank you, though. Yes, sir.
Yes. Frank Comparoni, 4614 Balsam Street. I would like to address an issue I brought up before about code enforcement.
Yes, sir.
I've been dealing with code enforcement because of this developer for over 2 years. He's in violation at 4515 Balsam, 4505 Balsam, 4485 Rainbow, 6991 Red Coach, and 6971 Red Coach. I talked to Mr. Steinman. Mr. Steinman went out to the ones on Balsam, tried to make them clean it up. This has been going on for 2 years. He did get some work done, but he's still parking 18-wheelers at 4515, which is not zoned. He also has a commercial sign on the roof at 6991 that says Asian Development. It's covered with, they made him cover with burlap, and I said, Mr. Steinman, you should have take him down. He said, you're right. And so when it comes on at night, it just shines all over the neighborhood, okay? And I can go 4485, which is, I don't know if that's Mr. Ross or Mr. Anthony's ward. Also has major 18-wheelers, all kinds of paving equipment. We had a fire at 4515, which is not zoned for industrial, 4505 is, where, a paving equipment caught on fire one Friday night. And the trucks are up and down the street all day long. In fact, he's got 18-wheelers parked alongside the street, and they're not even his property. It's a constant battle.
Okay, I think Councilman Ross wanted to address it.
My staff wrote down every one of those addresses, and I just want to assure you that we will work with the county, since there are county islands and city islands in there.
These are all city, sir.
Okay, if they're all city, that's easier for me to deal with, and I will work simultaneously with Councilman Anthony in regards to this. We will do a code sweep in that area. We've got other complaints in that area, your neighborhood as well. So that's when I said we're going to work with the county, because there's some county code violations on some of those properties.
I agree.
So I just want to let you know that. We'll take care of that.
Let me tell you just real quickly what happened. These were all county except for Rainbow, I believe. He annexed them to the city after he got cited by the county. So you can take it from there. I appreciate your time, folks.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Teddy Russell, resident of Las Vegas, nobody. Here's to the old mayor, Montalden, the best mayor in the history of North Las Vegas. Here's to the new mayor, congratulations. I was set to go at 2 o'clock precisely when the lunch was done. You were talking about the gentleman that came from the Night Rider. He didn't need to have anything about a timer. If you're the right person, the timer doesn't go on at all. I met John Schneider first when I was singing at the Hyatt Regency Copacabana Lounge. At that time, he was so poor we had to actually push his Volkswagen Beetle to get it started so we could see the underground. He knows me. My name is Teddy Russell. Both Donna and Marie Osmond love and adore me. Hyatt Regency, Atlanta, GA. And by the way, Siegel Suites size does matter. Our suites are bigger. Something to do with double meeting. What do I know about these things? Thank you so much and have a great day in Clark County, North Las Vegas, City of Las Vegas. That's all I have. No comment.
Yes, sir.
Robert Eagle, 4686 Balsam Street. The process that we've been through numerous times before this council from my neighborhood, I think it's still fresh in your mind, our little vacate thing here, has been going on now for over 4 years. And I still live in the county. This city council has, through numerous actions, destroyed the Bridle Path Estates with commercial development. And a lot of your time here, and especially the Planning Commission, they were gracious enough to see this. And I want to thank you, Councilman Tarkanian, for thinking about us. How do we get to a process like this where we get up in front of you to make all these arguments? We should be able to sit down somewhere way prior to this, and the developer can say what he wants to say, and we can say what we want to say, and somewhere we can meet in the middle. But when we come in here, we say what we want to, and then you won't let us come back up and counter lies or innuendos and things that they say. This isn't right. This is not correct. This is not what our founding fathers had in mind, I don't believe, not from what I learned in school. And I just think that you really need to step back and take a look at your process. And I think you take a look at I've been in this town for 43 years. This decision today made me change my mind. I'm moving. I'm out. I'm gone. I don't want any part of you guys. I don't want any part of the processes anymore. It just sickens me that you can do this to my home. I have 3-story apartments going up across the street from me. I had CC&Rs. I had zoning. I had a master plan protecting me. Within months, it was all gone. How is that possible? Is it greed? You think? Thank you for your time.
May I please make a comment? Not directed at you, sir, but I know that we have a very open process here in the city of Las Vegas, and whether it be this agenda item or others, I know my colleagues and myself, we invite people into our offices all the time. We take developers, we take neighbors, we put them together, we have town hall meetings, we have neighborhood meetings. Whether it happened in this case or not, I don't know, because it's not my ward, but we do have a very open process, generally speaking, that allows people to come together and voice their oftentimes differing opinions, because very often we do reach appropriate compromises.
Can I say one more thing? What I don't understand, what I tried to bring up on this thing, is that when they made the initial design, and nobody really, I didn't care that he was going to build mini storage units back there. That's fine. That's his property. He should be able to do with it what he wants. But my point is he didn't build it or design it within the confines of what your zoning is and the setbacks. So he did that, got approval. Now he mandated the vacate. Isn't that backwards? Didn't he slip a fast one in on it somewhere here? I think so. I mean, somebody was, there's a lot of bulbs on that tree that are a lot brighter than I am. But I mean, I could see this coming. And what happened?
Well, I'll tell you this. Ordinarily, 99% of the matters that come before us, they're resolved before they ever get to us because of both sides getting together and trying to get a resolution.
And for some reason, our neighborhood, it didn't happen.
I don't know why that did or did not happen. All I know is when I heard the suggestion that they could have used a different process to accomplish the same result and everyone would have been happy, I would have hoped that that's the process that would have been used. But for some reason, something went awry here. I'm not sure what it was.
Well, I think there's a hidden agenda to get that land and take it, and I can't prove that. I mean, it would make logical sense to me if I can get 10 foot of commercial land by, I don't know, how long is that thing? 600 feet? Yeah, that's not a nice little piece of change, I'm sure. And does that get added to the tax rolls of the city?
I believe it does.
I see.
If it becomes part of his personal property, real property, yes.
Well, yeah, that's a question I guess we should have asked. Does it become
Yes.
the vacate?
Yeah, it becomes a property of the owner, the petitioner.
And if I can
Yes,
speak
sir.
about that, it's landscaping too. I mean, it's not like it's usable dirt. It's landscaping for a buffer to the properties and to your property. And I want to make a comment about his neighborhood because we have more neighborhoods like his who are rural in nature, who are being overridden by even more dense growth in residential, and the apartments are a good example. His neighborhood, 20 years ago, I was there. I know what it was like. US 95 wasn't exactly in your backyard. Craig Road was not a 120-foot right-of-way, which I think is actually 120-foot right-of-way. Lone Mountain wasn't as busy as it is today. 20 years ago, we didn't have Fire Station 9 there, and the Santa Fe down the street from you. But there are other rural neighborhoods that are affected the same way that his neighborhood is because of the growth. And it's always been a challenge to balance that as growth continues. Because if you live next to a freeway, if you live next to an area of a lot of transportation needs and a couple of right-of-ways that are huge right-of-ways, I mean, it's tough. It is very tough to maintain that rural nature of those neighborhoods. It is not an easy task. And my heart certainly goes out to those people who've lived there for decades, who expected that lifestyle. Because the city has changed, and it continues to change. And it's a challenge for us as council members to try to keep that value of the rural nature there. That's one of those tough neighborhoods. It's almost impossible to do. You're surrounded. Rancho, US 95, Craig Road, Lone Mountain.
You're exactly right. But the process that we came in here and tried to explain to you guys for the last 4 years with this system. I've got letters dating back to 1991 in my file about commercial encroachment in the neighborhood. We got a guy that decided he wanted to have a cell antenna in his backyard. I'm going, well, come on, that's commercial. And then you can go on and on, but it's just you take a little bite here, like when the Santa Fe was built. We'll never ever open up access to Lone Mountain. Well, the next year they came down here and applied and got it. Then the mini storage unit went in, blah blah blah. And I can keep going on, but it wasn't a fell swoop. It was one bite at a time. And you, sir, even cited the apartments going across the street. You think I want those there? No, okay, but who put them there? You guys did. We didn't. So, and we came in here and tried to tell you from time and time again that this is our homes, and you guys are the elected, the people that have been elected. We're the ones that have to rely on you to defend us, and here we are down here. I'm hiring lawyers and whatnot to convince you guys to let me keep my property. It doesn't make any sense. This is like leaning into a left hook. It's crazy. There's no common sense here. So I just wish that you would really take a good hard look at how you put this together, how other neighborhoods like mine, the people have been there for 20, 30, 40 years. There's people in my neighborhood who have been there since the early 60s. And what are they going to do? They can't go anywhere. We couldn't sell our place and get like places anywhere else. Who's going to pay for the move? Who's going to pay for the taxes on the property when we sell it? Us. Just because of the developer? Well, maybe he should write us a check every once in a while. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, please.
Yes, my name is Harry Baptiste. I am a homeless person, and I'm staying on the streets at Formaster, which is you're trying to close now, which I agree with. I don't disagree with it. I just disagree with the manner in which you're doing it. I disagree that the fact that you're trying to close this place when people have nowhere to go. Yeah, there are agencies that are coming out to try to help, but most of these agencies have already failed, because if they hadn't have failed, Formaster wouldn't be there. I've come to talk to Councilman Barlow concerning this matter, as far as St. Vincent's robbing people, as far as $1 million given to employment office that the city that we can't use to find employment, but the city gave them $1.7 million, but we're not having any access to that $1.7 million taxpayers' money. St. Vincent's is robbing poor people. They get $3.8 million per year in free labor, and then they make $1.3 million in food stamps. And if them guys who work in St. Vincent's go out and buy food somewhere else, then they're charged $25 by St. Vincent's off a federal food stamp card, which I see is wrong. Well, now, the city police or the sheriff department, Metro, is saying that they're trying to help us. And I've gone to some of the meetings, one of them at least, and tried to listen to what they had to say. And then they never invited me back, as they promised they would. So now they're talking about coming on next Wednesday and spraying chlorine on these sidewalks in which people are sleeping on the side where people are sleeping on. Now, they're complaining about the human feces, so they brought some potlets out. That's really good. They brought some trash cans out. That's really good. I dump them. I clean them every day because they'll only come once a week. So I empty those trashes on the side where people are sleeping personally every day. I personally do the work because I promised I would. I personally stop the fights that goes on. I personally take the weapons when people try to pull them out on other people because I promised them I would. I put myself in that danger because I love people. I put myself in this danger because those people need help. Because it seems like for some reason no one is talking to them. And when they come to talk to them, they talk at them. And no one is listening to what they tell them they need. I spoke to Councilman Barlow. I tried to come to this sitting once before, and Steve told me if I just stand up again, they're going to lock me up just for standing up. This man make all kinds of comments that just have no relevance, but they don't threaten to lock him up. So I'm tired of being threatened. I'm asking this city to give these people a chance to find a place to go, or help us, allow us to take the tent city you've been planning, and let us go to that tent city. Let us go there. Let us raise the money, because we can go out and canvass ourselves as homeless people to raise the money to build a 24-hour shelter, that we can raise the money to build it. We can also put those able-bodied people who are capable of working, men and women, to help build it. We can also, after it's built, put those same people to work to maintain it. So there's a lot of things can be done, but no one is talking about these things. Everybody's talking about just go to where it's already, what's already there. Do the existing. The existing is a waste of money.
Right, sir.
It's.
Are you homeless now?
Yes, I'm homeless now.
You see that young lady in the front row there? Over here?
Yes, I know Lynn. I speak to Lynn every time she comes out.
And what she'll do is she'll help you.
I'm a homeless advocate, sir.
That's fine.
So I advocate, and I stay there. I stay there because you won't. I stay there because.
Well, I'm not going to stay there.
Well,
Why should I stay
there? Of course,
there?
sir. I don't expect you to. But I stay there so that way someone can speak up for them. I stay there to see.
Fine, but this young lady here will make sure that you have a place to sleep.
I'm sure of that. I'm clear on that.
Right, but what are we supposed to do?
Your Honor, my point is this. If you give me the opportunity to complete with my statement, as you gave other people, I would appreciate it.
Well,
I know everybody want to go, so do I. I'm hungry sitting here, too, because we have a feeding call like those pigeons.
No,
those pigeons, we have a feeding call,
But
sir.
I don't understand. Let me try to understand something. You're trying to educate us here.
Okay, I am.
That's why you're here today.
That's
okay?
correct.
I don't understand why you want to remain homeless when I have somebody over there who will make sure that you have a home.
Well, let me say it to you this way.
I don't understand.
Let me say it to you this way. I'm going to say it to you this way. She can help me have a place to stay for the next 3 months. And if I'm unable to find employment in the next 3 months, then I'll be back out on the street like most people who don't find.
But give us a shot.
Hold on. Let me give you what I understand. Let me give you what I understand. I gave you a shot, sir. I gave you a shot by living here, and by seeing what happened. I've given you a shot, sir. So let me give you what's happening to me. Since you want to get personal, let me give it to you straight. I'm a concrete finisher by trade. I've been doing concrete work for over 35 years. I am a journeyman from the age of 17 years old. My back is giving out on me at this point, and the doctor said I'll never work in that field again or any other concerning physical work. So God gave me this job, to work for people no one else will hear from. So I'm here to speak for those people who no one else will hear from. So I'm asking you to at least give me the opportunity and hear me. So, sir, what I'm saying to you and to this council is that if we built a shelter, a 24-hour shelter, I'm not talking some flop house.
How about Gene? 24-hour shelter with air conditioning for the summer, heat for the winter.
Okay, you can insult me all you wish, but I agree with you. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying the same thing. But if you give me the opportunity to tell you what I'm saying, you would have probably a little better understanding where I'm coming from.
Okay, what I'd like to do is I'd like to give the other people a chance.
Yeah, yes, I don't want to take.
I'll meet you outside
forever.
afterwards, and you can tell me.
I don't want to take forever. I want to address this whole council, sir.
Well, I got to let the other people be heard.
Okay,
and then if they want to stay and listen to you, that's
this
fine.
guy spoke on things that wouldn't even concerning some of the issues, but you let him be heard, even when he was joking.
They had a matter before the council. There's a difference between citizens' participation. I'm not going to argue with you. I'm just telling you that we have facilities available to help people who are homeless.
Well, let me get to
and
my
if they don't
final
want to
point.
take advantage of it, I don't understand.
All I'm asking is that you give people an opportunity to find a place to go before you go chlorine that sidewalk, and it's not the sidewalk that need chlorining. The sidewalk that need chlorining is the sidewalk adjacent to St. Vincent, which the human feces is at. The sidewalk in which they want to chlorine has no feces on it, but human life.
I understand. You made your point.
So can you stop this from happening?
We'll certainly talk about it.
So you don't care about human life. But the sidewalks I built...
Right. I care about your life. That's why I'm saying I got a place where you can stay tonight.
The sidewalks that I've built, there's a place up under it.
Very good. Next, please. Double talk. Double talk. Yeah. Place where we offer the services, you don't take it, and then you complain that we don't offer it. All right, I'm not attacking. Yes, ma'am. Thank you, sir. Next.
Deanne Wiesner, Wiesner, Mayor Goodman, Council. Congratulations, Councilman Anthony. I first presented before the council after my daughter and I were assaulted and battered. We did not receive equal protection of the law from Metro, even though we did call 911. I then presented after I did not receive due process in the courts for me and my daughter. And I presented to my councilman and showed him evidence of electronic corruption in the files, the electronic files in the courts. And because his wife works for the 8th Judiciary, we didn't come to any agreement. So then I presented to Mayor Goodman and asked for his help. I have not received any help. I am asking for the council to please present the protection order that I've been told I violated. They have not presented it. I've asked for it. They will not present it. There's obviously a problem here. I have now become a watchdog of an organization called Your Right, and I'm now the spokesperson. We are mothers that are not receiving equal protection of the law. One of our members is married to an FBI agent who assaulted and battered her. He is still working at the local FBI office. My husband works for the city. I also have neighbors whose husbands work in law enforcement, and they have also been assaulted and battered, and their husbands remain employed. There's a problem in this city with a protected class that in any other city, if they committed assault and battery, they would be arrested. There's also a problem if someone is not arrested after assault and battery in this town within 24 hours. They are turned over to the district attorney, and the district attorney is not arresting them or bringing them for prosecution because of what District Attorney Rogers is stating. He does not have the financial resources. So there is a problem. Again, I come before you asking for assistance. The TPO, the temporary protection order process, is flawed. If we have a domestic relationship with the person who assaulted and battered us, or if our children have a domestic relationship with the person who assaulted and battered them, we are required to go to the family courthouse to apply for a temporary protection order. They have a process of either confirming and granting the protection order, granting a hearing for the protection order, or denying the protection order. They are granting hearings within 30 days for these protection orders. For some reason, the constable is sending his people out and telling them they're protection orders. They are not protection orders. They are orders for a hearing for a protection order.
All right, this is the way we're going to wind this up. Mr. Scott, does our, we get a grant for battered women?
We do have our, trying to think what they're called in the criminal division, but there are people that advocate on behalf of battered women and battered.
Can we refer
spouses.
this lady?
She's already been, I think that, well, Mayor, first of all, she's the one who's.
I understand. I know the background. I'm just saying, so she doesn't have to keep on coming back here and making the same argument week after week after week. Can we refer her to somebody so that she could at least see whether or not she could get any help?
I can refer to one of our.
Would you do that, please?
Assistants. I can do that.
All right. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anybody else like to be heard? All right.
Mr. Mayor, could I ask a question quickly? I wasn't here at the time, but I had two constituents in the audience, and I've always sort of bragged about the fact of after we have an item introduced that you give the people a chance to respond to it or voice questions or whatever to it before a vote is made. And they said that today at your Finance and Business Services 41 through 51, that did not occur. And I didn't know if it did or not because I wasn't here at the time, and I don't know if it was an oversight, but if there were a special reason, could you tell me?
Certainly. 41 through 51, let me
Did
see.
you give the people, I mean, after you heard,
always do.
I think the one they particularly mentioned was 44 in my district. After 44 and the people introduced their information, did you say what I usually hear you say, which is if anybody has any comments?
No. On those are not public hearings. I only do that when they're public hearings.
So finance and business would not be a public hearing?
No, but if somebody stands up and they want to be heard 99 times out of 100, I'll certainly give them the opportunity.
Okay, thank you.
Right. All right. Before we adjourn, this is the time for the council, if they have any remarks.
I do.
Okay.
This is on behalf of Edgar Patino, who works for Nevada Energy. Nevada Energy is presenting a Senior Energy Assistant Expo at East Las Vegas Community Center, 250 Northeastern Avenue, a week from Saturday, Saturday 11th, July 11th, 2009, from noon to 4 o'clock. The following agencies will be available to help you pay your past due bill up to a maximum of $350. Discuss weatherization options for your home, obtain free AC repair, and more. Nevada Energy, Boys and Girls Clubs of Las Vegas, Clark County Senior Advocate, Clark County Senior Protective Services, Comfort Savings Division of Aging, Division of Welfare and Supportive Services, East Central Family Services, Help of Southern Nevada, Las Vegas Clark County Urban League, Nevada Association of Latin America, Olive Crest, Public Utilities, Commission of Nevada, Rebuilding Together, Salvation Army, and United Way of Southern Nevada. There's a lot of things that you can do to receive assistance. There's also documents you need to bring to the event, and there's also some important conditions. There are maximum annual gross income requirements also. If you are listening to this, if you have any questions, please call my office at 229-4623, and G will be able to put you in touch with Nevada Power and help you receive some assistance if you so qualify and is needed. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other council members wish to be heard at this
I
time?
do, Your Honor, if I can at this time. Even though we had some difficult decisions today to make in Ward 6, does not mean there are fun things that are going on as well. And, of course, we are following along with the summertime tradition of movie in the park. July 10th, 8 p.m., The Tale of Despereaux in the Centennial Hills Amphitheater. So I would encourage moms and dads to bring your kids and your blankets and your lawn chairs and come out and have a good time. That's it.
Very good. And, of course, you want to tell them about the Summerlin Parade, Councilman Wilson?
Yes, I do.
Go ahead.
Ward 2 has a few very exciting events coming up. We have our annual July 4th parade, which is this Saturday, July 4th, obviously, 9 o'clock in the morning. It's a great parade all the time. You do not have to be a Ward 2 resident. You don't even have to be a City of Las Vegas resident to come out and enjoy a real great local parade July 4th out in the Summerlin area. And then we've got a couple more really exciting events in Ward 2. On August 4th at 6 p.m., we're having our National Night Out. It'll be held in the Lakes community off of Sahara and Lake Sahara. Mayor Oscar Goodman has agreed to come out for our National Night Out, along with Fire Chief Greg Gammon and a lot of representatives from Metro. This is a free event. It's open to everyone and will include food, fun, and games for the whole family. Next, on August 14th at 6:30 p.m., we have our annual Back to School Fair. And we offer this every year. This year it's at Anson Park off of Buffalo and Alta. And this is another free event offering free school backpacks and school supplies to the first 500 children. There'll be a free movie in the park. This year it's Hotel for Dogs. Councilman Ross, you saw that movie, didn't you?
A couple times.
Hotel for Dogs. We're going to have face painting, jump houses, and carnival games for all who attend. Once again, this is our annual Back to School Fair, August 14th at 6:30 p.m. at Anson Park. Thank you, Mayor.
All right, anybody else?
Mayor Goodman?
Councilman Barlow.
Thank you. Tomorrow, Thursday, July 2nd, will be my first coffee with the councilman for Ward 5 residents. I will be at the Starbucks location at Bonanza and Rancho. I encourage all of Ward 5 residents to come out. Coffee is on me, thanks to Starbucks, and I look forward to having conversation with the great citizens of Ward 5. In addition, I would like to also congratulate the Leisure Services Department for assisting me with a successful grand reopening of Lorenzi Park. So I encourage all of the residents citywide, statewide, to go out and enjoy Lorenzi Park. You most definitely don't need to be a Ward 5 citizen to enjoy Lorenzi Park. And on on August 4th will be National Night Out at Doolittle Community Center. So please come out and share with us as well for National Night Out. And August 6th will be my second meeting with Coffee with the Councilman at the Lake Mead and Rainbow location. And it's both Coffee with the Councilman starts from 9 a.m. to 10 a.m. So see you all tomorrow at the Bonanza and Rancho location, Starbucks. Thank you.
Anybody else? All right, meeting's adjourned.
The Victims Witness Program is for reimbursed medical expenses for injuries.